moves on to OKC. They take down the Clippers in Game 7 of Round 1, 120-101. And the Clippers 2024-25 season ends at Mile High. Well, for Carlo Jimenez, Jesse Trujillo, our engineer, Dan Collins, our statistician, Katie Newton, and Adam Osmond back in the studio. Adam will have you the rest of the way. We'll join you for one more segment. The Nuggets drop the confetti here in Round 1. They take down the Clippers in 7, and we'll head to take the 1 seed, the Oklahoma City Thunder. See you in a few. That does it for the 2024-25 season on your Clippers Audio Network.
Be back in a second, guys. I'm sorry. That was extremely disappointing.
Right here and on the iHeartRadio app. They look like the best team out there. Clippers basketball is brought to you by the Kia Telluride, official vehicle of the LA Clippers by the Hawaiian Islands. It's not just the place, it's the people that make Hawaii special. By your Southern California Toyota dealers. We make it easy by the Habit Burger. Hungry? Grab a double char from the Habit Burger and Grill, voted #1 burger by USA Today. And by Ford and the F-50. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Join us next time on the LA Clippers iHeart Audio Network.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
He ran away screaming. I don't know.
It's easier for us because it's set up that way. So
yeah,
it's just longer things.
Yeah,
it's technically like 8:31, but so you cool the extra.
Yeah,
perfect.
I'll go to 10 if you want, whatever.
No, I think we're okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
Why is this always a
right.
thing?
Brutal way to end the year. Pretty shockingly bad performance from the Clippers. I thought Kawhi showed up and no one else did. They went out sad in a very winnable series.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe.
It's just a miserable way to end the season.
He relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of next day delivery.
I'll do a show with you guys as long as you want to go tonight. And then I'm taking tomorrow off. I guess my streak is coming to an end at 211 days.
Is proud to be the official chicken sandwich of the LA Clippers. At any home game,
Damn.
If the visiting team misses 2 consecutive free throws in the fourth quarter at Intuit Dome, you receive a
It's just such
chicken sandwich.
a bitter way to end the year.
Download the Chick-fil-A app and make sure your location services are enabled.
And I get the outrage and how frustrated you guys are, and it's embarrassing. I get it. I had a Kings fan, Sacramento Kings fan, Carmichael Dave trying to dunk on us earlier. Come on, man.
But the post-game coverage is just
Oh, I
getting
was like,
started.
how are you talking to them?
A disappointing end to a promising season as the Clippers lose Game 7 and get blown out by the Denver Nuggets with a final score of 120-101. Welcome into your Clippers postgame show. I'm Adam Osland. Coming up, we'll get to your postgame box score. We'll take your phone calls on the Patriot AM 1150 if you want to get on early, 877-520-1150 as this 2024-2025 LA Clippers season comes to an end. Let's get back out to Ball Arena with your radio voice of the Clippers in Carlo Jimenez. Before we get to the big picture, Carlo, it's just tough to figure out why the Clippers, after leading the first quarter by 5, came out so flat the rest of the way. They started strong. The DJ moved work. Then they brought in Nico Batum. It felt like the Clippers were going to be in a battle all night, and instead they got blitzed, and it was a one-punch knockout for the Denver Nuggets that happened early in that second quarter.
Yeah, the Nuggets, Adam, took the 11-point lead in a halftime. They got up big in that second quarter, up by as many as 15. But it just, for the Clippers, the thing that baffles me is this is a team, Adam, that for the most part this season have been so good in second halves, and they laid down. I mean, Denver 22-4 run. It was 17-0 at one point. They just couldn't find a way to get any momentum going. You've talked about that championship mentality that Denver had, and I think knowing what had happened to them last year, the Nuggets really felt motivated, not only because they were playing the Clippers in round one, but they wanted to show people that they could hold on to a lead in Game 7, and they did that. And if you're the Clippers, like every series that goes 7 games, you just think back to so many moments in which this series could have turned. But at the end of the day, this is a group that fought, that battled, that many people didn't expect to be here. I think it's a team Clipper Nation can be very proud of, with the way they attacked every day, getting to 50 wins. And there's just so many moments throughout the season to remember that are special. But a tough one today for a group that had fought so hard since March, and it just ran out of gas. Maybe that was it in the third.
It looked like it at times. Denver brought the fight, and the Clippers just didn't have an answer. And that championship medal showed through, or shined through, this Denver Nuggets team when they had to have it most, down 2-1 in this series, coming through with a miraculous dunk as they did in Game 4 after giving up the lead. They were the mentally tougher squad. Credit to the Denver Nuggets. They earned this series victory. They earned a chance to move on to the second round against OKC.
Yeah, and they came out and they punched hard, and like you said, it was just a knockout. I mean, the Clippers could not recover after going down 11 at halftime, just never found an answer. And it had been a game, Adam, where, Denver traditionally in this series had won the first quarters. The Clippers had been excellent in second and fourth quarters. They were plus 17 in second quarters in this series. They lost that second quarter by 16. It's just an odd turn of events for this Clipper team. I think Kawhi Leonard was aggressive early, but just not enough for him. And then Denver, 11 second chance points in that second quarter. Clippers did not have any in the second. And the Clippers, what they needed to do was turn defense to offense. It's been the lifeblood of their offense all season long. They were unable to do that in this game. Credit the Nuggets. Christian Brown has his playoff career high. Aaron Gordon was excellent. He was physical. He was aggressive. Michael Porter Jr. hit big shots. Clippers did not lose to Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic today. They lost to the rest of the Denver Nuggets, which we thought would be the area the Clippers would have the strength in. It was not the case here in Game 7.
Yeah, they weren't good enough on the margins, the role players, but the stars have to lead. And I thought Kawhi Leonard was okay in that first half. He was more than solid, but James Harden, another game, unfortunately, in an elimination situation where he's not going to be able to beat the allegations in this one. 35 minutes, 2 of 8 from the field. He did have 13 assists, but just 7 points. Your stars have to lead you. We saw the blueprint in Game 6, and then everybody else falls in line. That didn't happen, but it is more baffling and confounding by the way this happened, with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic only having 15 points combined in the first half, and they were still leading by 11. Christian Brown, I thought, really stepped up. He started to heat up the last couple of games from the outside. He finished with 21 points. Aaron Gordon might have been, the second, third best player in this series. He was that good for the Denver Nuggets in so many different ways, with being a glue guy, but also going out and getting 20 points in a lot of these games and helping out with the scoring. So the Denver Nuggets certainly more than earned this series victory. Just disappointing that it went this way so quickly in Game 7, where things got out of hand. A very devastating loss, I know, right now for Clipper Nation.
Yeah, when you think about this series, Adam, games 1, 2, and 4 are one-possession games, and then you look up in the middle of the third quarter of Game 7, and you're down 35. It's just baffling when you think about how close this has been all series long. Denver really able to get it done with the fast break points, 24 in this one. They had 20. The Avalanche just scored, so they throw a highlight up here on the big board. The Avalanche are playing in Dallas in a Game 7 right now. But Denver, I thought they had more focus. They had more physicality. They had more intensity. But also, Adam, they had shot making.
Yep.
And for the second straight half, in the game. The Clippers take 4 first-half threes. They struggled to shoot the ball once again. 29% from the three-point line. The Clippers, Adam, had been 33-4 when they shoot 38%, and I think they got there twice in this series.
Clippers, unfortunately, go out with a whimper in a season that you have to say they overachieved, getting to 50 wins after the over-under was 37.5. Be a shame if people only remember that final game. I would encourage those of you who can look back a little bit further to do so with this Clippers team and how much they were able to accomplish this season. It's just a very devastating and disappointing end. But the one thing I keep coming back to, Carlo, when I think about this Clippers year, when I think about this organization, and we've talked about this many times, but I almost think of them as an expansion team that is just about 11 years in since Steve Ballmer took over. And that's where my hope lies, because Steve Ballmer, they say, and we said it pregame, ownership is the biggest advantage in sports. You even see it in a game like this, where he was able to charter out Clippers fans from the wall, from the swell, have them there, have them in the building, try to create a home court advantage. Steve Ballmer will do anything it takes to make sure this team is competing and a winner and has a chance to keep climbing up and eventually get to the top of the mountain and win a championship.
Yeah, and he has shown the ultimate investment in this group. And Adam, this was a Clipper team that really, like you mentioned, was not picked to win 40 games. They win 50 games this season. Credit the front office for putting together an excellent trade deadline and offseason that made them a defensive team. Jeff Van Gundy was a huge acquisition. We'll see what happens with him. Obviously, a head coaching candidate this offseason. But the Clippers, I think what they did this season, Adam, is they set a baseline that next year this needs to be the standard for this group. And I don't know if many people would have thought being a 4 seed, being a playoff team, or a 5 seed, being a playoff team would be a standard. But Steve really believes in always having teams that compete and are competitive every single year. That's why he invests so much in this organization. And the Clippers did that this season. I expect them to do it again next season and continue to be a contender every year. A fun end of the year. And the Clippers just ran into a championship group here at Mile High. Credit the Denver Nuggets. They were poised. They were effective. They knew their roles. And when you win a championship, you carry that throughout your career. And they kept the same 4 together who were able to help them in Gordon, Porter Jr., Brown, and Jokic and Murray. I mean, those are 5 guys who all won a championship with this group. And they were able to come away with a first-round win here in Denver.
Clippers fall in Game 7, 120-101. We'll take a quick timeout as we pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Los Angeles Clippers Audio Network. And with that, the Clippers season comes to an end. They fall by 19 in Game 7 to the Denver Nuggets. Well, this is a real tough part here, Carlo Jimenez. My friend, it's been a joy. It's been a pleasure all year long. Second year getting to work with you. Wouldn't want it any other way. Appreciate your professionalism and your high-level broadcasting talent that you bring to each and every Clippers game. Love you, my friend. It's been a ride. It's been a joy.
Love you, brother. Thank you so much. You push me to be great every day. Truly, we have too much fun, and you provide so much excellence to the broadcast. So I couldn't appreciate you. What you do for Clipper Nation every single day. It is incredible. I will see you soon. And you know what? We got another season of Clipper basketball in a couple of months. To that, I say, let's go.
We'll take a quick timeout after the Clipper season comes to an end at the hands of the Denver Nuggets. They lose in Game 7, 120-101. I'm Adam Osland, and you're listening to the Los Angeles Clippers Audio Network. Tough one, guys. I know. Not the way you want to go out.
Gentlemen, adios.
Not the way you want to remember this season. I would encourage you to find ways not to just think of this game when you think of the 24-25 Clippers. Wasn't representative of who they were throughout the majority of this season, but they didn't step up in their biggest moment as well. You got to acknowledge that. Denver was mentally tougher. They broke the Clippers in this game. Outside of Kawhi, and I wouldn't say he was great, but I would say he showed up. Not many other players did. Not good enough. Humiliating loss, I understand, on national television. It's embarrassing. We'll hear from Coach Lou post-game. We'll get to all that audio for you guys. We're with you till 8:30 tonight on the Patriot AM 1150, and I'll go further with Clippers Talk After Dark. There's going to be a lot of trolls. Maybe stay off social media. But if you're in the chat right now, we're going to get bombarded. It's going to happen. We'll take our lumps for now. Pick ourselves back up tomorrow. I get it.
And vacation you forgets all your worries. Vacation
I
doesn't
am
even keep track of
very
time.
disappointed.
The time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man.
Just
But regular
close
you
to a
knows you don't want to
DOA
keep track
performance.
of when the sun goes down because vacation you doesn't know how
You
to
hate to
navigate
see
the
it.
dark yet. Vacation you and regular you really need to get on the same page.
Not the way to
So
end
bundle
this
your boat
season.
with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The LA Clippers and the Denver Nuggets. This is round one playoff action on the LA Clippers audio.
Well, the best teams have and play their best basketball when their best is required. Clippers didn't do that here in Game 7. They lose, trailed big in this one by as many as 35 and fall 120-101 in a loss in Game 7 on the road to the Denver Nuggets. Welcome back into your post-game show. I'm Adam Osland. It's one of those games where if it happened during the regular season, you'd say burn the tape. Kill it with fire. Turn the page. And I guess we have to some degree. But the problem is that next chapter of the book, bit of an interlude before then, as the Clippers entered the offseason. They lose in 7 games in the first round to the Denver Nuggets and lose in embarrassing fashion, unfortunately. I always say a win isn't a win. A loss isn't a loss to me either. It matters how you play. And the Clippers, quite frankly, weren't close to playing well enough in this ball game after the first quarter. Just the second and third quarter, miserable basketball. I'd say the downward trajectory and the downward spiral started with the turnovers, 5 of them in that second quarter. Got down by 15, got down by 11 by the end of the first half. The Clippers were down 58-47. And after a Kawhi Leonard three-pointer to start the third quarter, the Denver Nuggets went on a 17-0 run where the Clippers didn't score a point in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. After the start of the second quarter, where they went a little over 4 minutes without a field goal, they again have their offense fail them to even punch back and make a run and make it interesting. Denver Nuggets out-executed them in every which way. It is a really difficult way to go out this season. I know many of you are disappointed, as you should be. Clippers win 50 games. They way overachieve in the regular season and came back to earth in this playoff series, but a series that felt very winnable. And the Clippers led 2-1. And I didn't like the sense of urgency in that Game 4. I didn't. You knew it then. I didn't like what happened after Game 1, blowing a 15-point lead. And I thought it would come back or could come back to bite them. It did. In this game, they lost those second quarter minutes without Jokic to start by 7. And I said the same thing. That could come back to bite you. You got to win those minutes. You're up by 5 heading into the second. How do you not increase the lead without Jokic on the floor? He and Jamal Murray only had 15 points in the first half, and the Clippers were down 11. Just head-scratching Game 7 where the Clippers didn't show up outside the first 12 minutes. They lose 120-101. More on your post-game box score. Coming up next, we'll also take your phone calls on the Patriot AM 1150, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. Appreciate you guys in the chat. Some super chats coming in. Hate to see the season end like this. Try to find some positives, but we'll also go through what happened in this Game 7 because pretty inexcusable way to play. I'm Adam Mosland, and you're listening to the Los Angeles Clippers Audio Network.
They also assemble the most vehicles in the U.S.
Appreciate you, Gregory.
Is not a coincidence.
Appreciate you, Mio. Far too kind. Appreciate you, Jay.
Right now, Ford is offering employee pricing.
Far too kind. Bay City.
Now is the time to get into that.
Much love to the Bay. Jay again. Really appreciate it, guys.
For America.
I just wish they had won this game more than anything. At least competed in this game.
When you're in the Coachella Valley, nobody brings you fun.
Miserable watch.
Like Spotlight 29 Casino. They've added hundreds of new slots.
It's just a game where
exclusive to Spotlight 29.
it's tough to do analysis. We're not talking about a close loss or a play here and there. We're talking about being ambushed, getting punched in the throat, and just never responding.
Am I the one?
Hate losing this way.
I should see a doctor.
Hip to clip. Appreciate you, man.
Why is this always a whole big thing?
We'll try to put this Clippers season in perspective as we move along here in the post-game show, and we'll take your phone calls, and we'll hear from Coach Lou, and we'll get to everything. Andre is a hater, but he did donate.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call.
Are the haters winning tonight? I guess so. Hate to see it. Appreciate you, Jonathan Ing.
And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in
Super chats, all appreciated. Not necessary, but I appreciate you guys.
You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you can save.
Yeah, I'm probably not doing a show tomorrow. But we'll go late tonight. Believe that. I'll eat some miserable food and drown myself in some ice cream and figure it out tomorrow. Nuggets wiped the floor with the Clippers in Game 7. Let's call it what it is. They led by as many as 35. They win 120-101. They win the series. They advance to take on the OKC Thunder in the second round. Clippers weren't good enough in any facet of the game. They ended up shooting. I don't even know if I should look at this final box score. You know what the box score I'll look at? End of the third quarter. Because inconsequential time started early for this Clippers team, unfortunately, a.k.a. garbage time. They were down 93-66 heading into the fourth, and they had only shot 41% from the field. They were 5 of 20 from the outside. Denver was at 52% from the field and 10 of 22 from three. The Clippers had 11 turnovers, leading to 11 points. It felt worse than that. So they had, I think, 4 turnovers in the third quarter after having 5 in the second quarter. But, I mean, Norman Powell dribbled the ball off his foot at one point. It was just an unraveling. A complete disaster. A disaster class. The Denver Nuggets earned it. The Clippers could not match their physicality or their intensity. They were down by as many as 29 through the first 3 quarters before things got even more out of hand, down by 35 in the fourth. But yeah, it was over heading into that fourth quarter. That magical Clippers run was not coming. And heading into the fourth, Kawhi had 22. Okay. I thought Kawhi played by far the best on the team, 6 of 13 shooting, he gets 22 points. Thought he showed up. But James Harden heading into the fourth quarter with the Clippers down 93-66, down 27. He had just 7 points on 2 of 8 shooting. He had 13 assists, just 2 turnovers, but 2 of 8. Not good enough. Only taking 8 shots. Norman Powell was 4 of 10. Miserable game from Norm. Pizza Zubats was okay, 8 of 13. He did have a couple of bad turnovers, but I felt like he was fighting. DJ, I mean, he had 7 points in the first quarter, 12 after 3, but you have 2 stretches where you go in the second quarter over 4 minutes, scoreless, or without a field goal. And then in the third quarter, after a 3-pointer from Kawhi, they go on a 17-0 run and the game is over. Where was the fight? They're only down 11 at the half. It's not insurmountable. The Nuggets were up 20 against Minnesota in Game 7 last season and lost. And Kawhi hits a 3 to bring it to within 8, and they go on a 17-0 run. Game over. How do you not answer? How do you not respond? Clippers just, I don't know. We'll hear from them post-game. It just felt like they got overwhelmed by the moment, by the pressure, by the shot making from Denver. They fall in Game 7, 120-101. Their season ends, and the Denver Nuggets move on to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round starting Monday night. Before we get out of here, I should get some thank yous out on the network side. Big thank you to the Clippers organization. Ralph Lawler, Brian Seaman, Noah Eagle, Carlo Jimenez. We had Chris Taylor, a statistician, all year long. We had Joey Kimball, Big Brother Jake Warner, our head engineer, Daniel West, our producer, after Katie Newton moved on to greener pastures, but then returned for Game 7 tonight. Thanks for your help, Katie. Appreciate everybody. We're not going anywhere on the Patriot AM 1150. But outside of LA, we will talk to you guys next season. We'll get to your phone calls, guys. Appreciate Free TV. He sent a lot of super chats. They were all really negative, and I just didn't acknowledge them. But Free TV did donate a lot, so I'll acknowledge them now. Free TV. I guess you get a dance on the Clippers' grave if that's what you want to do. XTB, thank you. This one does sting. This is the worst way to go out. Mikey, appreciate you, man. Just not even having a competitive Game 7. All the build-up. Air comes out of the balloon by the second quarter. Certainly, after the first 5 minutes of the third, it was a nightmare. Can you play? I'll be right back, guys. Eventually.
So much time.
I'll tell you what, I'm rooting against the Warriors after what Big Mike texted me earlier. I was going to let it go, but Big Mike, Warriors fan Big Mike, had to take some shots at the Clippers. So now I'm rooting for Houston tomorrow. It ain't going to make up for any of this, though.
Healthcare that just works.
Nothing right now is going to be an elixir.
The LA Clippers right now.
This is
Yeah, that's how it feels right now, Clipper Nation. Season is over, comes to an end with a 120-101 loss to the Denver Nuggets in Game 7. Congratulations to Denver. They advanced to the second round. They showed championship heart, mettle, and a spirit the Clippers didn't have in Game 7. They didn't have the requisite competitive spirit, and they got blown off the court after the first 12 minutes. Welcome into Clipper Stock. Final edition of this season. The streak will end for me tonight. I'll stick with you guys on the YouTube side, and we'll go late into the evening if people are calling in and want to talk about this year, want to talk about moving forward. But first, I do want to reflect on this game, unfortunately, because to lose like that, to come out that flat after starting the game as well as they did, it's so deflating and demoralizing to lose a Game 7 this way. You're up 26-21 heading into the second quarter. I mean, the DJ move paid dividends early on. Derrick Jones Jr. had a quick 7 points, had a big block on Murray. I agreed with the move. I didn't see it coming from Coach Lou, but it made a lot of sense to me. Why? Because this season, they had a plus 22 net rating with DJ in the starting lineup, with Norm, with Kawhi, Harden, and Zoo. In 193 minutes this season, they were plus 95. And that group got off to a quick start. They were up 6-0. And then as Denver battled back, you still had the Batum move to go to. And he came into the game and hit a three-pointer right away. And the Clippers, surprisingly, actually went the last 2 minutes and 41 seconds without Kawhi on the floor, with Jokic on the floor, who started 0 of 5, and they won those minutes. They extended the lead. They went plus 6 in those non-Kawhi, but Jokic out there minutes to end the first quarter, and they're up by 5 at 26-21. All systems go, right? Wrong. Norm, Kawhi, Bogey, Batum, and Dunn start the second. Powell misses. Jamal Murray misses. Bogey misses. Aaron Gordon, a wild layup. He might have been the MVP of this series for the Denver Nuggets, to be honest with you. No more is on Jokic's plate, but Aaron Gordon was just spectacular all series long. Dunn misses a layup. Watson gets one. Clippers are only up by 1 now. Denver's playing a zone. Jokic is still on the bench, and they're bleeding points. Dunn misses a 3. Foul on Bogey. Clippers weren't getting a great whistle, predictably early on. It's not why they lost the game. When Kawhi had that block on Aaron Gordon, after Harden came back into the ball game at the 9:57 mark because Clippers were getting ambushed, and Russ hit a three-pointer, and they just went on a 7-0 run without Jokic on the floor, I said, oh no, you can't lose those minutes. That's going to bite you in the ass. Clippers are now down 28-26. Bogey misses a 3. Jokic and Zoo are back in. They matched the minutes. But there was a wild play early on after Russell Westbrook was fouled, went to the line, went 1 of 2. Kawhi gets doubled, gives it up to Zoo. He's spinning in the paint. Russ gets a piece of it. Turnover. Aaron Gordon misses the layup, but Harden has a bad turnover as he's looking for Kawhi on a long outlet pass up the floor. And I don't know how he didn't see Russell Westbrook, who intercepted it, got it to Aaron Gordon. Huge dunk. It's 31-28 Denver, and they have all the momentum, and the Clippers started the second quarter 0-for-6. They hadn't scored a field goal in over 4 minutes. A Zoo bucket at the 7:59 mark would end that drought. But then Jokic hit a three-pointer. They challenged an out-of-bounds call. It was out on Norm. Watson hits a three. Out of a timeout, the Clippers are down 7. Kawhi 3 the other way. I thought Kawhi wasn't great, but he definitely showed up. Then MPJ misses a 3. Zoo rebound, but throws it to Jokic. It's their 6th turnover already. Denver gets a bucket on a Christian Brown easy one. Clippers down 6 again. Kawhi and 1 the other way. 3-point game. Russ 3, down 6. Zoo floater, down 4. Clippers are hanging in there. Harden would hit a three-pointer to make it 44-41. But then Kawhi missed a good look at a floater after a blow-by on Aaron Gordon. Russ missed a 3, but there was a foul on Kawhi on Aaron Gordon for the rebound. He had his hand on his hip, I guess. Kawhi was getting some interesting calls on him. Aaron Gordon hit both. They're up by 5. Norm hit a jumper, and I thought, okay, we're going to be all right. Norm found his sea legs after a slow start. They're only down by 3. But remember, Jokic and Murray hadn't done anything, and they're still down. Murray's first bucket after starting 0-for-4 put the Clippers down by 5. And that happened midway through or late into the second. Harden then misses a 3. Falls down to try to draw the contact. Aaron Gordon comes up with a board. Gets it to Russ on a run out. Norm fouls him. This was a backbreaker. Norm misses the second after making the first free throw. Gets his own rebound. It was a lane violation, but they rarely ever call it. He has a putback. He entered the lane early. Doesn't matter. They didn't call it. He got his own board. Harden didn't box out. 51-43. DJ misses a three-pointer after coming in for Norm, who picked up his 3rd foul, and that foul on Russell Westbrook. Foul on Kawhi again, battling with Aaron Gordon. Now the Clippers are down by 10. They eventually are down 58-47 at the half. Clippers had 5 turnovers in the second quarter, and they went 4 minutes scoreless to start it, and -7 in the non-Jokic minutes. Oh, by the way, that was the first second quarter they had lost in this series. That's not good. They were a +17 in second quarters. At the half, Denver had 11 second chance points. The Clippers just 4. They had 14 fast break points. The Clippers' turnovers, 7, I believe, were turned into 7 points by Denver at the half. And they only had 15 points from Jokic and Jamal Murray at the halfway point, and they're still up by 11. That's not good. Thanks to 10 points from Russ, 11 from Christian Brown, 10 from Aaron Gordon, efficiently with all those guys. How are you down 11 with Jokic only having 9 points on 3 of 9 shooting, and Jamal Murray is 2 of 7 with 6 points? Peyton Watson had 7 at the half. He went 3 of 3. Clippers bench had 7 points at the half. Peyton Watson had 7 by himself. Kawhi had 14 points in the first half. I was somewhat okay with his play. He wasn't great. He wasn't amazing, but he was outplaying their stars. But James Harden was 2 of 6, just 7 points. He did have 10 assists and 2 turnovers. He did have 10 of their 14 assists in the first half. Fair to say, pretty big warning sign that you're down 11 and Jokic and Jamal Murray have done nothing. But down 11 is nothing for this Clippers team. And Kawhi hit a three-pointer to start the third. It's 58-50. Perfect. Exactly what you wanted. But then Jokic hit a shot, and he got his jumper going. And that was the missing ingredient from him throughout a lot of this series. He wasn't making or taking many jump shots or many threes. Here comes the 17-0 run. Those were the first 2 points. Jumper over Zoo, well contested, doesn't matter. Kawhi misses a three now. Christian Brown, three-pointer. They're up 13. It was their largest lead to that point, I believe. Batum misses a three. Gordon reverse dunk, down 15. Harden well short on a floater. MPJ 3 over Kawhi. Norm with a turnover. Murray misses, but put back by Aaron Gordon. They're just snatching the Clippers' soul at this point. Norm misses a scoop layup. Michael Porter Jr. 3. It's 73-50. 15-0 Denver run. Timeout. Zoo misses. Aaron Gordon gets a bucket out of the timeout. Clippers are down 25. A 17-0 run where the Clippers went about 4 minutes and 30 seconds without a point. From down 11, from down 8 at the very start of the third quarter after that Kawhi three to down 25 that quickly. How do you not respond? How do you not find some points? That is a tough one. It happened in less than 5 minutes. From down 8 to down 25. Game was pretty much over then. They got up by as many as 35. The Clippers didn't have the fight that it was going to take to battle back. They couldn't get stops on one end. They couldn't make shots on the other. They looked like deer in the headlights at times, some of the players. And Denver overwhelmed them. One of my biggest concerns coming into this series was the championship pedigree and their guys being more clutch over the last 5 years. I said it, like Jamal and Jokic have been in so many big games, have performed at such a high level. They've been in the most game sevens, I think, over the last 5 years. They didn't win all of them, but last season they blew a 20-point lead. So you knew they were going to be ready. Clippers looked like the team that was more tired, an older squad. They are. But Denver played heavier minutes heading into Game 7. All their guys. Jokic had played like 18 more minutes than Kawhi heading into Game 7. Jamal Murray had played 22 minutes more than him. They both have played more than James Harden, even with him playing 47 minutes in a game. Aaron Gordon had played more minutes. This is why, to me, this series might have been lost earlier. Not pushing things in Game 1 and playing your stars larger minutes, where Kawhi, after overtime, was only at 41, when in an overtime game the week before, to stay out of the play-in against Golden State, he played 47. Why is he only playing 41 minutes in a playoff game? Where's the sense of urgency? You lose that game in overtime when you're up 15 in the second half. In Game 1, you don't play your guys heavy minutes. I kept saying, right after that game, if they lose this series, I'm going to be thinking about this one. Well, they did, and I'm thinking about it. I don't understand that. It's the playoffs. Push your stars further. Denver did, and their stars still look fresher in Game 7. You can't give away teams I can't give away games, I should say, to teams like this. I said it after game 1. I don't know if you can give away a game to Denver and go on to win the series and get away with it. It wasn't Dallas in 2021. It wasn't Utah. Denver's different. They're not going to beat themselves as much as you're going to have to outplay them. They have a ton of heart and championship toughness. And even though I felt like the Clippers more talented team in this series, well, Denver's role players played better. Russ played well. He got his revenge. Christian Brown, the last 3 games, played really well. Then the Clippers get game 2 off the brilliance of Kawhi Leonard. They blow them out in game 3. Game 4 came out completely flat. 0 sense of urgency. So you got no sense of urgency to push your stars with more minutes in game 1. You're playing the long game. Okay, it didn't work. And then in game 4, they come out very little purpose. Kawhi has a turnover the opening possession. I'm just like, wow. They look stuck in mud. They look like they think they're up 3-1 instead of 2-1 in that game 4. That's what it looked like to me. I told you that afterwards. They make a comeback after having to be down 22 in the 4th. You led with 1.5 minutes left. And Aaron Gordon gets the miraculous miss put back off the Jokic 3. First ever game-winning dunk in a playoff game. Well, that didn't feel good. Instead of being up 3-1, it's 2-2 series. That's the swing game. All the numbers say winner of game 5, or winner of game 4, excuse me. You know, getting it back to 2-2 instead of 3-1, that makes all the difference in the world. And then you lose game 5, or if you lose game 5, you lose the series like 82% of the time or 84% of the time. They lost game 5 to a 43 spot from Jamal Murray. Clippers battled and looked great in game 6, but ultimately just got dismantled and dissected in game 7. It was a very winnable series. Frustrated with the lack of sense of urgency by the Clippers at times, instead of putting foot to throat. I think game 4 was very winnable. I think game 1 was very winnable. I didn't think you could give away 1 game and win this series. They gave away 2. You can make that argument. You can. Starting things off tonight, Jose in Long Beach. You're on Clippers Talk with Adam Moslin. What's up, Jose?
Long Beach, how you doing?
Look, I know there's this thing about radio folks and how they like to listen to themselves talk. I actually don't. So, Jose, if you could turn down the radio or whatever you got, the YouTube side, so I could just hear you. Jose, you good?
I hear you. Yeah, Westbrook came through. Man, we had him last year, remember?
Oh, I remember. He didn't come through for us. He went 8 of 42 the last 5 games of that playoff series.
Yeah, I know. So I'm disappointed that what happened today. You got to wait another year for them to get better. But we have a good team. You know what I mean? And
who knows who's going to be back from this team? I mean, James Harden has a player option. I don't know who's coming back. I don't know what the team's going to look like. We got a whole offseason.
You're right, huh? Yep. So we're going to be off for a whole season. And I wish we could have made it to the other round, but we didn't. It was a really disappointing game. Yep. From starting, because we was up by 6 points at the first quarter.
Yeah.
And we're doing good in the beginning. We're doing good, and then it just went off walls. But I still love the Clippers, yo. Clipper Nation.
I'm with you, Jose. Keep the faith. Appreciate the phone call. Quick timeout. We'll come back. More of your phone calls. We're with you till 8:30 here on the Patriot AM 1150. 877-520-1150 is the phone number if you'd like to get on. Madam Moslin, after the Clippers season comes to an end, as Denver just went buzzsaw through them in Game 7, led by as many as 35. Clippers lost 120-101. More Clippers talk next here on the Patriot AM 1150. If you guys want to call in, 877-520-1150.
Thanks for holding. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Why is this always a whole big thing?
Is it Barry or Gary? Barry. Okay.
Coverage includes regular.
I'm sorry I had to go through the game recap. I know that was painful, but I need to remember, have it instilled in my mind of just what went wrong and why they lost, and it's just something I have to do.
You could go online, do your research, find a dream listing, go see it, and get that.
Thanks for holding. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress. Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork.
And the Clippers collapsed.
Like LA area or?
The weight of the moment broke
I'm
them.
sorry, can you tell me your name again? Sorry, I got loud in here.
It did.
All right, hold on.
We got to admit that.
Is proud to be the official chicken sandwich of the LA Clippers.
The pressure was too much.
If the visiting team misses 2 consecutive free throws,
Denver deserves it.
into a dome,
They're mentally tougher,
Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. Download the Chick-fil-A app.
and that's really
Make sure
disappointing.
your location services are enabled to claim your offer before midnight. Download the app today for additional exclusive
Denver was
offers.
much better every facet of this ball game.
Remember, eat more chicken.
So coming into the series, it's like, hey, I think the Clippers are more talented, but Denver has the intangibles. Oh, they showed. You can go back, watch the series preview. I told you all about those championship intangibles. They were ready. Clippers weren't. I don't care about a minus 33. Plus minus in one game is overrated. Kawhi actually played hard.
On the LA Clippers Audio Network.
Denver's championship intangibles smothered the Clippers. And by the time we were 5 minutes into the third quarter, it was just a slow death. Clippers got down by as many as 35. They lose 120-101 in Game 7 to the Denver Nuggets. Welcome back into your post-game show, Clippers Talk. I'm Adam Osland. Final show of the season as the Clippers has come to an end. Barry in Ohio. Barry, you're on Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. Barry, what's up?
Not in the best mood right now, but I want to start by saying we had a great regular season. We weren't supposed to be in this position to begin with. The guys got us here. I just am really disappointed. I feel like this series was a very winnable series.
Yep.
And we lost to hustle and grit and, in my opinion, leadership and mental toughness. But
I agree with you. I agree with you on all those points. It's hard to reconcile and celebrate what an accomplishment this season was, winning 50 games when they said they'd win 37. At least Vegas had the over-under at 37.5. When things just, the bottom falls out on you in Game 7 to this degree. It's just because they set a new standard. No, were they supposed to be here? But they got here. And once you get in the series against a team that you can definitely beat, and you come up short like this, and you don't come through at all in the biggest game of your season, that's what a lot of people are going to remember.
yeah, and the biggest thing, if there's one basketball aspect where I think we really lost the series, it's rebounding. It took us, even up until Game 7, we're still struggling with offensive rebounds and boxing out. And
yep. Aaron Gordon.
That's just
Aaron Gordon killed them.
That's just unacceptable. That's just unacceptable. Ball watching, not guarding cuts. You know when I knew it was bad? It was like we were on offense actually earning our buckets, and they were playing transition offense, and guys weren't getting back, and they were getting easy cuts, wide open threes, and I'm like, where's the effort? Like, we were a top 5 defense this whole year. We didn't look like a top 5 defense in this series.
Once Denver, look, they did at times. They did at times. They really did. Like, look at some of the scores in this series. But the problem was, whenever Denver really clicked in, it felt like they just ran away with it. They could go on runs, and the Clippers just had no answers. It happened in Game 5. It happened tonight. It happened in Game 1 when they battled back down 15. The Clippers had too many scoring droughts. It's just Denver had the grit, as you mentioned, the toughness.
You know what was eye-opening as well, too? When things get tight, we really don't have anything to go to. Like, watching the Nuggets, they'll just get into their pick and roll, and they'll get a good shot. When we play offense, it's either here, James Harden, try to beat the man in front of you and get a bucket. And if he doesn't do that, that's a lot easier to guard. They'll just collapse on that. And then we're just praying on a corner three or one of our shooters to hit. We don't really have some type of bread and butter. But maybe I just watch the game a little different. I don't know.
I think there's something to that. I felt like at times they didn't go to the pick and roll enough with Harden and Zoo, but they also threw a zone at them a lot in this series to try to negate that. It worked. And the Clippers didn't have many counters afterwards. But anything else, Barry?
One last thing. I just want to – I know things are bad now, but we got the best owner in the league, and we're going to win eventually some point.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's all.
Thank you for the phone call. Thank you for the phone calls all season long, Barry. Appreciate you, man.
I appreciate the streak as well, Adam. You've been killing it there.
Oh,
thank you.
Thanks, bro. I put my hope in Steve Ballmer. If ownership is the biggest advantage in sports, and it is, just ask the Sacramento Kings, then you have a chance because of Steve Ballmer. And he's driven and passionate and wants to bring this team a championship. It just is frustrating that 6 years of this era with Kawhi and formerly Kawhi PG has left us with a lot of disappointment. It is frustrating that the Clippers were healthy. We got them healthy in a series. We got to the series with Kawhi healthy. And he was good. Coming into Game 7, he was the leading scorer in this series. Kawhi was very good in this series. And he was by far their best player today and showed up for the most part. But the promise and the dangling carrot was just, if we can only get Kawhi healthy for a playoff series. This is the first time that Kawhi has exited a playoff series on the court in front of fans, a loser, since 2016. First time, outside of the bubble at least, that he's been able to exit a series healthy on the losing end since 2016. It just makes it all that much more disappointing. The entire talking point that we have had for years is just get us a healthy Kawhi. And I'm not putting this series on Kawhi. I think he was a top 2 player in the series. Very good. Maybe not great enough, but very good. But you got Russ, Christian Brown, role players for the Denver Nuggets outplaying some of the Clippers guys. That can't happen. Atif and Irvine. Atif, you're on Clippers Talk with Adam Watson. What's up, Atif?
Hey, Adam. I just want to say thank you to you first, man, for holding it down for the entire Clipper Nation. It's like the amount of, the overwhelming feeling of disappointment is like definitely, permeating through my veins right now. But I just wanted to give you a shout out and all the beat writers who continue to inform all of us about what's going on with the team. I think what you just said really is the most frustrating thing about tonight's loss is we've been holding on to this dream of if Kawhi can just make it healthy, then with the combination of Ty giving him a 1A and Harden, that would be enough. And I don't know. Just it's really frustrating that, like you said, we squandered opportunities earlier in the series to be able to actually capitalize, take a lead, and then you could afford to have a night off in their home and still win the series. And the fact that we gave them games and then we put it all into a Game 7 basket, it just honestly, like as a longtime Clipper fan, I didn't have a good feeling coming into it. And then it's just like rubbing me the wrong way that the next series, like, Shea is sitting there, you know, and I think that should have been our guy. And the fact that we traded him away for the promise of the immediate possible chip that Kawhi would bring us, and then all we got was a bunch of injuries. Like, I don't know, man. I'm really hurt, I guess, right now. Like, as a Clipper fan, just really hurting. But I just wanted to say thank you to you, man. Like, really, like one of the few positives is just all like the guys who like write about the team, talk about the team like yourself. And I just want to say thank you to you, man.
Thanks, Atif. I appreciate the thoughts, and I understand the frustrations after this game because it's true. This could be a hold my beer like situation. You think it's bad now? Well, if SGA and the Thunder go on to win the championship this season, you want to talk about salt in the wound. Yeah, it's just there is no bottom to the pain in this moment after the way they just lost that Game 7, after losing a series that was very winnable, after having guys healthy. And I'm not going to say that they lost it more than Denver won it, but there were times in this series I definitely felt like that. After this Game 7, I don't think you can say that because Denver just demolished them. But this is a tough pill to swallow. Kevin in Arkansas. What'd you do? He dropped right then. Matt in Seattle. Matt, you're on Clipper Stock with Adam Austin.
What's up, Adam?
Well, you know, Clipper season's over. That's pretty much what we're talking about here. What's up with you?
Man, this is so frustrating, bro. Like, all I asked for like 4 years was just a healthy Kawhi under Ty Lue, and it results in a first-round loss. Like, oh, man, I don't know. And the fact that we had, or Kawhi, Zoo, and Ty were a part of that 2020 loss, that Game 7 loss. They just felt like it was no energy, no frustration. Like, I don't know, dogs.
They didn't bring it. They didn't show up. I thought Kawhi played well. Not great, but he at least showed up. He played hard. Even when they were getting...
I thought Kawhi played good, not great the entire series. He played great in Game 2. He had a great first half today, but there were some miscues there. He just not boxing out AG, some bad fouls. I don't know. And I love Ty Lue. He's an elite coach, but at the end of the day, he's a Doc Rivers disciple. I think I do want him gone. I doubt that happens this offseason.
He just signed an extension. I just don't know.
I know.
Like, there are things to put on Coach Lue in this series. I think that's fair. I didn't like the lack of minutes for stars in Game 1 when they were up by 15. I thought you should go for the kill and have a sense of urgency. I didn't like what I saw with how flat they were to start Game 4. That turnover that James Harden had to end the first quarter, they got Jokic going with that three-pointer to end that first quarter in Game 4, I feel like is a big turning point, not just in that game, but in this series. And then the personnel that's on the floor at the end of Game 4. Yeah, you came back down 22. They would have stolen the game away, and you could say they really didn't deserve that game. But the fact is they were there. You got to optimize lineups. You got to have guys out there to get that board. You got to have the right guys out there to defend. And they weren't. Like, that's fair to put on Coach Lue. And if you want to say he's part of the reason they came out so flat, I don't know. Some of these guys just, it is a players' league. So there's plenty of blame to go around. I'll put it like that. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah. I mean, I know he had them prepared, but just the fact that there were so many miscommunication errors in the Game 7. Like,
well, and I got to say this. Everybody always gives Jeff Van Gundy all the credit when they're good defensively. So if they're not, I guess people are going to put that on Coach Lue? That's not fair.
No, yeah, I'm not saying that's on Coach Lue. Like, I'm frustrated at the players at that.
Yeah.
Like, having that many miscommunication errors in a Game 7, like, and just not boxing out. Like I know Russ, that was a clear lane violation, but you still gotta box out, James. Like,
yeah, That's on him.
I
I
don't
mean,
know, man.
there was a miscue early in the first half where who was looking at one another? They gave up an easy jumper. It was Ivica Zubats and somebody else. It might have been Jamal Murray, his first shot. Like, they just gave up a good look. Nobody knew who they were guarding. It was brutal. I think it might have been a Brown three-pointer. Like,
on the right wing. Yeah.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Yeah, like that
Yeah, I
stuff
remember
can't
that.
happen in game 7. They just left a guy wide open. Like, there's wide open because you're rotating and you're switching. This wasn't even that. They just fell asleep.
Yeah, and I think right after that there was like a simple like slip of, and the AG got a wide open layup after that. It was like 3 straight miscommunication errors to open the second half.
Yeah. Anything else, Matt? Have you called in before? I like your phone call.
Yeah, I think I did, and I knocked out the other night, and I was just still on the phone. You remember that?
Did I put you back on hold, or I never fired you up?
Well, I was just you tried like calling my name. I think I was like half asleep.
Oh,
knocked out.
I'm sorry for putting you to sleep. It was late. It was late. That was a late night show. Well, I'm glad we got to you this time. Don't be a stranger if we do some off-season episodes. Matt, appreciate it, my friend.
Sure. I do appreciate you. This is the first place I go to after every win or loss. I just go straight to this YouTube channel. It does comfort me a little bit.
Well, that's what it's there for. I wish I'd started up a few years earlier, but Matt, I appreciate you. We'll still be there for you all off season. Any breaking news, anything big going on, we'll be doing episodes on Clippers Talk on the YouTube side. So subscribe, like, and let's take a 10-second timeout right here on AM 570. On the Patriot AM 1150. Do you even like, bro? Smash it. Smash the like button. Warren in Maryland. Warren, how we doing?
Hey, not very good, man. Adam, thanks for putting the show together. I think, we kind of need to let it out tonight, man.
Yeah, we got to vent. We got to do some bloodletting, whatever it takes.
Yeah. I think the positive we can kind of take from this is that we finally got to see what it looks like, right? Like with everybody healthy, what the vision is. And I think the reality is that we're just not good enough, And it's sad to say because I love the squad this year. I love the defensive tenacity that we gave.
Let me ask you something. Are they not talented enough, or are they not mentally tough enough?
I don't think we're talented enough. When we're relying on our 2 stars, Harden and Kawhi, and we all know Harden's capabilities in the playoffs is very limited. And I think now we're just kind of coming down on, Kawhi is like our go-to, and if our role players are not hitting their open shots, then I definitely don't think. It's probably a little bit of both, but it's hard to kind of believe that we're not mentally tough when we got Hall of Fame guys and vets that have been in the league for a while. And
let me tell you something. They're not as mentally tough as Denver. I think that's confirmed. I think that's definitive after what I just saw tonight. They're not. Denver has an it factor and intangibles, and they rise and they meet the moment, and the Clippers didn't.
Yeah, I think so. Personnel-wise, we got vets who's supposed to be those guys, but hello?
I'm still here. Are you?
Yeah. I just don't think we got it. I think it's time to start looking at the future and start planning, because this whole retooling thing, I just don't think it's going to work.
Well, I don't know if there's a Doctor Strange like infinite possibilities or whatever. I don't want to go too far into the offseason because there are too many variables. But I do know Steve Ballmer doesn't want full rebuild years. He wants to be competitive all the time. We shall see what direction they go.
Yeah, but are we like as fans like mediocrity? Is that what we're okay with? Like,
I mean,
I feel like we
how do
just
you
kinda,
define mediocrity? How would you put it? You think 50 wins is that?
like
Losing in the first round?
good enough to make the playoffs, but getting bounced in the first round?
The
right?
problem is like they're still missing some draft picks coming up, and acting like a rebuild without draft picks is a better option. I don't know if that's accurate.
Well, I feel like we can get draft picks back if we can trade away our pieces, right? Like we got a lot of solid role players that other teams will want. And I think Kawhi's contract is just tradable too, right?
He's got 2 years left. He played 37 games in the regular season. He did come out of this season healthy. That is a positive. Some team might make that move, but we're talking like $100 million still left on that contract. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think you're getting like you're not getting like 3 first-round picks or anything. Maybe
no,
one
definitely
first-round
not.
pick and one decent young player.
I feel like we could probably get 2 solid first round picks for Kawhi. I mean, he still got it. It's just, we can't utilize him here.
He played 37 games this year. I don't know if you're getting more than one first-round pick. Luka Doncic just got 1 first-round pick. Okay, that's an outlier. But we'll see, Warren. I appreciate the phone call. We'll have episodes during this summer. We'll talk off-season Clippers. We'll talk about, whether it's a retool or a rebuild or what direction they're going to go.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. Hey, thanks, Adam. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate you, Warren. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back. Clippers lose Game 7. And they got stomped. We're down by as many as 35. They lose 120-101. Their season comes to an end. In a fashion, I don't know if anybody would have predicted. I did say pregame, there's going to go one of 3 ways. Nuggets win close, Clippers win close, or the Nuggets win big. I never saw a scenario where the Clippers could win this game big. Unfortunately, I did see one for the Nuggets, and that was a possibility, and it happened. What's the Jeff Goldblum line in Jurassic Park? I hate being right all the time. More Clippers talk next. Here on the Patriot AM 1150. Yeah, Russell Westbrook was good in this series. He also was awful last year in the series for the Clippers. So he was bad for him. He was bad when you had to go against him.
Kaiser Permanente. Healthcare that just works.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your
I don't know how one season ends can motivate you for the next season. There's pretty long time off period. I don't know if you can hold on to those emotions so much.
Thanks for calling Clippers Talk. What's your name?
Thanks, Chris G. I appreciate you.
It works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time
All right, hold on a second.
prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to goodrx.com. GoodRx is not
We got more phone calls coming up.
And we have 1 break left after this.
Gotcha.
This summer.
And then I'll stay with you guys. We'll do Clippers Talk after dark. I can still take phone calls. Last one of the year. We'll go late into the night if we have to. Clippers Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from? It's Kevin? Kevin, hold on. Adelman got the job. Like, things would have to go so horribly wrong with infighting. Even if they lost in 5 games to OKC, which could happen, like things would have to go so bad for him not to get the job, I think. I think he won the job.
This is the LA Clippers Audio Network.
Best fans and best arena in the entire sport.
Take us.
Clippers lose 120-101 in Game 7. And go out with a whimper in this 2024-2025 Clippers season. It's unfortunate because there were so many highs this season to end on just the ultimate low. It's tough. It's really disappointing. I understand the backlash and everybody. This is the time for Skies Falling Radio, I guess. If you're ever going to have those moments. And typically, I think people overreact both ways during the season. But now is a time where you can let it out. And I'll be understanding to it because they got run over. They got trucked in Game 7. And outside of Kawhi, nobody showed up. That is really disheartening. Let's hear from Kevin in Arkansas. Kevin, what's up here on Clippers Talk with Adam Austin?
Hey, what's up with it, Adam, man? Man, I'm just I'm feeling real bad about Tyronn Lue, man. I think he cost us a series.
Tell me exactly how he costed them the series.
I think after Game 1, he seen that the Nuggets was playing off Chris Dunn, and that was helping them out defensively. They couldn't defend us if you start Batum and have 4 shooters out there with Harden running the pick and roll and with Big Zoo diving.
Look,
so he helped them out.
Kevin, it's a fair point.
Go ahead.
This is all a part of my sense of urgency theme and the lack of sense of urgency in this series. The fact that it took till the second half of Game 6 to start Nico, he was there the entire time. And I think that's fair criticism too. He was hiding in plain sight. I thought he was going to go to him in Game 5 to start. He still didn't start tonight. I don't mind the DJ move. I actually think that was a good move. Batum still started the second half. But why did it take so long? Between that, not playing your stars, more minutes in Game 1, when they're up by 15 and going for the kill, and then Game 4 and the lack of urgency to start, and then the lack of urgency with lineups in closing with guys that can rebound and defend, I think those are all fair criticisms of Coach Lue in this series. I don't think he had a good series. I got to be honest.
Me neither. And I think we was a better team 5 games in this series. And if you're the better team 5 games in this series, you're supposed to win the series. And I think he didn't have enough sense of urgency to play Batum with the shoot. We're not losing nothing defensively, and we gaining more offensively. The Nuggets is a bad defensive team. I feel like we let them off the hook defensively. I think we could have attacked them more with Batum in the starting lineup.
I agree with you.
If you're gonna wait to Game 6 to pull Chris Dunn, they tell you that you knew that Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5. I feel like we could have won this series in 6 games, Adam. And then one more thing. I think he should have put those defensive guys in to end the possession Game 4, or we would have been up 3-1 in this series.
You got to have the right personnel out there for that one possession. You have to have the right personnel.
Why not have the right personnel?
I agree.
When you only got one possession?
His logic was guys had been sitting and had been cold, like Nico or Ben Simmons and some of your bigger, taller guys. And so he didn't want to put them back in for one possession. And those other guys played good defense up until that point to come back down 22. But I completely agree that it is, what did I say afterwards? It's the same thing as late in the game when you sub guys in that are taller because it's a rebounding situation on a free throw attempt. It's the same thing to me. That is a personnel issue. That is putting the best guys out there to defend or to get a board for one possession to get it into overtime.
Put your team in position to be successful. I feel like he didn't put our guys in position to be successful this series. Because Kawhi Leonard was the best player in this series. He was the most consistent guy in this series. And
I almost would say Aaron Gordon might be that guy, honestly.
Well, he's not carrying the offense like Kawhi and the Joker and
that's true.
Those guys.
That's true, but he was very consistent.
He was the most consistent role player in this series. I agree with you on that.
He starred in his role to a level that the Clippers had nobody to match him with.
Nobody. And yes, I agree with you. We agree. And
Kevin,
James Harden, I don't feel like James Harden is a guy that we can win with. I think he's at best a number 3rd option.
Well,
I feel like if he's your second option, you can't win a championship with James Harden as that guy.
I get the criticism. He did not show up in this Game 7, unfortunately. Kevin, I appreciate the phone call. Some really good points, all right?
All right, appreciate you, Adam.
Quick timeout. We'll come back. More of your phone calls, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. Programming note, we'll be with you on the YouTube side at Clippers Talk. Going late. Clippers Talk after dark. I can get to more of your phone calls then. But Clipper Chris, Joshua, Zachary, Jose, Sean, Marco. Hold on, we'll get to you next. Rapid fire. Difficult way to end the year.
It's right for you at Toyota.com. You can explore our full lineup of vehicles.
I can't stand Mark Jag sometimes. It's frustrating in here. He's like, you're acting like Batum's prime MJ. No, we're not. This is simply about playing your best players to give yourself the best chance to win. I think Nico Batum does that. I think he's a better option. I think they should have played him earlier in the series. Clearly, when the going got tough, Coach Lou went to him. Should they have played him earlier then? I think so.
And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable.
Yes, when things are that close, a player like Nico Batum can make all the difference in the world. They don't win Game 6 like that without him. It doesn't guarantee you win the series. All that matters is, does this move give you a better chance? It would have, in my opinion.
Their care for the land, their love for their culture, and the aloha spirit they share make this special place like nowhere else in the world. Plan your next unforgettable journey at GoHawaii.com.
Bro,
the people.
James Harden was diming. He had 10 of their 14 assists at the half. But how many shots did he take? He ended up with 8 shots. Again, single-digit shot attempts for James Harden in an elimination game. That's tough to defend. We got to be honest about it. He was great in Game 6. Maybe he was tired. I'm not putting all the blame on James. Nobody, outside Kawhi, nobody showed up. I'm not putting all the blame on James or Kawhi or Coach Lou, anybody. It is a blame pie, and you can do slivers and percentages of how much blame should go to somebody. Clippers lose in Game 7 and get run off the floor. 120-101 was the final in favor of the Denver Nuggets. Welcome back in. It's Clippers Talk. Final episode of the season as we hit the offseason early, unfortunately. A lot of disappointment, a lot of discouraged Clippers fans out there. We'll try to get to all your phone calls. We'll have Clippers Talk after dark. Even after we go off the air on the Patriot AM 1150, we can still have it for you if you're watching on the YouTube side at Clippers Talk. Joshua in Long Beach. Joshua, you're on Clippers Talk with Adam Osman. What's up?
What's good, Big Adam, man, from the LBC, man. Calling right by the Poly High School. Peyton Watson, man. Crazy.
Peyton Watson played well. He balled out.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I wish I could say the same for most of the team, man. It's just very unfortunate for a great, great season, man. This is one of the best seasons, just as a Clipper fan, I've experienced since the year we went to the Western Conference Finals, man. A lot of ups, some downs, but overall great season. I hate how we went out. definitely could have closed better in a couple of these games, man. Gave them game 1 up 15. Got to come away with that. Game 4, man, we got to have some defensive people in, man. Batum, Derrick Jones Jr., you know what I'm saying, have done out there. We can't have Harden and Bogey out there. I understand they got us there. But, dude, we got to get that rebound. We got to be able to switch everything.
Situational basketball. Situational
Yes,
basketball.
sir.
Because here's the thing, and I brought this up also. What if Jokic doesn't try that heave in that way?
Yeah.
What if they actually ran some actions, got a switch onto Harden or Norm or Bogey, and just got an easy bucket that way? It would have looked even worse from a personnel standpoint. But that option was out there because of the way the Clippers, positioned their 5 guys on that one play. There's no excuse to me for not having the right guys in that moment to get one stop to get it into overtime.
Jokic is the best player in the world. He bailed us out. He could make that shot. Remember last season he had an incredible shot like that against the Warriors.
Yep.
But we have to have better people in, a better defensive lineup that falls on Ty. I've been kind of flip-flopping on Ty these past couple of years, especially with all the Marcus Morris stuff, and PJ Tucker starting last year. It's just very unserious. I was a big fan of Ty after, we let go of Doc after the bubble. And then that very next season, he coached us into a Western Conference Finals during that whole playoff run. He was making changes, taking Pat Bev out the lineup because Luka was cooking him, in certain DeMarcus Cousins at certain points. Where's that Ty been these last couple of years, man? He could have put us in way better positions to win. I understand we had injuries. You can account for that. But
not in this series. Not in this series. They didn't have injuries in this series, and he could have gone to Batum. He could have gone to Batum earlier. I asked Lob Murray about this yesterday.
Earlier.
I asked Lob Murray about it yesterday when he came on. I said, "Why did it take so long?" He says because he didn't want to give David Adelman the ability to see that look, and then Denver gets a chance to adjust to it. But to me, I think you got to have more of a sense of urgency. I think when it's a 2-2 series after what happened in game 4, that's the point where I'm definitely going to Nico to start and play in 35 minutes.
I agree. Well, a caller just said, what are we losing with Nico in that lineup? Yes, adjustments are going to happen, period. We're playing professional basketball. You got to adjust to adjustments. This guy just got, hired, a couple games before the playoffs. Come on, Ty, you can't outcoach him? Like, what are you talking about? You worried about, adjustments? I don't know. I think it should be big changes coming, this season. I love Kawhi. It's been 6 years. I'm glad he finally is able to finish a postseason healthy, and I don't know. Maybe I know he played 37 games, but maybe, a desperate team is willing to take a gamble on that. Let Harden walk. Thank you, Harden, by the way. This has been an amazing series. Maybe he wants to go elsewhere. Maybe he wants to come back. I don't know. But either way, if we went on running back, I guess it's probably going to be the same result. But who knows if Kawhi is going to be healthy like this again.
Joshua, I understand. I got to get some more phone calls, though. But I'm with you.
Right.
That's going to be a big conversation this offseason about Kawhi Leonard. I don't think anyone's untouchable on this team. Let's go to Clipper Chris in L.A. Clipper Chris, you got 30 seconds. What do you want to say?
Okay, Adam. One thing that bothers me, this game and, during regular season and all that is when we start shooting threes and we're not hitting them. We should just go away from that and, work for a 2-point shot. And then the other thing is, I hate to beat a dead horse, but that third game that we had to play in Denver, that really killed us for the season. And as far as Clipper Nation and wondering about Tyronn Lue, it's like, who are we going to get to replace him?
Yes,
he
exactly.
brought the Cleveland Cavaliers back in 2016 against the Golden State Warriors, down 3-1. He was the one that coached them to that championship.
Yes, we know, and I appreciate it, but it is a good point, Chris. Like, You want to replace him with somebody? Like who? Like you got to find a better option. I like Coach Lou. He just got paid. I think he has some blind spots like everybody. I think he could have made some better decisions in this series. But like I don't think he's going anywhere, guys. I think he's one of the best coaches in the NBA. He didn't have a great series. Zachary in Santa Monica. Zachary, what's up? You're on Clipper Stock. Zachary. Jose and Downey. Jose, what's up? You're on Clipper Stock.
Adam, hey man, great job, brother. Let me start with that. Great job. It's been a couple years that I've been calling you. Keep it up, man. And a little bit of everything that you guys have said. You guys are all right. I agree with you. Nobody should be untouchable. I for the first time, I don't know if I want to say that about Zoo because I like everything he showed this year. Would really like to feature him even more.
Yeah.
So maybe that's really somebody who I would love to. Hey, let's hold off unless
Zoo might be the one guy that's untouchable. Zoo might be the one guy that you definitely hold on to.
Right. And I think you've noticed. I mean, I won't go too hard into it, but I think you noticed before in the last 2 years, I'm not the highest on Kawhi, but I did appreciate that he played all year, and you have him at probably the highest value that you have had him in a long time. I hope they do. Hey, again, a deal comes up, you go for it. And like you said, I don't think you're getting all these multiple first-round picks. Yeah. Don't really think so. But is there a trade out there that maybe you get an expired contract and you can at least get maybe a star in that way?
Well,
where you free up money?
Here's the thing: they got so much money that's going to be freed up anyways. $70 million after next season. They're on track to have like 120 the season after that. I don't think that's necessarily as appealing as actually finding some real young talent. That's what I think would be of interest to them, or draft capital. Sean in Inglewood. Sean, you're on Clipper Stock with Adam Moslin. Quickly, Sean.
Hey, Adam, you talked about not putting a big in to get the rebound. The first game of the year, Harden missed a free throw. There was not a second big in the game. And Ty Lue, as I've been saying before, and I didn't call it bad mouth him, but he just loves small ball. And he always gambles small will win against big. But you do need that rebound, And so you brought up a good point about the end of that game where
Zoo was on the floor at the end of game 4.
Yeah, but you needed Zoo was sticking.
He was.
So
yes, I understand. Anything else?
Have anybody under the bucket?
Sean, anything else?
Well, I'm just tired of reliving 2019. I'll tell you that, or 2020. So it's disappointing. I didn't call it bad mouth the Clippers. You did good as far as you went, and let's get a power forward next year, okay?
All right, Sean. Appreciate the phone call. Marco in Detroit. Marco, what's up?
How you doing, Adam? What's going on, Adam?
I'm hanging in there. How about you?
I'm cool. Look, I've been a fan before the 2-1-3 era. Sorry, I'm kind of hoarse. I was a fan before Kawhi and Paul came. So I've been through the heartbreak before those two. And I would say, man, we've been going through this since 2019, these problems. We can't blame Doc. We can't blame Paul George. Can't blame Trez.
Well, who are you going to blame for them winning 13 more games than people thought they were going to start the season?
I get that. We overachieved. But, man, this team just didn't have any fight. It just didn't.
Well, I can't argue with you today. I didn't like what I saw out there. Marco, I appreciate the phone call, but I'm up against it, my friend. I appreciate you calling in from Detroit, and I'm guessing your voice is hoarse because it was one of those games.
This team, oh, my God.
Oh, Marco.
It's traumatic, rooting for them.
Someday, keep the faith, hang in there. Someday it will be rewarded. Again, Steve Ballmer is the hope. Before we get out of here, final edition on the radio side this season. I do want to thank the Clippers organization, Steve Ballmer, Gillian Zucker, Brian Seaman, Ralph Lawler, Noah Eagle, Carlo Jimenez on the call, Big Brother Jake Warner, our head engineer, Chris Taylor, Joey Kimball, Katie Newton, Daniel West, Zach Okaldi, I appreciate the chat, the callers, the listeners, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Just subscribe on the YouTube side at Clippers Talk. We're going to keep this going. Maybe for a couple more hours. We'll see. I'm Adam Osland. One more time. Keep the faith. Keep the faith, Clipper Nation, please. Please. Keep it. I'm right there with you. The sun will rise again. We'll talk to you soon. All right. Clippers Talk After Dark has started. How dark is it going to get? I know some people in here are very upset, and we can take your phone calls, and now you can swear. That's what Clippers Talk After Dark is all about. I don't know if Clay Vaughn's going to call in. I don't know who could be calling in tonight. But if you guys want to, we'll take your phone calls. I am going to review the post-game audio, of course, coming up here. I have to hear that. So I should be with you guys for another hour if you want to get on. Even if you're a Sacramento Kings fan like Carmichael Dave and you're trying to take this opportunity to dunk on the Clippers. I know Kings fans aren't talking tonight. Like, we got Ballmer. Our ownership's great. Not going anywhere. Some of you want to get younger. Some of you want to trade some of these veterans. A Congo might call and let it out. If you want to let it out tonight, tonight's the night for that. Tonight is the night if you want to go off. I'm telling you. I don't give many opportunities for this during the season. People are overly dramatic. They take things too far. Tonight is the night. If you want to let out all that pain and frustration, we got you. With Clippers Talk After Dark. We got one call coming in. Jonathan in San Diego's on hold. He'll be jumping on. I still got to wait for Katie Newton to do her thing.
I can put him on right now.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait for you to be done. We'll review the post-game sounds. I am interested to hear after this game. I know Kawhi had a comment that maybe raised an eyebrow already. Some people are like, Kawhi or Lou has to go. I'm getting tweets about that. Excuse me. I need my guy from the Cayman Islands to call in.
The Cayman Islands.
Jonathan, just stay on hold. I put you on hold. Look, I criticize when I think it's fair. When I think it's fair to criticize Coach Lou or a player, I do. When I don't, I don't. It's as simple as that. People in here have been calling me like, oh, you're a shill, you're this or that. It's like, obviously you don't listen. I have very specific criticism for Coach Lou in this series. Doesn't mean I'm right, but it's my opinion. It's how I feel about it. I have criticism for guys in Game 7 outside of Kawhi and even some for Kawhi. It was Coach Lou's birthday. That's tough. Oh, I will be sleeping in tomorrow. The streak stops at 211 days. I'm not doing a show tomorrow.
A lot of days.
Unless something breaking news wise happens. I'm taking tomorrow off. It's Sunday. It's the Lord's Day.
Oh, you're going to church?
I'm probably going to church maybe. Thinking about it already.
The church of the gym.
Lord's Gym. I don't know if they got out-coached because Denver's players played better, played to their potential more than the Clippers players played to theirs. And David Adelman just didn't have many options. So while Coach Lue, you can say maybe you didn't go to the right option soon enough, David Altman was kind of just like, this is what I have to work with. They're going to have to figure it out. And they did. Credit Denver. They won this series. I still feel like the Clippers lost it to some degree. Harden could opt out. He could resign. I know everybody tonight's going to be like, oh, trade everybody, get rid of Harden. Like all this stuff's going to happen. Some think I'm still going to do a show tomorrow. You doubt me?
Stay strong, Adam.
Just explain to me specifically how David Adelman outcoached Coach Lue. Specifically. If you can do it, and I don't have many counters, then maybe you're right. I think it was less to do, though, with being outcoached in any sense. I think this was about, like, players got to show up in Game 7. Players got to show up. It starts with players. I agree with this. Kawhi didn't hit his peak enough times, but he may have played better than Jokic in this series. It's at least close. They shouldn't have needed Kawhi because the other stars were neutralized at times. I think Jokic, when you account for responsibility and everything he has to do, he probably was the best player in the series. He had the biggest impact because he runs their entire offense. But coming into this game, Kawhi led them in points per game. I mean, Free TV is saying this is how Coach Lue got outcoached, by not benching Norm, by taking so long to bench Dunn. There's a difference between that and David Adelman doing all these great moves that Coach Lue just couldn't counter. I don't think David Adelman didn't do anything that crazy because he didn't have many options. What was the big adjustment from him that Coach Lue didn't adjust to? If there's anybody, there's two guys that I don't want to say are completely blameless, but the two guys that I'm not looking at are Kawhi and Ivica Zubac in this series. And then Batum. Got more phone calls here. Clipper stop, please hold. Clipper stop, please hold. Clipper stop, please hold. After dark.
Yeah, say it like that. You know, I'm just wondering.
It is a players' league. We talk about players all the time. There's blame to go around. I've already told you what I've criticized Coach Lue for in this series, and it's not a short list. It's rooted in a lack of urgency. Okay, this is fair. Adelman didn't beat himself. T. Lue did. That's well put. You could make that argument, I think. I got news for you. When Harden came back in the second, those minutes weren't great either. But yeah, you're not wrong. Obviously, Thomas is a huge Harden fan and will defend him to the death. I'm not putting the whole thing on Harden. I'm not. I think he deserves some blame. See, somebody actually explained it and worded it correctly. Like Coach Lue didn't, or David Adelman didn't beat himself. You can make the argument that the Clippers beat themselves at times, and Coach Lue's a part of that. I'm fine with that criticism. I am. I criticized after game 1. Where were you? Do I need to bring up what I said after game 1? This debacle was a team effort is also accurate. There's a lot of blame to go around. It's not one person. It's not one player. It's not one coach. It's not that simple. People with agendas will try to dumb it down to that. People who already didn't like Coach Lou will try to put all the blame on him. People who didn't like Chris Dunn will try to put all the blame on him. Or people who didn't like James Harden will try to put the blame on him. Like, that's how it works. I know the game. I look at it like a big pie, and there's different slivers and percentages of how much blame I'd put on somebody. But I'm not putting it all on one person. Harden definitely tried some foul baiting in this game that was not being called. That's tough. Norman Powell was miserable in this game, by the way. Norm was rough. Jonathan Ing, who called in, but I can't get your phone calls quite yet. Give me a little bit of time. We'll get your phone calls. I don't get how this team came out as a collective and play like chumps and have next to no fight. Same energy as game 5. I'll take it a step further. I don't get how they did show fight in the first 12 minutes. And then once they faced adversity, it broke them. Once Denver made that one run, they get down by 11, and then a 17-0 run in that third quarter. That is what's really discouraging. They couldn't handle the adversity. Norm, yes. The turnovers Norm had were like, those are unnatural basketball plays, stuff you just don't see very often from a pro, the turnovers that he had. Obviously, the moment was too big for him. The weight of the moment made this team crumble, guys. Sadly, that's what I saw tonight. I have to be honest about that. Some are sick of the same result, but grass is always greener. But I get if some people want to tear it down and just go into rebuild mode. I don't know if that's what they're going to do. There was some ridiculous physicality the Nuggets got away with early, but the Clippers, some of the fouls on Kawhi with him not getting the same whistle as Aaron Gordon is alarming to me. That's frustrating. Kawhi also, he had, I think his second attempt was a layup where he made a quick move to the basket and fell to the floor and didn't get the call, and it looked like a pretty obvious one. Free TV said teams play hard for coaches they believe in. This is why I say Ty Lue lost the locker room at best. Denver shows firing Ty won't hurt us. They fired their championship coach with 3 games left in the season. Like, you can make that argument. I don't know. The players responded plenty of times in this series. They didn't tonight. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. They've responded so many times to Coach Lue when they've had the most 20-point comebacks in the NBA. I know you're going to say, why were they down like that, Adam? It matters. They have showed resolve over the years. They have showed a willingness not to quit. Tonight, notwithstanding, tonight was bad. Some of this is just Denver played better. You can fire and brimstone your way to the biggest rah-rah rousing speech you want. And if Denver's out there hitting shots and you're tight and you're missing, doesn't matter what Coach Lue says or anybody else. It doesn't. Denver rose and met the moment. The Clippers wilted. You got to accept that. I remember after they lost in the bubble, Lawrence Frank said, you got to accept those failures and look yourself in the mirror and call it what it is. That's what it was tonight. Denver was not scared of the moment. The Clippers looked shook once they faced their first bout of adversity in this game, outside of Kawhi. Zoo had a bad turnover. Zoo was okay. Yeah, 17-6. The free throw advantage in the first half was tough. I get that. But we knew it was coming. And what does that have to do with the Clippers turning it over 5 times in the second quarter and going 4 minutes, over 4 minutes, without a field goal? Yeah, Jokic did get 5 fouls. Uh-oh. I think we have the capabilities, guys, to take phone calls. Get ready. It's going to get hot. Clippers Talk After Dark. I know some of you are ready to pop off. It's going to get rough. I am upset myself, but I'm willing to listen to calls that I would normally not be so kind to. Tonight's that night. Tonight is a go off king type night. If you got something to say, tonight's the night. I will be more willing to listen tonight than any other night. Because that's how disappointing this game was. And I know you're hurting. And I know people want to lash out. And it can be cathartic. And venting is all part of this. So if you want to do it, as I'm throwing another caller on hold, hold on for me. I will get to all your damn calls. I will not leave until you guys are satisfied with the vent session that we're going to have. Because if I'm not doing a show tomorrow, I'm going to make sure at least to go all out tonight. You guys deserve it. Because this was bad. This loss in this fashion, pretty unacceptable and inexcusable. After Steve Ballmer also brings the wall, he flew out all those Clipper fans, Steve Ballmer. And they still just broke.
Goodbye, Clipper fans.
There goes Katie Newton. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Be good.
Hey, have a good off season. Go to I don't know, Disney World. I don't know.
I'm going to Disneyland.
I don't know. It's expensive, man.
I'll see you. Katie said, have a good off season. All right. We got some phone calls coming in. We're going to start with. Oh, it's that type of night. Jonathan Ing called in. I went to him apparently a fraction of a second late. Jonathan Ing from San Diego, you're up now.
Oh man, I've been trying to call for like 15 minutes.
I couldn't take a call yet. I said stay on hold.
Oh man. No, it's just because when I was waiting and like all the weird audio from like it was like a weird clip from like game audio, post game audio, and it's just, and some commercials ran. It was just like I don't know what I should do. So.
Well, you're on now, Jonathan. What do you want to say?
Yeah.
I'm throwing more people on hold. If I throw you on hold, just wait. Just wait, because I don't have the capacity to screen the phone calls and do everything. I'm a one-man band right now. But if you're patient, we will get to you. Don't worry. Jonathan, what's up?
Yeah. All right. This it was a frustrating way to go out. Like the high of Game 6, and like thought Harden had basically rewritten his playoff legacy, and was I was expecting like.
You made a mistake then if you thought one game he rewrites his playoff history.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was set up for that. Like, he was set up to have his playoff legacy rewritten, and like, just like, don't come out as a chump in Game 7. Like, yeah, he was diming up, but not taking, like, I don't even remember how many shots he ended up getting because I didn't even look at the box score.
Less than 10.
Like, yeah, that's like Paul George level of like stupidity. Like, you gotta empty the clip, and his defense was awful tonight. Like, he was literally a cone. Like, I don't understand it. And just some of the stupid turnovers we had all season, like just low IQ, dumb basketball plays we've had, like that and
you hear that, Matt Warren? Bad turnovers were a theme all season, and it came back to haunt them.
Yeah,
in a must-win game.
Yep. And
you understand now why I criticize even when they win a game? If you have 12 turnovers in a fourth quarter, this is why.
Yep.
Sorry, Jonathan.
Is a lot of the turnovers were kind of self-inflicted wounds, like that cross-court pass in trying to get out in transition that Russ picked off, and then lo and behold, he shoots a pull-up three and makes it. I'm just like, we're getting killed by Russ pull-up threes, and I'm like, and then that rebound that Zoo got, and he was gonna pass it to, I forgot who it was, but Jokic was right there and tips it, and Nuggets get it back. It's just like examples of that. And like, was it Dunn who threw an inbound pass that got picked off? It's just like stupid passes that get picked off. We can't throw an inbound, like a solid inbound pass without it getting picked off, for like as if our lives depend on it. And it's just like, it's just death by a thousand cuts. All these bad habits that we've had all season, and it's just like yeah, they're ingrained habits, and like that's not the mettle of a championship team.
No, little things turn into big things sometimes.
Yeah, and I think I was like, objectively speaking, we did overachieve. But coming into the season, even with a fully healthy Kawhi, like I never convinced myself that this team was anywhere near close to being a championship contender. I had just based on how the team had been playing, and even some of the mental mistakes. I think also roster construction. Like I didn't my expectations had been tempered. So I mean,
wait a second. You never got to a point where you're like, man, if Kawhi can just stay healthy.
No, because I think because of how flawed this team was, there's no way I thought we would be able to get to a championship. And plus, considering the title this year is basically OKC's to lose. The Thunder have been demolishing everybody, and it feels like they're a team of destiny. So I think that's kind of
Boston will have something to say about it, or Cleveland. I think both those teams can beat them.
I don't think Cleveland can, because their front court is a little too small, and I just don't think they don't have the wing defenders to be able to slow down OKC.
Cleveland's front court or back court?
Oh, I'm sorry, the backcourt. Their guard lineup. So was it Garland and Spida?
Yeah.
They're tiny. So, and I think Chet and Hartenstein are better than Mobley and Jared Allen or whoever else is the Cleveland center. So,
Jonathan,
I think that's that.
Because I trust you, I'm going to hand you the keys for a second as I run to the bathroom, and I'm going to let you vent.
Okay.
And I want you I'm going to ask you this question. Who are you most disappointed in with how this season ended? And now I'm going to run to the bathroom.
All right. Sounds good. All right, everybody in the chat. First I have to, the blame has to fall on the team's best players. Like Kawhi, he played all right, not great tonight, but he had a really awesome game in game 2. But otherwise, and he had a good game in game 6, but he just wasn't good enough. Then Harden had a great game 6, just not good enough. He had a great game 1, great game 6, okay game 4 or whatever it was. But and 3 was just when we needed him the most, they just weren't good enough. Like tonight, like Derek Jones Jr., like he was probably the team's best player in the first half, like in terms of
except
like we got
this,
up to that giant lead.
He had 7 points early, but then they played him the same way they did Chris Dunn. They played off of him. They either tied up the game or took the lead, and Coach Lou took him out for Batum. Like, it worked for a second.
Yeah.
And then they did the exact same thing against him that they have done to Chris Dunn. He started planking three-pointers that were wide open.
Yeah, I think, though, that I think Ty kind of went away from him a little too quick, because I think Dunn probably should have gotten a shorter leash, because Derek Jones Jr. played pretty solid defense tonight. Like, he was trying, and
his defense was good, but
well.
They couldn't stop them, and you're not getting buckets on the other end, so I get why we got to lean into offense. We got to try to spread the floor. There's no downside to having Nico in over DJ, in my opinion.
Well, also the other thing is too, right? Like Norm and I think Bogey had like a couple threes that were like, or just shots in general that were like rimming in and out. Like there were at least 3 or 4 shots that rimmed in and out. They were halfway through, and it's just like that's going to be the difference. And then also the live ball turnovers that we had, and also our transition defense was just abysmal tonight. Like the Nuggets were pushing the pace every single time, and they kept like there's a guy that leaked all the way to the backcourt or towards the other side, and like they just dump it off to the guy who's just there, and it's just like how are we not like getting back, communicating, picking up guys, and it's just like the level of attention to detail was just terrible, and like that's just on the players. Like I'm pretty sure the coaches had their message and the game plan come in, and it's just like I don't get how guys are just not following the game plan and not coming through, and it's just the level of attention to detail is it's a complete 180 from what happened in Game 6 when they were great. I just don't get it.
At times there was a care factor that I was wondering about with this team. And I hate saying that. There was an effort issue going on tonight. But I saw it, and I have to say, like, I don't think they came out that way. I'm saying when they faced adversity, it seemed like pretty quickly Denver was able to break them. That's disappointing.
And yep. So then the next piece of the blame goes to Ty. Like Ty's definitely not the main reason that the Clippers lost, but I think he played a decent role in the loss. And I think, and I kept saying in the chat, like Ty's, from just my observation of Ty, these last 5 years or 5-6 years, Ty tends to be a more reactive coach than he is proactive. And I think when I said after, just some of the adjustments like that, or lack of adjustments that he made sooner, I think it's just arrogance. And then the whole thing not about unleashing Nico as a starter, or like coming in to play with the starters like so late to not give Adelman a chance to adjust. That's just arrogance, and that's something that's like you can't be too cool for school for that. And it's just like when you need to play your cards when it needs to be played, because you're trying to win a series.
I think he thought here's how I'm gonna put it. I think he thought they had more of a margin for error than what they actually had in reality. I think he thought they were better to a degree that they could get away with some of the experimenting, or not going to Batum early enough, or not playing, their stars heavy minutes in Game 1, because he just thought they were that much better maybe than Denver. Maybe. I don't want to say he underestimated them or anything like that, but I don't know how else to interpret it.
To me, that's just arrogance. Like you gotta go out and be proactive and force the Nuggets to adjust. Like you can't always like try to hold back some cards and try to I know Ty likes to use sample sizes and stuff, but like you can't be doing that in the playoffs and messing around too much. And that's where I think as a coach he probably needs to improve on. And it's just you know what will work, and just try to force the Nuggets to adjust instead of seeing what they do and then trying to figure out the adjustment, because that's not always a recipe for success. And like, I know we didn't get down 0-2, but we had a 2-1 lead, and we kind of let go of the rope on certain games. Like we were down by a ton in game 4 and then almost came back. Like, to me, that we didn't deserve to win that game, and we lost on, as of course for the Clippers. Like, Clippers always lose on some weird fluky stuff like that. Even going back to, what was it, 2014, the Matt Barnes strip on Reggie Jackson that basically introduced the Caucus replay center. It's just of all the fluky things that could happen. Like, it always happens to the Clippers, and like the basketball gods hate us for some reason. So, all
right, Jonathan.
Yeah.
All right. Finish up here, because there are a lot of phone calls, and I don't want to be here all night.
Yeah,
but you're making some good points.
Yeah. Zoo wasn't good enough. Like, he got fouled. Like the roughing was, it was weird. Like, in the first quarter, they let everything go on both ends, and then they started calling everything second quarter on, and it was so weird. Like, I literally don't get it. And then it's just, Zoo had bad body language. She wasn't getting fouls called, and he was just moping around. That's on him. And then like that and Norm was awful on everywhere tonight. And like he had those really bad dribbling off the foot, and then also like he's just sometimes he makes some of the dumbest plays. Like, we almost game 6, like the fourth quarter was abysmal because it got uncomfortably close because he decided to drive into the paint and get blocked twice, which ignited transition for the Nuggets. So it's just like those kinds of stuff. That's just low IQ stuff that you can't do. And he has a championship, but he should be better than that. So, but yeah, that's my piece. And if any coaching changes happen, I don't think Ty's gonna get fired. But if anything happens, I'd vote for Taylor Jenkins as a coach. So, but that's just me. So, thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. I'll follow on the chat on the YouTube.
All right, Jonathan. Appreciate the phone call, because he is the subject at hand right now. I know there's 4 people on hold. I will get to all of you. You will get your say just like Jonathan did. But I do want to hear from Coach Lou postgame.
Ty, what did you tell the guys after tonight's game? Did you guys talk about the whole season or just about tonight's game?
I just brought it in.
This audio is dog shit. Why can't I get better audio? Why is there a fan on in the background? I need to hear from Coach Lou postgame. Let me see if I can find something better. How is...
What did you tell the guys tonight's game? Did you guys talk about the whole season or just about tonight's game?
I just brought it in, and I talked to guys individually. A tough loss, and like I said, not playing our best game in a situation like this, and a lot of emotions. And so just told the guys bring it in, one last hug, and we'll talk tomorrow. But they came out. I thought we came out with a decent mindset. They went to that zone and kind of made us stacking offensively because of the way we were attacking them. And then I thought, when they went to that zone, just kind of slowed us down offensively. And then defensively, we didn't really, get into them, get closer to the guys and have that pressure. And so they were able to pick us apart.
But can you evaluate the season for you guys? Starting back from September up
That's a long time ago. But I think, starting training camp, not having Kawhi and the uncertainty of when he'll be back. I thought James did a great job of leading his group. And then,
to start the season, the kind of season that Norm had, the career season that he had, the career season that Zoo had, and James being able to hold this team together until we got Kawhi back and getting Kawhi back to where he was in, rare form of who he is. And so once he got back and, got to playing like himself, I thought we really put together a strong run. Winning 18 out of 21 to get to this position, I thought was really good. But I just thought, like you said, all year long, just, sticking together, staying together until we got to this point. And like I said, I'm proud of the guys and everybody in the locker room for what we was able to, accomplish as far as, staying together, winning 50 games. And, you hate to see them go out like this, in the Game 7. So that's very disappointing.
So you guys, they're disappointed. They're down about it. Not playing your best game, as Coach Lou mentioned, at this point. It's an awful way to end the season, guys.
In the Game 7. So that's very disappointing.
So you guys exceeded a lot of the external expectations this season, but it always felt like all year long, internally, you guys had a lot bigger goals for yourself than what the outside expectations may have been. How do you kind of emotionally just take that all in at this point, knowing that you guys did exceed a lot of expectations, but at the same time didn't go nearly as far as you?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because, like I said, when you lose the last game and you get eliminated, it's tough to think about all that. But like I said, for the guys, for everybody in that locker room who contributed and in any way they did, I think it's huge. I think coming out supposed to win 35 games and, we win 50 games and, get to the 5th seed and play against a really good team, and so we had opportunities. And then tonight, it was just a tough loss for us. So I think everybody's thinking about that right now because everybody in the locker room, from coaches to players, are great competitors.
Okay, I'll tell you what I don't want to hear tonight. This is definitely what I don't want to hear. They need a 2024 Paul George in this series. Get out of here. I saw 2024 Paul George last year in a series. I'm not doing this tonight.
So, what do you know you haven't talked to them yet, but you do plan on talking to James and Kawhi in particular. Like those guys made it to this game healthy. They're at the stage of the career that they're in. What do you plan on kind of telling them to encourage them, but also, something that gives all of you a part that you could do this again this year?
Yeah, I mean, just encouraging. I think, James having to carry such a heavy load, with Kawhi missing, I think, 45 games, and just having to carry that load, all season long. He did a great job with that. And I think Kawhi, like I said, coming back, being Kawhi and having the confidence in his knee that he can play more minutes, he can get through these games. And those two together for a whole season, I think would be tremendous, And so, you have your best player missing 45, 40, 47 games. It's kind of hard to really gel the way we wanted to. But I thought they did a good job of just, sticking with it. And whatever we needed to do to win that night, they did it.
How tough is it just to rationalize the way that things are equal level to 14 or whatever it is?
16.
Jamal and start. How do you make sense of just what happened when you guys did that?
Okay, I think this is a question about, Jamal and Nikola Jokic had 15 points at the half. How did you hold them down and you still get blown out like this?
I thought we didn't do a good job transition defense. We allowed them to get out in transition. The steals they did have, they were pick sixes, they were dunks and layups. And then, when they found that offensive rhythm, it was hard to stop them. And, they run good stuff. I thought DA did a great job of just putting guys in position to be successful. And like I said, they picked us apart. I thought, and everybody got involved. And so, when you play against a good team like that and you try to take the best player in the world out, it opens up everything for everybody else, and they did a good job with that.
Back here. I'm sorry. Kawhi's talked all year that he wants to get to the offseason healthy. That's what his big plan was. He is now getting to the offseason healthy. What do you think that could do for him mentally, and what do you think it could do for you guys going into next season, knowing you're going to have him from the very beginning of that season?
I think it does a lot for him mentally. Just the challenges along the way to get to this point for him. Very pleased and excited for that. It was just the hard work every day it took to get to this point. But to start a training camp, with him healthy, I think will be great for us. I think putting guys in their positions where they can be successful, not having to do too much, and having your best player to start the season, I think is very encouraging.
Coach, what will be your biggest takeaway from this season, and what does your offseason look like for you?
I haven't thought about the off season. To be honest, I thought about OKC. That's what I was thinking, but it didn't work out that way, and so.
I was thinking about OKC.
I haven't thought about the off season. To be honest, I thought about OKC. That's what I was thinking, but it didn't work out that way, and so. I don't know. It's frustrating losing, but I'm not frustrated with the guys in the locker room. If that makes sense. Just a loss. I'm alone. Just makes me mad, but I'm very, like I said, very happy with those guys brought all year long, and next year we'll see.
You can say Coach Lou made this move and he should have done this instead and all these things, but don't tell me he doesn't care. He's a competitor. I've never would question that with Coach Lou.
I spoke about the players you guys in the locker room. What are your kind of emotions right now? How are you getting everything that's come?
How am I dealing with it?
You talked about the guys in the locker room, Dan. But what about you? Like, what are your emotions through this?
I feel the same way. Whether you overachieve or not, like when you lose, in the playoffs, it's tough, and so, I feel bad. Like I said, our players feel bad, and like I said, it's all you're thinking about is this game. Like I said, you're not thinking about the season. You're just thinking about, things you could have done better. We got to this point, and it's frustrating to go out like this. And so, if you want, like how I feel, I'm pissed off.
I got to these games.
He said he's pissed off.
You could have done better. We got to this point, and it's frustrating to go out like this. And so, if you want, like how I feel, I'm pissed off.
I got to these games aren't lost on one or two plays, but you look at the first 4 games from guys cooking up 3-1 meeting this season. Just those like the dunk or maybe an extra shot here. That kind of like is that the kind of thing that makes you think plays up in the offseason? Does that like make it even more frustrating?
Yeah, like I said, the dunk. I think being up here in game 1, being up 1 with the ball with 37 seconds, turn the ball over, things like that. But, it's a lot of what ifs, so that's over, that's in the past. And we just know going forward, like the things we got to get better with and just go from there.
Good. Thanks. So there is some stuff eating at him with how this series went. And that's the thing, guys. I said heading into this series, you could lose this series and Jokic is the best player in the world and you just tip your cap and there's no shame in losing to Denver. But I told you after game 4 that the way they're losing, I don't feel like that anymore. It's starting to feel like this one got away from them. It's starting to feel like they lost it more than Denver won it. Now, in the end, Denver blew them out in game 7, so I don't know if you can say that anymore. But this might have been more about the Clippers in some ways and what they didn't do. What they didn't do right. But Denver made more of the plays. There was a way to lose this series and still feel like, hey, it was all gravy. It was all bonus anyways. It was a successful season. You lost to the best player in the world. I'm not coming out of this series and feeling like that now. I'm feeling like this was one that got away from them. That they didn't play to their potential. That they didn't maximize their talent in this series. That the Clippers were the better team. That's how I'm feeling. And they let this one get away. 877-520-1150. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on Clipper Stock with Adam Osland.
Good for Chris.
You called in earlier, right, Chris?
Yes, I did. You only gave me 30 seconds because there were so many callers taking up a lot of time. But, just to, one thing that, I think about a lot is, sure, we don't have any championships yet, in our organization. But before the Clippers acquired Chris Paul in 2011-2012 season, how many times were they in the playoffs? Maybe 4 or 5 times?
I don't even think that many.
Yeah. And ever since we acquired Chris Paul, we've missed the playoffs only 2 times. during those years.
They've had 14 straight winning seasons now, but
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, they haven't gotten to the top of the mountain. But it is good perspective. I always
Mm-hmm.
say it's almost like they're an expansion team because they only got a real owner, a great one,
Mm-hmm.
who wants to win in 2014. So I look at them as a new franchise in some ways since Ballmer took over. And if you look at it from that perspective, they have been very successful. They just haven't won it all yet.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we really had a shot to beat the Phoenix Suns. What was it, 2022?
2021.
Yes, and just a couple of plays, in the game, a couple of games that we lost, could have gone our way, but, it just didn't happen during that time. And we didn't. We had lost Kawhi against Utah in the series before that.
Chris, you got anything to say about tonight's game?
About tonight's game, I mean, looked really good in that first quarter. I liked the way we were playing. I mentioned about the Memphis series we won in 2012, and then when I saw Denver miss their first 3 shots, I thought, is it going to be deja vu? But of course, it didn't happen. And in the second quarter, when the Clippers were taking 3-pointers and they were missing them, it's like, stop. I was saying, no more threes. It's like, you start trying to, make some 2-pointers, and just, put points on the board that way.
Yeah. Not to be, sadly.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Chris?
Yeah, and then another thing, so I started off by saying that, of course we don't have any championships right now, but Clipper Nation, please believe in this team. Ralph Lawler said when he retired that he felt that this team had 2 championships in them, and the person I can look at is how about when Mark Cuban bought the Dallas Mavericks? How many years did it take him to win that first championship?
I think he bought them in 99, and they won in
2011.
2011. They went through some
2011?
heartbreak
Yeah.
in 2006, being up 2-0 in the finals
Yeah.
and blowing that series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But, they have that one championship in their history now.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard for
trying to get to.
Sports fans. Yeah. Or on another sport, how many of us have become Detroit Lions fans in the last 3 years?
All right, Chris. Well, appreciate you calling in, man.
Okay, so hopefully I'll be be able to talk again sometime during the off season.
We'll do some off season shows for sure on Clippers Talk.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Be good, Chris. Clippers Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, peace, Autumn. This is Marco. Detroit.
Marco, you called earlier from Detroit. Yeah, you were the last call on the Patriot. But if you want to talk some more, vent some more, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry, man. I just got to vent. This has been a failure. I know we were so fucking happy. I mean, excuse me for the language. We were so happy 2019, but it's been a nightmare, man. I'm sorry. We thought PG was the problem. He probably was. But at some point, when do we hold Claw accountable? 2019 was a long time ago, man. And Toronto was an outlier. And not to take away from them, but that was a ready-made team that he went to. The load management worked for them. It's not working for us. It's only so
I don't
many
think
years.
it's load management. It's called being injured.
Yeah, but still, man, he was injured with them.
He didn't tear his ACL with them. He didn't do his meniscus with them. He didn't have knee swelling like he did last season with them. It's just a totally different situation.
Yeah, but at some point, when does that laid-back attitude become a problem?
I don't think Kawhi was playing hard tonight. I watched. Down 20, Kawhi was still playing hard and competing. I'm not worried about Kawhi in this game, to be honest. He's the least of my worries.
Adam, we got to move on. We got to. I know we gave up everything, but man, We got to reset it. Ballmer has to do a reset.
How do they do a reset? What does that mean?
Somebody will take Kawhi's contract. Harden, if somebody will take Harden's contract as well.
Harden has an opt out.
Well.
Harden has an opt out. He's a player option for next season. So let's at least start with what's actually possible.
Man. So we have to go through.
What do you think they can get for Kawhi?
You can get at least maybe one first-round pick.
One first-round pick?
Somebody will do it.
I think one is possible.
And maybe a young player, like you said earlier.
Is that good enough?
No, we're not good enough now.
I know, but remember, the grass is always greener. It's like the same people that always say the Clippers don't draft well are like, we need to get draft picks now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they always say that, but man, like I told you, man, I've been rooting for this team before Kawhi and PG.
Yeah,
I've been rooting for this team since Darius Miles. So I'm used to lose. I'm used to, but we had expectations for the first time. Prior to that, even when we had CP3, I didn't really believe that we could do anything. But I kind of believed with PG and Kawhi. And this year I was kind of optimistic. I wasn't too sold on Harden, but I felt like, hey, like everybody else, if we can get a healthy Kawhi, we can the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Because we know how great he is. I'm not taking away from his greatness.
I know.
The man is an all-time great small forward.
It has been a frustrating and disappointing era. You expected to win. A lot of people expected to win multiple championships once when they brought in Kawhi and Paul George. And now 6 years later, they haven't won one.
I just wanted one. I would have been happy with a finals appearance. Hell, I mean, we ain't like our big brothers. Hell, I'll just give me a finals appearance. And let the chips fall where they may. Even tonight, I was kind of iffy because I know Denver's been whooping our butts for years. So I was kind of iffy. And then, Jokic has been killing us since forever, whatever. If we lose to them, who cares? Go out on your sword. These people, they had no fight in them. No kind of fight. No attention to detail. Just low IQ basketball. They just gave up. They punched us in the mouth and we fell.
I agree with that part. I do.
Man, just play hard.
Well, I thought they played hard at first. Eventually, it didn't matter. And the Denver Nuggets were hitting shots, and the Clippers, look, they had 2 4-minute stretches where they couldn't get a field goal. 2 in a game 7.
And it's just like, man, where do we go from here? Are we going to just be stuck in purgatory?
Well,
until this year is over?
I think they got $70 million summer of 2026 to play with right now.
Oh, man.
Next year, maybe a transitional year, maybe a gap year. But we'll see. I don't know. I think we'll hear from the Clippers and Lawrence Frank at some point over the next week or so with exit interviews.
I'm sorry, man. Lawrence Frank, I don't think he's I wouldn't even speak on Lawrence Frank. There's no point, but I'm just frustrated, man.
I get it, Marco. It's a night to be frustrated. It's a night to vent, let it out. I'm there with you. I'm upset. Yeah, I totally understand. So you called in again for a reason. I hope this can be therapeutic at some point.
Until this era is over, man, and the nightmare ends, and we can just start over.
All right, Marco. I appreciate the phone call. Be good.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Kawhi Leonard postgame. And then back to your phone calls. I got 4 people on hold. Hold on.
How do you evaluate a night like tonight? Is that happy in the series? These games are close, and then tonight happens. It unfolds.
I think we could have gave a better effort for sure. At the
I don't like hearing that. We could have gave a better effort.
Give a better effort for sure. At the time, I don't think this team was 30 points better than this. I mean, we've seen it throughout the first 6 games of the series. But you got to give them credit. They came out and fought, ran hard in transition, got easy points, and they made shots.
You also mentioned throughout the season that your goal was to get to the offseason. You've done that. Mentally, what does that do for you going, not just in the offseason, but in the next season?
Be able to, start a training camp and be able to start the season, which would be great. But right now, the loss is still on my mind, and but like you said, I am happy that I am healthy coming out the game, but wish we had a better outcome.
Kawhi is happy that he ended the season healthy, can start training camp healthy and all that, but he's upset with the loss.
What do you ask most? What's the significance for you and this team of winning 50 games this season?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we just did a good job during the season. I guess you guys said a lot of people counted us out, but we were able to get here. But that's never the goal. So just getting here.
Kawhi wants to win. Just getting here is not enough.
Just getting here.
Well, 2 things. They're not related, so I apologize again. But with you and James being at the point of your careers that y'all are at, what gives you any level of encouragement that you can build off of what this team is showing and what you both have shown individually?
With the age you and James Harden are at, place you are in your career, what gives you any encouragement that you can build off of?
I don't know right now. I guess we still playing at a high level in a sense. It's a hard question to answer right now.
We're not going to get you for the game, so Greg Popovich stepped down as Spurs head coach. It's going to be an organization, but obviously, Chief, I think the last time you were in San Antonio, Greg was in San Antonio, he got a loudspeaker and vouched for you and everything. What does it mean to you at this point where, Greg's not going to be at that spot to do something like that anymore, just head coach of Spurs anymore?
Law Murray asked him about Greg Popovich retiring.
He had a phenomenal career. He coached till pretty much he couldn't, in a sense. So it shows how much dedication he had to the game, how much he loved the game, and how much he gave to the game. And, I appreciate everything he's done for me. Coming into the league, he helped build my foundation and showed me how to win. So I want to congratulate him on his career, but also just stay healthy.
Thank you. I don't know the next time we're going to hear from Kawhi Leonard. Media day. There he was post-game. Coming up, we'll hear from Russell Westbrook. We'll hear from the winning locker room. But back to your phone calls, 877-520-1150. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on Clipper Stock. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, this is Zachary from Santa Monica. Tried to call before, but my phone died, kind of apropos to the Clipper season, I guess.
Ooh, what's up, Zachary?
Well, I want to start off by saying, it's a disappointing, upsetting night. Everyone's down, of course, but it is. I can't say all negative stuff without saying that it's true. The team wasn't even really expected to be here initially. I didn't expect them to do as well as they did, so they proved me wrong, and I'm glad they did. But one thing I do, in the negative side, I am tired of Kawhi getting like godlike status when yeah, he had a, consistent series. He had an amazing game too, but I just, one amazing game every so often is not, superstar-esque. I mean, he is considered a superstar. I don't think he lived up to that level, is what I'm saying, for most of the series. And I just think that,
let me just push back for a second. I think you could say the same thing about Jokic in this series.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So where are all the superstars? I guess they're both frauds.
No, I'm not calling him a fraud.
I know. But I'm saying, like, did he not do his part?
Well, what I was going to say is I think Jokic, he didn't show up for most of the series either. And I think his supporting players actually did show up, and they, carried the Clippers. That didn't happen, unfortunately. I mean, I'm not, by no means am I blaming Kawhi only. I just think, at some point, and I think other callers have sort of said this too, at some point, he has to get some blame for, not being the guy that the Clippers certainly thought they were signing back in 2019 for, many of these years now. I mean,
well, the main reason he hasn't been that guy has nothing to do with his on the court play or lack thereof, or not being a superstar. It's had to do with health.
Yeah, sure. That's, been the reason for many of the other years. But this year, I mean, is that really, are we going to say that's still the case now, at least for this season? I just think, he had every opportunity to, at least get through this series. And I just didn't. I mean, I think you kind of said he got outplayed by some of the Denver, lesser players. Like, I feel like you could even argue like Russell freaking Westbrook had like a bigger impact on some of these games.
I'm not saying that. That's crazy. Kawhi Leonard entered this game averaging the most points out of anyone in the series, and he did so efficiently. So I think Kawhi was pretty darn good. He wasn't perfect, but I think he's also the least of your worries in this series.
Well, there's definitely other people that, I wish had stepped up a lot more and didn't play well. I'm not saying he's the main guy. I guess he, commands a higher level of expectations because of who he is. And I don't think those expectations.
And I'm saying if you are the guy averaging the most points in the series heading into this game efficiently, I think that's somewhat living up to those expectations, right?
Well, I guess, do you think if, like, I don't know, a player like Kobe or, some other, bona fide superstar, if he like only scored if he had like a series where he only scored about like 20 points per game for most of the game, do you think, especially in game 7, do you think?
Here's the problem. That's not what Kawhi did. He averaged 26 heading into this game. He was averaging an efficient 26, a very efficient 26. So like, let's start with what actually happened, and then say if you want to still criticize him, okay. But he wasn't averaging just 20 points.
Okay, I mean, so mid-20s then. I guess my point is
he was averaging more points than any other player in this series. Let's start there.
Okay.
If you think he should have done more after that, fine. But I'm just saying, let's not act like he was miserable or something, or he wasn't right there at that superstar level throughout a lot of this series. He was.
I guess I just don't feel like he lived up to 2018 Toronto or 2019 Toronto levels. And so I thought that's what the Clippers were signing up for. Yeah, it's been 6 years, so he's older and coming off injuries. But I guess I just wanted to see something that was reminiscent of that, if, to feel like we really got, the guy that the Clippers we were told we were getting. And especially when, I don't want to rub salt in the wound, but with Shea giving him up, and it just kind of feels like he didn't get the.
Anything else you want to talk about, Zachary?
Well, yeah, I don't want to go too much onto that. I think it also, the last point I'll make on that is, I think someone mentioned that he's pretty he's a calm dude, and I just think sometimes that does hurt the team when you're superstar. doesn't exactly, hype up his teammates. I think, we mentioned game 4, how they were flat. And, this has been a problem with the Clippers for years, where they just come out flat in some games that's inexcusable. And I guess I don't think that helps either. But, that being said, yeah, everybody, nobody was really good enough tonight. I mean, Norm should have been better. Harden obviously should have been better. I don't even think Zoo, I think he could have been better. So, it is just a disappointing all around loss. I'm not sure where the team goes from here because, it doesn't seem like they have a lot of ways to really significantly improve. But then again, I didn't think they were going to be that good this year. So, I guess it'll be interesting. I'll, try to have open expectations, but I hope they can, continue to at least compete.
Yeah, I think what we're all trying to balance right now with the season coming to this abrupt end is, can it still be a successful season if you end in this disappointing way? And I think over time we'll be able to say that, yeah, they won 50 games. What the Clippers did this season is they overachieved and they made us believe and they let us dream a little bit that they could really make a run. And that's, I mean, outside of not of winning it all, that is a lot of the stuff that you're looking for. Of course, you want to win it all, but it is about the entertainment side of it. And 82 games is a long time, and there were a lot of highs and way more ups than downs this season. And unfortunately, it was a big downer at the very end of it. But I don't want that to color the entire year in this negative light. I know it's going to be like that right now, but they made us believe. And unfortunately, they didn't live up to the new expectations they set for themselves in this playoff series with how much they overachieved this year.
Right. Yeah. No, I think after time, people will remember that. And, I remember that now. So I'm not, for a lot of reasons, I'm not like as down as some people, but obviously it is disappointing. I wanted them certainly to win this series, and I was at least hopefully go far, and that didn't happen. So, we'll see what the future holds. I'll end with saying, I've said it before, but, disagreements or not, sometimes you're definitely a light in our darkness, and we appreciate you for doing everything you do. So thank you, Adam. And I love hearing you when you're on cover for Rogan and Rodney. And so I hope you have a bright future, on the radio.
Me too, because I need an off-season job now. Zachary, thank you for the phone call. I appreciate the love, my friend.
Thank you for defending us against that hater Vasse too. I appreciate
it. Thank you, Zachary. Appreciate you. 877-520-1150. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on Clipper Stock.
Just Amir from San Diego.
Hi, Amir. What do you want to
say? It's tough, man. Just sitting here thinking, like you've been talking about it the last couple of minutes. Where do we go from here? I've followed this team since the Danny Manning era, and I've seen it all. I've my heart's broken many times, like a lot of the other good Clipper fans out there that I hear and chat with. But this one is tough. I think we need to have some realization and have some decisions in the organization to move away from some of the players, and I honestly don't know, and wanted to get more of your thoughts. Where do you think we should head going forward? But this is tough.
I think my initial reaction, Amir, and I appreciate the phone call, is if you can balance winning with building and getting a youth movement going, that's best case scenario. If you can compete while also developing guys, that's where you want to be. That's a hard needle to thread. But the Clippers, unfortunately, they didn't end up developing anyone significantly this season. At the start of the season, it was all about Jordan Miller. Remember that? I was all in. Unfortunately, Jordan Miller went through some sophomore, not rookie, hurdles. Like this is a different league, the NBA, than the G League. And he knows that. And now he's got to make the adjustments. So I wouldn't mind seeing a team that's competitive that also has more youthful energy and more young guys that can show us, a future with this team. If it is going to be a bridge year next year, if they're not going to be able to go out and get Trae Young or Giannis or KD or any of these guys that are out there that might be total long shots. Yeah, it's too early. It's too early. Honestly, I hate even thinking about it. 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150 is the phone number. You're on Clipper Stock with Adam Moslin. What's up? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
You're up, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what do you want to say? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's RE from LA. I think crazy game tonight. It was just one of those we kind of just let slip away. Like looking forward, I think it's just time to really look for your next perimeter offensive threat. Like honestly, whether it be through a trade, draft, like I feel like it's just the time to start that new era of Clippers basketball. To be real.
Who's that player? What's realistic?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you kind of got to start looking towards the draft. Like, I feel like it's a young guy league at this point. Like, I don't even have a name for you. Like, LaMelo Ball's interesting, but I'm not sure if they have the assets at the moment to try to do something like that. But
they don't. I mean, maybe, but I don't know why Charlotte. Yeah, I don't think they have enough.
All right, I just think it's just time to start. I don't think we need another year of trying James Harden and Kawhi Leonard. I don't think it's just good enough to get to the ultimate goal of winning a championship. I think Ballmer's great. I think Lawrence Frank did great this year, bringing Chris Dunn and Derrick Jones in for the defensive identity. But I think it's just time. Like, we need better perimeter stars at this point. Like, Kawhi just coming back is good. I guess we can try another year of it. But I think I think we could be a year early rather than a year too late, if you get what I'm saying.
No, I hear that. I do. I think a lot of people have said that in the last 2 years. Get out a year early rather than be stuck a year or two too late. But the truth is they're going to have $70 million the summer of 2026. 2027, they might have 120 million, depending on what happens. But they do have a bright future when it comes to cap room. They are positioning themselves well. You look at the roster and when contracts are up, they are looking to reload in the near future. Just might not be this summer.
And I do understand that. It's just so crazy how I felt like even with Kawhi, like only playing the 36, 37 games he played this season. I still think James is I still feel like James Harden can take advantage of the regular season so much. Like, he's going to catapult you into a position to where your upside is amazing in the playoffs. But I feel like at this point, I'm a James Harden fan. I always have been, just being from LA and everything. But I just know he always shows himself at certain moments. Like when the anticipation gets higher, his play goes lower. And it's kind of I was hoping this year was his chance to rewrite it all. And I'm not saying just a game to rewrite it all. I felt like even this series, he wasn't his best, but I feel like he was still a little more maintained and together at a point. I feel like the 20 average was okay, but I just don't think we need another year of trying to put him in a big game or situation and expect him to make plays, especially on the road. And I worried before the game had even started, if James is going to be how, Game 6 was great for him. And I was yeah, we were up. We only ended up winning by 6, but like I think I just had so much doubt coming into this game. Like, is he gonna just pull this off? Like, he hasn't before, and it's only the first round. I feel like this was a great test for us, but it was just, we got the short end of coming up tonight, and Nikola Jokic is just Nikola Jokic. You got to just, whatever he does, it's going to happen regardless of what kind of look you have on. I feel like we guarded him well. Zubac is probably the best Jokic defender in the NBA, like realistically, one-on-one especially. I feel like we have a solid anchor with him, but like I just feel like Kawhi and James are just not going to get us there, and I feel like we have to get away from this. Like you said, we might have a year in of just trying something to figure it out, but I feel like our time is now. Like with us, just just showing small gestures to the team community by just even flying them out today for Game 7 was just like a morale boost for what we're trying to do in the future. And I just feel like we need to start on that now. Like we all see like, yeah, these guys are great, but like there's just kind of levels to this. And I feel like Denver's not even on the level of Boston, of a OKC this season, of a Cavaliers this season. And we just got rammed in a Game 7. Yeah, it was a tight series, but I feel like we're not even close. If we're losing by 30 in Game 7s against a team, like, yeah, they're good because, they have a Jokic. He's an all-time, probably the greatest offensive player to play basketball, in my opinion. But I don't know. I just don't think we're close, and I feel like we need to capitalize on it as soon as possible.
What was your name again?
R.E.
R.E. Good phone call. Smart phone call. You've called him before, right?
Man, that's the first time, man.
Oh, really?
Luckily, I just found your channel. I'm definitely about to subscribe and anything. I didn't know you're doing lives all the time. I have to definitely tune back in. You kind of just got to talk to some solid people about this certain stuff. A lot of casuals when it comes to it, but I feel like it's the bigger message with it all. But appreciate you, man, and the work you do. I'm definitely gonna tune in some more.
You're a killer, man. I need you calling in more. Appreciate you.
Right. Yeah, definitely top, man. Appreciate you.
Be good. Welcome to Clipper Stock. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Roger.
Roger, what's up? What do you want to say?
Well, I just feel bad for you because you're so upset. And I think the future is actually a lot brighter than people think it is.
I sound that upset?
Oh, you just seem hurt,
Well, the season's over, Roger.
Really
is it not appropriate to feel hurt that the Clippers season's over?
Well, of course it is. But objectively speaking, we exceeded expectations. We've heard all those cliches. We did.
They did in the regular season. They didn't in this playoff series to me. I think there was a way to win this series. There was a path to victory in this series, and they didn't get it done.
Well, don't you feel like we kind of needed to pounce on them and we failed in Game 4? That's where a lot of us are stuck. And I think
Roger, is this your first time listening? Because I've been talking about it. I talked about it after Game 1. I've been talking about sense of urgency.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm with you.
Well, anyway, I just, I love your show. I love what you do. You seem more bummed than I'd like you to be. Because I think this was a pretty successful season.
Pick me up, Roger.
Pretty bright,
No,
what was that?
Look, I'm taking a lot of calls from people who are extremely frustrated, and I'm glad you're kind of giving the other side of it. Maybe that's affected me. I'm legitimately upset because, I think this was a series that got away from them, and I think that's okay to acknowledge that and be down. It's raw. It's fresh.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not criticizing. I just kind of want to give you a lift.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm just kind of come from that place because I think even if we left the team the way it is, I think that we'll be decent next year, and we got some pieces to move around. And Kawhi will be healthy, and I think Zoo's an emerging All-NBA player. So a lot of people are like, it's just over. I don't think so. I think it'll be a nice transition year, and we will get to the summer of 2026 in a pretty decent way. So I'm just trying to bring a little bit of positivity.
No, I like it. Roger, I'll add to it. If they had Kawhi, let's say if they get Kawhi for 60 games next season, they were on a win pace with Kawhi this year, where they could win well over 55 games if he played 60. Like that's how good they were with Kawhi when he came back.
Yep.
So
and I thank you for defending him in this series because he was pretty good, and I'm glad you defended him.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to defend. He was their best player in the series. Could he have been better? Yes. I also think that's just so far from the reason they lost the series.
I totally agree. Well, I don't want to waste your time. I just kind of wanted to breathe a little positivity into you because, a lot of negativity. And
you're right.
I think we had a great season, man.
Roger, I appreciate you. You did put a little wind in my sails. We'll see how long it lasts here when I go to the next caller, but I thank you for calling in, Roger.
All right. Much love.
Be good. Welcome to Clipper Stock. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's up, Adam? It's Free TV.
Wow. No way. No way it's Free TV calling in. No way. The guy who has donated all this money to me in super chats so he can get off his hate chat or comments about Coach Lou. This is really Free TV?
Yes, this is really me.
Well, I said people could call an event. What do you want to say?
So, like I said, and been saying in the chat for a long time, I just, the way I feel about Ty and this team, and the reason why I'm always going after him is because I feel like I think another call referenced it, not just this series, but, a lot of regular season games over the years. And, we can't obviously win every regular season game, and we're not going to come out with energy every regular season game. So I'm not saying that. But it just seems like the team comes out flat too often. And I really do feel like that starts with the coach. I'll be honest, the second we hired Ty, I was against it because he was Doc Rivers' assistant, because he was not only Doc Rivers, because it's one thing to be an assistant. Like, for example, Brian Shaw is Ty Lue's assistant, but Brian Shaw wasn't brought up in coaching by Ty. Like, he's been an assistant on other teams, and he's even been a head coach before he started working for Ty. But Ty, he got his start in coaching from Doc Rivers. And Doc Rivers famously said after he got fired, the year after he got fired and went to Philly, not much is going to change. He's going to do the same thing. And I'm paraphrasing, obviously you can Google the exact quote, but we all know that what Doc said. And it was basically nothing's going to change.
Did he say Kawhi was going to tear his ACL the next year when the Clippers were on their way to winning the championship? Did he say that? Did he predict that too? Or I'm just wondering because
no, he didn't. He didn't. And obviously the years that Kawhi got injured, that's different, even though I still feel like those years, Ty was still doing things that is why I'm against him. For example, the year that Kawhi, eventually got hurt, but we went to the Western Conference Finals, but we went down 2-0 multiple times, and we were the first team to come back from 2-0. Multiple times, and the only team to come back from 0-2 multiple times in a playoff run in NBA history.
Yeah.
But my problem is us going down 2-0 in the first place, because there were adjustments that to me were obvious to be made that Ty took too long to make. For example, and I know you're a fan of Zoo, and I am too, especially what he's become this year. But I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about in the past. What Zoo was in the past. The series that against the Mavericks, it was very blatant and obvious from game one that Luka was targeting Zoo. Like, he was literally spamming that the whole time. And it was just creating so many open shots. And that's why they were shooting literally historic from three, that series from the 3-point line, because Luka was targeting Zoo over and over and over, collapsing our defense and creating a bunch of wide open 3-point looks to the point where the Mavericks were shooting at historic levels.
Let me say something though about that, Free TV. Guys don't shoot 60% on wide open threes. like the Mavericks were shooting the first couple of games of that series. That was complete outlier shooting, even when you account for if those guys are open.
I hear you, but still,
that was
leaving them wide
insane.
True, but leaving them wide open isn't helping when the defense is collapsing and when Luka is getting all these opportunities to basically have free reign because he was so easy it was so easy to target Zoo. And Ty ended up proving that theory correct because it took until we were literally down 20 at halftime of Game 3 and on the verge of going down.
No, they weren't down 20 at the half. They were down 19 in the first quarter, and then they turned it around.
Okay. And you get what I'm saying. And
I get what you're saying. I think everybody hates their head coach in the NBA. Let's just start with that. Heat fans complain about detailed stuff with Eric Spoelstra that we don't know about on the outside. Warriors fans certainly complain about Steve Kerr all the time. They want Kuminga playing tomorrow. It's either, are you willing to live with some blind spots or some things that your head coach doesn't do that you would like him to do or not? Everybody can complain about Coach Lue. I've criticized him in this series. I criticized Game 1 right afterwards. I criticized Game 4. And I criticized, I don't know how many things, more than I ever have in a playoff series with Coach Lue, to be honest. But what's the solution? Who's better? Because I guarantee whatever guy you want in is also going to have some flaws, and you're going to be like, he always does this all. Like, what are you willing to put up with, I guess? What are you willing to live with?
And you know what, Adam, I hear you. You're right. You're right about every fan base pretty much criticizes their coach. So I agree. I agree with that. But at the same time, that doesn't make every coach, I don't know, we're invulnerable or absolved of all flaws.
I'm not saying that.
That doesn't mean that.
I'm honestly asking, like, okay, so what's the solution? If you go away from Coach Lue, who just signed that contract extension, I don't think he's going anywhere. But if you were, who's better? Who's net positive better than Coach Lue? You take all his good stuff and his bad stuff. I still think Coach Lue, he's a top 5 coach in the game. So who are you getting that's better?
Adam, and this is where you and I butt heads because I feel like no matter who I say, you're going to say, well, no, he's not better. So, because I have a name, but then you're going to say, well, he's not better, or he's going to be.
I haven't made up my mind. Who?
Brian Shaw.
Based off what?
Our assistant. Huh?
Based off what?
Based off the fact that I feel, and I know you're going to minimize it to, it was just 4 games or he was doing Ty Lue, but I feel beyond just game plan, I feel like the team played more inspired under him. Even when you look at the Nuggets and them firing Mike Malone because his time had basically passed because he was starting to wear on his team, our messages get stale. So I feel like a change just for the fact that Ty Lue has been the coach for so long that his message has gotten stale. And I feel
here's
like
the thing, though.
Nuggets show
if it's gotten stale,
evidence of that.
If it's gotten stale, well, it's gotten stale with older players, I think, who aren't long for being here for the next era of Clippers basketball. Even if that is true, that's gotten stale, which, like, was it stale when they came back down 22 in Game 4? It's like, what does Coach Lue get credit for? What does he deservedly get criticism for? I don't. The Brian Shaw thing, to me, it's nuts over that small of a sample size when we actually have him as a head coach for a much longer sample size in Denver.
Okay, true, but here's the thing. We give Ty a lot of leeway, and I feel like other organizations have been willing to fire coaches that actually won a championship for them. Ty hasn't even won a championship for us, but we keep giving him all this leeway and all these excuses. And again, I feel like the same way I feel like he learned too much from Doc. I just feel strongly about that. I don't feel any sense of urgency from him. For example,
I don't think
watch
he's
every
playing
coach.
Montrezl Harrell in that series in the bubble against Jokic. I don't think Coach Lue would make that mistake. I don't. I think he's different in many ways.
Go ahead. But even Adam U, for example, after a lot of the losses this season, you would say we went away from Zoo.
Okay.
But one of my issues with you and why we a lot of times butt heads, and again, I know you always call me a troll, but I'm not trolling. These are my honest opinions a lot of times.
It was your honest opinion when you said Kawhi was done and we're better.
Okay,
we're
that's the
better
one
with.
thing. That's
We're
why I said
better
a lot of
without
times.
him. We're better without him.
That's the one. That's the one thing.
All right.
I'm gonna tell
I
you.
just had to get that in. You know, free TV.
No. You're right. You're justified in saying that because I actually I don't want to. Well, I don't know. You at Cleveland talk forever, but I don't want to talk too long. But I actually want to defend Kawhi against some of the people that are like blaming him solely for us losing, because I don't put it all on. Now, I do believe Kawhi has some flaws and some things that he could do better or be better at that didn't help in this situation and doesn't help with the team.
Well, back to your
overall.
Zubats point, though.
But anyway, with you always say we went away from Zoo, but what I feel like you don't go enough. What the line I feel like you're, and I'll be honest, it's just all due respect, but my honest opinion, the line that you're like afraid to cross is to hold Ty Lue accountable for that. He's the one who should be emphasizing and making sure that we play through Zoo. And when we go away from Zoo, to me, that is on Ty. And back to Brian Shaw, the few games that he was head coach, he was emphasizing how much we need to go through Zoo. He talked about how he was with Zoo even on the Lakers because he was an assistant on Lakers. I refer to his past now. He wasn't brought up under Ty Lue. And the fact that we always don't trust Zoo enough or don't go through Zoo enough, even that I feel like is on Ty to emphasize that if the guys are somehow forgetting about him on the court, it's time for Ty Lue to call a timeout, run a play for Zoo and say, hey, guys, we need to be going through Zoo. And I honestly feel like every time we went away from Zoo and it cost us a game, and you would even point it out, but I just feel like you were not willing to put that where the responsibility for that belongs, because to me, when people defend Ty, I get to the point where I'm like, well, what is the head coach for? Because if it's always on the players, then forget the head coach. Just fire the head coach, let the players draw up their own plays, like Jokic was literally doing in the Denver series, because the coach doesn't matter, because he's never at fault. He's never at blame. He's never has any accountability. It's always the players. They didn't play hard enough. So even if we won, then Ty shouldn't get any credit because, hey, remember, when we lose, it's never on Ty. So if we win, it's never on Ty. The players just play harder. So, and that's just my counter to whenever it seems like Ty is never responsible for anything that goes wrong with the team. For those that, and I'm not even saying just specifically you, I'm talking about some, other fans too that will defend Ty a lot.
I mean,
it just feels like,
I've criticized him though, and I have criticized for the Zeus stuff before. I don't go after it all the time. I don't go after a player for it either. I've called it a really bad habit with this team that, it's difficult for them to break. I think Ty is a part of that. I just don't think it's one guy. And obviously with this season with Ivica Zubac, there aren't many excuses for not going and playing through him more. Is that why they lost this series though? No. And they got to 50 wins, and they also deserve credit for, all those monster games Zoo did have. James Harden, Coach Lue, he has said plenty of times also that we need to play through him more going into a game. And then, I've said, how many times have I said they forget about him? Nowadays, everybody want to talk. They got someone to say, Miller comes out. How many times have I done that here on this show? And that's not just pointed at players. I haven't said it's not Coach Lue's fault. It's everybody else's fault when it comes to the Zoo thing. I don't think I've done that.
Okay. And I would agree with that. And, obviously, you know how I feel about Ty, so I'll leave that there. I just do want to touch on the other couple of other things real quick, I guess. So with the Kawhi stuff, like I said, the only things that I would criticize him for is two flaws. I do feel like Kawhi is not vocal enough, but that does somewhat tie into my criticisms of Ty, because I feel like when you have a superstar like Kawhi, you need a coach that's more passionate. And to me, Ty Lue also doesn't seem to reflect enough of a sense of urgency. And I get the thing of you don't want a coach that's panicking. I get that completely, or a coach that overreacts. But for example, after the Kings game late in the season, like our last game or second to last game where we won by 1 point, and Law Murray had tried to ask Ty, you know, were you concerned? Because if you remember, we were up and then we like almost blew the lead and, you know, held on at the end. And Law Murray asked Ty, like, are you concerned about the comeback? And Ty like snapped on him and was like, I'm never concerned. You can even, I'm sure, search it on YouTube, Ty Lue, I'm never concerned, and you'll find it.
Which game?
And to me, after the Kings game, the Kings regular season game, it was like the
Friday night
or second to last game of the season.
Yeah, second to last game. No, I remember what you're talking about.
Game.
I remember.
Yeah, and so Ty Lue saying I'm never concerned, that type of thing is also part of what bothers me about Ty, is that I get there's a balance. So I'm not saying this to the extreme. I get that there's a balance between staying calm, but there's also a balance between showing a sense of urgency. And Ty always saying I'm never concerned, or he seems like he tries to be too nonchalant or too chill. And I feel like that's a bad mix with a superstar like Kawhi. I feel like somebody has to be vocal. Either the head coach has to be the vocal, fiery guy, or the star player does. And it seems like both Ty and Kawhi, as head coach and star player, almost like if you want to relate it to football, like head coach quarterback relationship, both of them are too even keeled. And again, you need that balance. So it's good if one is even keeled and the other's fiery. But you also don't want both to be too overly fiery and overly emotional, because that'll drain a team also. So again, I get the balance, but I just feel like that is a bad mix, and that's another issue I have with Ty. But
let me just say this. Let me just say this. Ty is more fiery than people realize. Let me just say that. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
I think the body language expert stuff, we know who Kawhi is and the way he leads. But I have just seen so many times this team respond to Coach Lue when they look dead in the water, when you're in the chat saying season's over and they lose 6 of 7 coming out of the All-Star break. I've seen so many times that happens that I think he still has their ear. I don't think the message is worn thin. I don't.
Okay. Well, obviously we're going to agree to disagree on that, because I still feel very strongly the way I do about Ty. But even though now I've got my criticisms off about Kawhi, like I said, is I don't feel like he's vocal enough of a leader. The thing I will say in his defense, when other people are attacking him, go ahead.
That's just like that criticism's been there forever. That's what we're talking about tonight. Kawhi's not a vocal enough leader. Like Kawhi's Kawhi. We know who he is.
Yeah, and the thing is like I said, I'm fine with who Kawhi is. I'm just saying, when you mix it with the type of coach that I feel Ty is, as far as the at least the image he presents to the public, where he says, quote, I'm never concerned. Like I said, that just shows a lack of urgency to me, and I feel like one of them. So even if Kawhi stays the way he is, I feel like a different coach will help fill the void.
For one, look at Coach Lue on the sidelines versus somebody like Phil Jackson courtside. Like, Coach Lue's fiery then. He's not usually fiery post-game or with the media. I think he lights into players behind the scenes. I don't think he does it through the media very often. That's I think the disconnect, and why, he doesn't have that fire. It's like, or he just doesn't air the dirty laundry outside the locker room. I think it's that simple.
Well, but the thing is, Adam, you say that, but like, again, and anybody who's listening to our phone call right now, or you yourself, if you want to verify, that press conference, like, Ty was legitimately annoyed with Law Murray. Like, he was seemed genuinely upset with Law Murray for asking him if he was concerned.
He didn't like his phrasing with the
I'm
question.
never concerned seemed very sincere. And if you're never concerned, that does, to me, translate to a coach that doesn't really get on guys. He, like, even after a lot of post games, he says, "Oh, they're a good team." Like, he literally says that all the time. Because again, I watch all his post games. He says that all the time. Well, they're a good team. They're a good team. They're a good team. And it's like, yeah, but we're supposed to be better, especially a team like the Kings who didn't even make it out the plane.
Well, now,
Like, we're
what
supposed
about
to
the
be
part
better.
where Coach
You'd
Lou
always say
said
you're never
post?
concerned.
I mean, Coach Lou literally said post game tonight he's pissed.
Yeah, finally. I mean, yeah.
No,
finally,
I've heard him. He
you're
said that before he said that this season. That's the word he always uses when he's mad. If somebody like really starts to press him, he's like, "If you really want to know, I'm pissed." Like, I don't know. I think when you look at the totality of the evidence, I don't think it's exactly the way you're presenting it.
Okay. Well, again, we can agree to disagree on that, but I will say in defense of Kawhi, the people saying that he could have or should have played better, I think Kawhi played as well as he could given the circumstance. I do agree with you that you made a good point that he still led the team in scoring.
He led both teams in scoring. Both teams heading into this game 7. He was leading in scoring.
Exactly, and that's one thing we can be on the same page about. I would point to a team like the Timberwolves with Anthony Edwards because I hear, not, again, it's not from you at all, but talking to other fans and other spaces on other social media websites, I hear some fans that like to go out, and I will say this, part of me getting on Kawhi was me getting influenced by certain people because I do like Kawhi as a player, but
you overreacted and you wanted to be a doomer. It happens.
Yes. Exactly. That's exactly what that was. But Kawhi, like, I'll hear certain people talking and attacking Kawhi and saying stuff almost like Kawhi has to go out there and drop 40 every night or he didn't play well enough. And to me, the thing is you look at a guy like Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards had 22 points in game 1 that the Timberwolves won on 26% shooting.
Yeah.
In game 5, the closeout game, he had 15 points. No, sorry. He had 22 points on 36% shooting. But in game 5, he had 15 points on 26% shooting and was 0 for 11 from 3. And they still won the game, and kind of convincing. And to me, that shows how it has to be an overall team effort. Mm-hmm. And yes, Kawhi could have played better, but it's a lot harder on him to play better if the guys around him aren't playing as well, which I digress, kind of goes back to the leadership from the coach. But I digress. Whoever you want to blame it on, the players themselves, both. The supporting cast around Kawhi didn't make it easy on him to score more points. When guys are hitting shots, it's harder to double him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So for people who are trying to say, like I said, I put out my criticisms of Kawhi to try to be fair and not act like he's blameless. But on the other hand, to defend him, Kawhi did, in my opinion, pretty much all he could, especially given the circumstances. And the only way he could have played better is if he had more support to play better. So I just feel like it's completely out of bounds to say Kawhi didn't do enough on the court wise. Like I said, I do somewhat agree with maybe if you want to go to leadership and things, and obviously you and I disagreed on that. But as far as on the court play, what you can see on the court, it's very hard for me to say, because it'd be one thing if Kawhi went out there and dropped, averaged 11 points in the series on 20% shooting or something. Then yes.
Or how about if he just averaged 19? If he only averaged 19, like Paul George did last year, then you got reason to go after him.
Exactly. So as far as on the court performance, I do feel like the attacks on Kawhi are just not fair and in bad faith. So that's just my feeling on that.
I think if you put everyone under the same microscope that we put Kawhi under in this series, if you put every player on every team, every star on every team in the first round under the same microscope, Kawhi is still probably, I don't know, played at a level of one of the top 7, 8 best players in the first round of the playoffs, at least.
Exactly. And then even too, the thing with people attacking the man for load management, like the one thing I've never liked about those attacks on Kawhi as well is like, look, Kawhi, you don't become as good of a player as Kawhi is even now, but especially in his prime and at his peak, without loving the game of basketball. Number two, as much as you want to say whatever you want to say about Kawhi, I do not believe that Kawhi ever was a guy who was like, yeah, I just don't feel like playing tonight, and was doing that over and over and over. And I don't believe that the team, Ballmer and those guys would have tolerated that. Kawhi has clearly, as we can all see, been injured multiple times, and he was doing his best to manage that, which is why if you go all the way back to his
Free
Spurs
TV.
days,
I agree with you. It's just a conversation that we've had so many times. And on a night like tonight, like you're right.
And I was just
you're
going to
right.
defend him on that, but
You're right.
I'll leave it. I get what you're saying. I'll leave it. I was going to defend him on all that low management stuff. But
You're not wrong. It's just I get.
It's
not the subject at hand.
Understood. So yeah, I'll leave that. You're right. The last thing I want to say though, and this is where I'll land my plane and go ahead and disconnect. Part of the reason why, again, I'm a fan and I want the team to win, so I get upset when we lose.
Sure.
Performances like tonight, again, just this seemingly, even if you lose, it would have felt a little better. I mean, I guess it wouldn't have. It would still been crushing if we would have lost by 3 or 5 points, but it still would have felt, I think, a little bit better of a loss.
Yeah.
As opposed to the way we did lose, which, again, is my opinions about Ty, but we don't have to keep rehashing that argument.
Hey, Ty Lue just lost his first game 7.
True. But the thing I'll say too, to kind of close out my point is, I feel like, and I know maybe not every fan, but especially some of the ones I talk to agree with me, kind of rooting for a team that seems like they're in no man's land is kind of the worst type of team to root for as far as feeling. Like, I don't know how else to put it, but feeling like they're a fake contender. Like, if you're a Charlotte Hornets or an OKC before they became what they are, when they were in their process of rebuilding and collecting all their picks, when you're bad, but you have a young, fun team that you're looking towards their growth and you have zero expectations, that's kind of fun to root for, because even though, again, it does suck to lose and be a terrible team, but at least you have the positivity of saying, hey, we're not really going to win with this roster anyway, but such and such guys is looking good or is going to be a good player in the future, and who knows who he could become.
I know.
For example, Shea with
OKC. I know that argument, Free TV, and I get it, and I don't disagree with it, but I'll say it like this: the Clippers, to some degree, were able to make us believe that they could be contenders while not being in cap hell moving forward, which they're not. They're going to have $70 million in 2026. Like, they've balanced the books the right way, and they stayed under the first apron and still put out a very competitive team this year with only having Kawhi for 37 games. That's something to be admired too.
I hear you, but I've had my strong doubts about this team again because of my feelings about Ty. So that's why I feel like I just feel like I want to really truly believe in this team, which I never fully did, or feel like we're going towards a brighter future. And I know the whole argument about, well, we don't have any picks, but to me, whatever you can get, because I feel like with the age of Kawhi and Harden, I don't feel like it's going to get better. I feel like it's only going to get worse. Harden's only going to get worse. Kawhi's only going to get worse as time passes. And I feel like what we're trying to avoid, which is avoid giving OKC a lottery pick, even though whatever pick we have now, it's going to be a higher pick than OKC. So they're still going to be able to swap with us, and we're going to have a worse pick than we could have had, no matter what. But I feel like trying to avoid that, it's a fool's errand. And it's better to have somebody else's picks than have no picks at all. For the years that it's not a swap and they just have our pick outright.
Look, if you want to say this offseason they should trade Kawhi if they can only get a first, whatever, they should trade this player if they can only get a first for Norm Powell, whatever, just do it and rip the Band-Aid off. I can understand that argument. I'm not there yet. The season just ended, but I think it was a really good phone call. Free TV. Was I fair?
No,
Was I fair with your time?
yeah, you were fair, and you pretty much summarized my last argument. So, and again, Adam, I will say this, my last thing, just between me and you, are in our sometimes butting heads. I will admit, sometimes, especially since you started calling me a troll, sometimes I was troll.
Oh, really?
But
Couldn't tell.
Yes, but especially before you started calling me a troll, I wasn't trolling, and even after you started calling me a troll, sometimes it wasn't trolling. It was my honest opinion. But yes, sometimes, especially after you started
it's
calling
nice
me a troll,
that you could use that excuse
lean
whenever you
into
need
that a
it.
little.
Hey, it's nice that you could use that excuse whenever you need it. Oh, that was just trolling. I didn't have a bad opinion. I see you. I used to be the same.
I hear you, and like I said, the thing I said about Kawhi I shouldn't have said, but everything else, especially about Ty and other stuff, I stand on, even though we disagree. But
I wish you
thanks
called
for
in
taking my
before.
call,
I
Adam.
wish you called in before. I like these conversations. I wish you called in before. You're very well spoken and eloquent. So I appreciate it.
No problem, man. Thanks for taking my call, and and I sincerely mean this. Good job on the streak, man. I know it's hard work, and I know it's not easy to do this every day. So good job on that, man. Props to you, and we'll see what happens in the off season. But thanks for taking my call.
Well, hey, I'm still not apologizing for all those timeouts I gave you. All right.
Hey, I hear you, man.
It's been fun, Free TV. I hope you stay with it, because I do consider you like. And Bastian Schweinsteiger, ooh, he's in a bad place. He was talking all that junk earlier about the game Harden was going to have.
So.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. You're a
We're
character on the show. You're part of this. All right.
Adam,
Be good,
I
Free TV.
it.
Clippers talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Adam, how's it going? This is Fahad Sharif from Woodland Hills.
Say the name again.
Fahad Sharif.
Fahad Sharif, what's
on
up?
your YouTube chat as Fahad Sharif ESQ, man. What's up?
You've called in before, right?
Yeah. I've called in. What's good, man?
Not much, actually. Things
Well,
are bad.
I'm gonna try to keep it. I'm gonna start off a little bit more positive. I think a lot of fans are kind of forgetting what our main goal was this season, and it's to not give OKC a lottery pick and let them, go on the Cooper flag chase. So we kind of did well there, right?
I don't know. That part of it doesn't do much for me. I got to be honest.
You'd feel a lot worse if we were like the 15th seed or 13th seed, and then they were also getting Cooper flag. Trust me, man.
No, I would. It's just right now, I'm thinking about an unsatisfying first round where I really think the Clippers could have won this series in so many ways, and I'm bothered by it.
That's why it's frustrating a lot of people, right? Like, I'm just, I'm not going to try to repeat too much of what everybody said. Like, obviously, I have some problems with Ty Lue and like just, making certain adjustments too late. Derek Jones Jr. playing like 15 games today, as well as like every game, even though he's been so critical to us having a great defense throughout the season. Just prioritizing 3 small guard lineups, things like that. But one thing that we kind of haven't talked about also is, just like the president of basketball operations and the GM. As Clipper fans, man, we've never had a competent GM. People always make fun of us for like the Olowokandi picks, or like trading away the pick that became Kyrie, or trading away Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? These are the things we're just known for, right? And
I think
Redden,
Lawrence Frank is more than a competent GM. He hasn't been perfect.
Well, he's the president of basketball operations, Trent Redden, right now, right? As GM.
I'm talking about the guy where the buck stops, and
right.
That's all that matters, and that's Lawrence Frank.
But can I ask you a question about that? How often do we hit on a first round pick? I know they're late first round pick, but let's not act like other more competent GMs like in OKC don't always hit their picks, right?
I think that is the biggest criticism on Lawrence Frank, and it's fair. But they got Shai, and Shai went at what,
and 11
or 12? And nobody said at that time that they shouldn't trade him because he's a future MVP and a #1 option on a championship team. So you know,
for sure.
you can
But
you
why
can
did we have to
criticize
give
that
away
all you
7
want right
first-round
now,
picks?
but I'm not. I never got one call from anyone. I did a show that day that said we shouldn't have done the trade, we shouldn't have done the move. And now I hear all these people all the time say that, and it's BS. And it's second guessing.
No.
And
For sure.
everyone in every GM in the history of basketball makes that trade. You know how I know that? Because Jerry West signed off on it also. And he's the best executive in the history of the game. R.I.P. Jerry West.
I agree, but that's the problem. So, like, just like I just said, we don't hit on our first-round picks, and like the last time we did, it turned into that debacle. And
Sure.
I'm not saying no GM would have made that pick. I'm just saying, wow, the one time we actually hit, right? That's why we're a joke of a franchise. And dude,
They're not a joke of a franchise. By what measurement are they a joke of a franchise?
Dude, our highlight was like getting to the Western Conference Finals like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, right?
Yes. And you know what the difference is?
Just...
You know what the difference is? Steve Ballmer's only been here for almost 11 years. If you want to talk about before Ballmer and an owner actively working against the Clippers and act like it's the same as then, I can't help you.
He's the best.
This is a new era.
No, dude, Ballmer's the best.
Okay, well, why don't you judge them against Ballmer years?
Can I make my no, for sure. And even in the Ballmer years.
Well, okay, if you're saying Ballmer is the best, okay, I'm going to keep pulling you down every time. If you keep saying Ballmer's the best, but also we're a joke of the franchise at the same time, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
No, dude, you can be critical of the Clippers.
No. Critical and saying they're a joke of a franchise while also saying Ballmer's the best. That doesn't wash. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does, because Steve Ballmer, he's one of the best owners in sports.
And if you have one of the best owners in sports, you can't be a joke of a franchise.
That's not true at all, Adam.
Oh,
if you have the richest owner in sports,
ownership is the biggest advantage in sports. You say they have one of the best owners in sports. You're also saying they're a joke of a franchise at the same time. You're trying. That's nonsense.
I'd love to explain if you don't just talk over me.
You mean what you're doing to me? I've been trying to cut off bad points at every pass because it's very easy to. Like they're the joke of a franchise. Hold on.
I think you're cooking, but
the guy who says they're a joke of a franchise that has 14 straight winning seasons. 14 straight winning seasons is not a joke of a franchise. By what measurement are they a joke of a franchise?
Not winning the title, underachieving perennially.
The thing only one team does every year. Everybody's a joke that doesn't win the championship this year, guys. Everybody else is a joke. There's one team that's not a joke. That's your logic.
No,
that's your rationale.
No, those are the words you're putting in my mouth. I'm not saying anything.
No, I'm just using your argument against you. It's a terrible one.
That's not my argument. You're literally rehashing my argument into some sort of terrible take, and then just throwing some examples. That's not what I'm. If I could,
please.
Lawrence Frink and Ty Lue and Trent Redden. It is on the team. You mentioned earlier, it's hard to integrate young guys into a winning coaching system and a winning basketball system. You mentioned that with another caller, right?
At some point, it's been a long show. Maybe I did.
No, I feel it, man. I feel it. But, it can be hard if you don't have a good scouting department or president of basketball operations consistently hitting on first-round picks. Our best second-round pick recently was Terrence Mann. We traded him away, too. Our best second-round pick on the team is Zubac. We got him from the Lakers. You know what I mean? And so we don't have a top-down approach where, as the Clippers, we've never given ourselves the opportunity to actually put a proven GM who's won championships. Like Bob Myers is a free agent right now. We as Clipper fans were so
weird on nobody's picked him. Weird on nobody's picked him up yet. Weird on nobody's picked him up because it's such a sure thing. It's such a sure thing. If you get Bob Myers, you're winning the championship. Who didn't even draft Steph Curry?
I'm not saying it's a sure thing, but it increases your odds more than it's. he may not have drafted Stephen Curry, but guess what? He got Kevin Durant on that team. He also managed the salaries pretty well, and so that he could acquire Kevin Durant too.
Wait. You're completely wrong about that. You're completely wrong about that. There was a salary cap spike of 30%. That was the only reason. A fluke salary cap spike. Oh, now he took advantage of it. I thought he worked his. Did he cause the salary cap spike? Was that his doing? Get out of here, man. Giving him credit for getting Kevin Durant, which only happened because a fluky spike in the salary cap, is a miserable argument.
I can't believe you can defend a guy like Lawrence Franklin. That's the problem.
I can, because the same guy, Lawrence Frank, brought in Kawhi.
But you're gonna keep complaining that we don't produce a winning product, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what?
I don't think good Clipper fans are okay with I don't think good Clipper fans are okay with mediocrity, man.
You're saying anything but a championship is mediocrity. That's your point.
No, you don't even. You got to understand. You don't even see the team going in the right direction. Like, we don't even have a power forward.
They won 50 games, and the over-under was 37.5.
Dude, every time we draft, it's a tweener forward or a combo guard, right? Every time we...
As I said earlier, my friend, if you want to criticize draft picks, fine. That is an area to go after Lawrence Frank. That's not the be-all, end-all.
But it's also talent. Why haven't we brought in a better defensive power forward? Like, simple things. Even
because their defense was so miserable this year. They should have had that defensive power forward. Their defense was so bad.
No, I like what Lawrence Frank cooked up this year, but that only happened because Paul George denied his offer on the table, and we had to, run and make some decisions on the fly, which is fine. I was glad with the way he wheeled and did this year. What I wasn't happy with was the last 5 years. They were terrible. Who was our defensive power forward?
What year is it? What year is it? This defensive power forward argument. You realize they have to have a guy who can also shoot to play next to Ivica Zubac at power forward, right?
It's easier to find than you think. It's hard if you're not good at drafting or if you don't have good scouting.
You can look at anyone's draft. Go ask the Golden State Warriors about the recent drafting by Bob Myers before he left. If you go look at anybody's body of work, you can poke holes all over the place. It's the same argument that I was making earlier, where everybody criticizes their head coach, where everybody goes after their head coach all the time. Everybody.
What's Kerr's criticism?
Everybody.
Not developing his players, right? Steve Kerr?
That would be one of them.
Ty Lue has that, and that's Ty Lue's fifth, strongest criticism.
I mean, is it they drafted bad or they're not developing them? Which is it? Because if they're drafting bad players, why do you want Coach Lue to play them?
So,
it's both. You got crossed up. You got crossed up.
Mutually exclusive. You're not crossing anybody up in that position.
No. You want him to play bad play. You're saying they're drafting poorly, but you're also saying, why are they developing these guys that weren't good draft picks?
I'm telling you, we need more length on the team, and you're arguing with me.
More length on the team? That was the problem?
More length on the team. Absolutely, it's the problem. Look at how we played against the Nuggets. Even if Michael Porter Jr. is shooting bad, he still provides a lot of defense because he's the taller guy. This is what I'm saying, Adam. If you play basketball and you play against somebody taller than you, it is so much harder to create space.
That's why
they recover quickly.
That's why Boston lost the championship last year. Oh wait, they won, and they barely even played anyone above 6'8".
The way Boston's constructed. I'm not criticizing Boston.
Well, they didn't have. Did they have enough length? Did they have enough length? If that's the big difference.
Yeah, hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Jason Tatum, Al Horford, they're all big at their size. And then when they got guards at like Drew Holiday and Derek White.
Who was their big man?
Undersized? Al Horford? Are we kidding?
Yeah, he's a big bruising 7-footer, Al Horford.
Imagine if Zoo was
at 38.
Imagine if Zoo was more switchable and could shoot threes. We'll never find out.
You think Al Horford's better than Ivica Zubac right now? What?
Yeah, absolutely. And he can probably prove it again in the finals because of his spacing of the floor and the way he plays defense, too.
So now it's not
Zoo,
just
I don't know if
length,
you
it's
noticed
spacing of the floor. Yet earlier you were talking about we need a defensive power forward and totally eliminating the fact they need someone that can actually shoot a power forward, too.
Oh, dude, everybody shoots now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're throwing words in my mouth, buddy. I would not want a power forward who can't shoot. I want one who plays defense. Have you seen Anthony Davis? He can shoot.
Oh, it's
and he
that.
plays defense.
Why don't
He
they
acts-
have
he
Anthony Davis?
operates like a
You're
first
acting like these guys grow on trees. The type of player you want is very rare and hard to get.
Jaden McDaniels was chosen as a later first-round pick. Too bad we don't hit on those. Too bad we don't even try to get those types of players. We get tweener forwards who are undersized power forwards and centers, right? And combo guards.
You said
and
the
none of them
Clippers.
play defense or are known for playing defense.
Let's go.
Who's the last
I
defense-
said the criticism of Lawrence Frank for drafting is fair game. What's not fair game is to say.
That's all I'm saying.
No. That's not all you're saying, because you said they're a joke of a franchise.
Tell me.
You said they're a joke of a franchise. That's what you said.
Yeah, look. I hate to say it like that. I'm
that was a shitty way to put it.
Yeah, no, it's a shitty way to put it. And honestly, as a Clipper fan, you could be as mad as you want about me for that take. That's fine, bro. I'm just upset at it. I just hate that we underachieve, Adam. That's it. I hate that we have such a good product. I believe
they underachieved. Okay. Here, again, the over/under was 37.5, and they only got 37 games from Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
Don't you think there's a real
I would
easy?
not trade him.
Don't you think there's a really easy argument that they overachieved this season?
Yeah.
So you just said I hate that they can underachieve, and now you're like, yeah, they overachieved. Which is it?
No, we overachieved because guess what? We didn't give OKC a freaking lottery pick and put them in the Cooper flag race. But we did underachieve because guess what? We could have made it out of this playoff series.
Okay, I agree with that part. But during the 82-game season where they won 50 games,
I thought we did great. Adam, there's regular season and there's playoffs. You could do well in the regular season, but underachieve in playoffs.
No one is arguing against that. That's obvious.
Okay.
But I think there is a way to make an argument.
At the same time.
Sure.
Look, man, I'm a lawyer. You come on, man.
Well, then you should choose your words more carefully and not just be like, they're a joke, and sound like every Joe Schmo that overreacts after the season is over.
Brother, you got to understand, it is sad, though, the perennial underachieving during playoffs when it matters, because we will have good regular seasons. The Clippers will, get us all hyped up, and we're like, oh, my God, we look so great. And then there's questionable coaching decisions, come playoff time.
I think
not just with Ty Lue, but Doc Rivers too.
I think every team that comes up short, their fan base is pointing to questionable coaching decisions. It's not unique to the Clippers.
Yeah, but you also said every fan base kind of hates their coach. I disagree.
Well, then you're wrong. I mean, I see Miami Heat fans get upset on Twitter about Eric Spoelstra.
People like Kenny Atkinson, I was one of the guys who was saying we should hire Kenny Atkinson when he was on our bench. Okay. And it's like,
great.
We can't just see an obvious talent like that. Well, yeah, I mean, I used to be a basketball agent and stuff before I did full-time lawyering. So it's like, I know a thing or two about it, man. And so I'm trying to tell you, we have a ton of talent that we just let go. Isaiah Hartenstein, let him go. Kenny Atkinson, let him go. Oh, but Ty Lue, Doc Rivers' son, you could stay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, when the tide turns against Kenny Atkinson, like it happens for every head coach, like if they don't make it to the NBA Finals, there's going to be criticism there too. My point stands. Every fan base criticizes their head coach.
Yeah, for sure, but not the way we do, bro. Doc is special, and he stayed around for 10 years. We didn't criticize him enough, man. We let him stay too long, and we could do the same thing with Ty. I don't know about you. I don't want to see any more of this underachieving. Look, if we go out in the second round against OKC, I think fans would be less upset than the way we lost this round, because it's like, oh, well, we lost to a team that was better than us on paper, all that, better defensively, all that. We lost to a team that had a coach for a week. Their defense was pretty bad throughout the whole season. And Jokic didn't even go prime. That's the thing that I'm trying to tell you about team building. Kawhi was one of the best players in the series. We needed some of the best out of him. They didn't need the best out of Jokic because they surrounded him with length. They surrounded him with shooting. The defense wasn't that great, but guess what? Length and just a little bit more effort during playoffs, you can turn into a much better defensive team. So,
I don't know if you heard me before the series, but I said the entire time the Denver Nuggets, I don't buy that they're 21st defensively if they actually care. So you're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. Yeah.
I saw this as a possibility, and unfortunately it happened. I criticized Coach Lue for moves in this series. I don't know what else you want from me. I don't know.
The only thing I just want to leave on one more thing, man, and it's important. I swear, as a Chargers fan, we used to have Tom Telesco. Dude wasn't good at drafting or anything like that. Overpaid players, bad salary cap, financial flexibility. The coach would lose us games. One coach, one GM, just complete turnaround. Same team. They went from a 5th pick in the lottery to like the 25th pick, 22nd pick, right? Next year, number 1 defense. Coaching and GM overturn can do a lot, but you got to get a proven winner. And we as Clipper fan, we've never given ourselves that opportunity to get like a really
you
good
realize
guy.
when Doc came over, the thought was he's a proven winner, right?
It was.
So
now
it's
we
almost
realize
like
what he
there's
is,
no
what he is, but
guarantees. There's no guarantees, no matter what you do. You're talking about
that
Bob
was-
Myers. Hey, I like Bob Myers.
How long
If they
ago
got
was
Bob
that?
Myers, it doesn't matter how long ago it was. It's the exact same philosophy. We got to get a proven winner. They thought they had one before, and it didn't work out.
But even the way we got Doc, we didn't just interview him and give him a salary. We had to like trade picks for him. It was
Right,
weird,
because
you know what I mean?
the point was he was a proven winner.
He was a championship coach and all that. Yeah,
Jesus.
no, I get that.
You're a lawyer?
But see,
I'm sorry.
dude, no, I mean, look, hey, I hear you and everything, but if you're a smarter franchise, you can get another coach who's a proven winner. Hey, Doc, he had a stacked team and everything like that, right? You can get another coach without having to trade draft picks, dude. Guess what? Other people get winning coaches without trading draft picks. Mike Malone is the Lakers
under
He's just hovering around in
contract.
free agency.
That was the only way they could get him at that time. The point is not how they got him.
But that's
It's
the
the
thing.
thought of no. This is the thing. It's the thought of what you just said. How you need to go out and get a proven winner. And that's what they did.
Yes.
And it turns out there are no guarantees. So the same thing could happen again. You could bring in Bob Myers. I like Bob Myers. I'm a fan. I also like Lawrence Frank. But there are no guarantees. Just like when you bring in Kawhi Leonard, who's a proven winner. He had just won the championship. He had just gotten finals MVP. You can't plan and account for things like, oh, but he's going to tear his ACL the second year with the Clippers. It's very
There's
difficult.
no such thing as a guarantee in sports. But a good job of a good coach is to mitigate the mistakes. Good job of the GM is to surround your stars with as much talent as you can. So when they don't perform the best, like Jokic or Anthony Edwards eliminating the Lakers, you still come out with a win because you have a bunch of defense and other guys on your team. Kawhi has to perform at Goku level and still can't get it done because our team's just not good enough.
So when they had a top 3 defense throughout the regular season, Lawrence Frank should have been like, this is fake. I need to trade these guys because in a playoff series against Denver, it's not going to hold up.
Everything is different. This one's on Ty Lue in this playoff series.
So you're talking about the defense specifically
so
now, right?
I'm talking about the defense and coaching for this series.
Okay.
But
you know,
obviously Harden.
You know, Jeff Van Gundy's the defensive coordinator, right?
I know he's the defensive coordinator, yeah. But the belt still stops at Ty Lue when it comes to adjustments.
Well, not defensive adjustments, I don't think. He's the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I know he's the defensive coordinator, but in terms of lineups and everything, do you think Jeff Van Gundy is the reason we had like Harden and Norman Powell and Bogey out there when Aaron Gordon dunked it all over us?
I don't know. Coach Lue said he talked to the other coaches, but I'm just saying you can't pick and choose
JJ Redick
when.
Talks to the other coaches too.
Thank you. You can't pick and choose when you want to criticize him.
You're not defending Ty Lue, man, are you?
I feel like you haven't even listened once.
I'm sorry, man.
I hope I haven't seen you on a billboard driving down the freeway. I don't know if I'm calling.
You probably have, man. It's all good.
Well,
I'm a diehard Clipper fan. I actually wanted to put up some Kawhi billboards during free agency when he was coming here.
Proven winner. They brought him in. Unfortunately, you can't plan for everything.
I like Kawhi.
The stuff that
that's
for great.
Sure.
You like Kawhi. The stuff that you can control, I think the Clippers have done a very good job with overall. The stuff that you can't control is the stuff that ultimately has held them back, like him tearing his ACL in 2021 when it looked like they were on their way to winning a championship, and otherwise we're not having this conversation about all this criticism and negativity.
Yeah, and
the main reason they have not won a championship has nothing to do with all the stuff we just talked about.
Well, no, it definitely has to do with GM and coaching.
No, it has to do with bad luck. The main reason has to do with bad luck.
The only reason we haven't won a title is bad luck. You don't think the GM or coach has any culpability?
Again, let me explain.
Really?
My lawyer friend, this is very simple. Let me walk you through it.
I'm just asking what you just said, man.
And let me explain.
You said it, not me.
Right, I said it.
The
main reason, the main reason that they haven't won a championship is because Kawhi tore his ACL in 2021. Does that not compute?
I mean, when we're talking about just 2021, sure, but we had
Okay. So the main reason they haven't won a championship, which what you originally called about, saying we haven't won it all, we're a joke of a franchise, is because of something outside of their control. How are we doing?
No, that's not what I said. In 2020, Kawhi didn't get injured. We got bounced in a 3-1
yes,
comeback.
They lost in the bubble. And in 2021, if Kawhi doesn't get injured, what happens?
Right, but you didn't just listen to me. I'm telling you, there are other years in which we did not win. I think we could have won this year if there was better coaching. Just FYI.
So it wasn't the roster construction; it's just the coaching.
I thought the roster construction was way better this year. I've told you that many times, but the coaching really fucked us in playoffs, as it always does.
Again, if they had won a championship in 2021, we're just not talking about all these things. And the main reason they didn't win a championship is because of something outside of their control.
If your only counter to me saying we need a better GM and a coach is a what if argument, then look, as a lawyer, it's not a good argument.
Your entire thing is a what if. Why did we let go of these players? Why did we have this player? Where's the power forward?
It's not a what if.
That is a what if.
Performed badly this year. He also performed badly every other year, to be honest. And Lawrence Frank, he did good this year. But if you look at the past, he did pretty terribly putting together a good roster. And we still don't have a good power forward. Kawhi's still asking for one. There's a reason he asked for one. And I'm not saying to get an Evan Mobley. They don't grow on trees. Get an older Serge Ibaka. That type of move worked out pretty well for the Raptors. And it isn't as expensive. But too bad we also gave away all our picks to 2029.
Jesus Christ. They brought in Serge Ibaka, you remember, in 2021, right?
We did, and we didn't keep him. I don't know if you heard the story. No, I mean, I don't know if you heard the story, but Marcus Morris and the Williams talked about it like 2 weeks ago. Like, Serge would take like 2 hours.
Wait a second. You just said get a guy like Serge Ibaka. Lawrence Frank actually got Serge Ibaka, and now you're like deflecting to some story? Like,
dude,
you forgot that they brought him in, didn't you?
I'm saying, I remember we brought. I literally just told you an anecdote about it.
Get a guy like Serge Ibaka. They actually got Serge Ibaka, and you're like, oh.
We also didn't play him. No, we also didn't play him. And if you want to know,
he had a back injury. Another thing outside of their control. You're making my point even more.
No, I'm not. Dude, you just keep glazing yourself. You're not actually making a good argument. Dude.
Okay, sure. Tell me more about how they should have got Serge Ibaka. Tell me more about how they should have gotten Serge Ibaka.
My friends who I work with, president of basketball operations in Detroit Pistons. You know what I mean? 1 year turnaround right there. So you can.
But they didn't win the championship though. So, I mean, they're bad, right?
They have a better future than we do. Are you going to argue with that?
We'll see. The Clippers have $70 million. The Clippers have $70 million to play with in 2026.
But we don't own our own first round pick till 2029.
This is true. And why did they do that? You thought
a lot of risky trades because
you thought it was a bad trade. You were the one guy that thought it was a bad trade for Kawhi and Paul George initially.
No. Look, that one. See, you keep going back to that, and
because this entire era is
10 out of
defined
10.
by it. So yeah.
No, I get it. Everybody does that. Everybody makes that move. I get that. But it's the inability to put together a roster after that. I didn't like the way the roster was constructed around Kawhi and Paul George. You asked them to be the primary defender so they'd get gas. If you look at guys like Jokic, Jamal Murray, they have all the other guys defend us. Look at the Celtics. They have other guys to defend everybody else.
The Clippers had a championship roster in 2021 and Kawhi tore his ACL. You can never get around that fact.
Well, no, I mean, dude, I think they could have won the championship in 2020, 2021, 2025. Dude, I'm a Clipper fan, man. Like, I really do believe in them a lot.
But that was actual
was that the Phoenix Suns series in the first
proof
round
of concept was 2021. I mean, you said they never built a good enough roster, and in 2021, it looked like they were about to win the championship with that roster they built.
What was that? The Sun series where he injured himself? Which year is that?
Oh God. No, it was the series before he tore it against Utah.
See, and here's the problem with that series. Tyler went down 0-2 in the Dallas series earlier that year. I mean, you're making Kawhi work harder.
Deflecting.
You're making Kawhi have to.
You can't remember which series he tore his ACL. The point is, it looked like they were going to win the championship.
No, Kawhi has multiple injuries. That's why I'm asking for clarification. He has multiple weird injuries.
Well,
I'm asking,
the ACL is a pretty big one.
The injury during the Utah?
ACL is a pretty memorable one against Joe Ingles. I'm surprised you forgot.
No, I mean, I definitely remember the shove and everything, dude. I remember the recovery and all that.
You just said, was it against the Suns?
I'm asking you for
You just said, was it against the Suns? Joe Ingles was on Utah.
Multiple injuries in playoffs.
All right.
So I'm trying to ask.
What's your overall point, my friend? What's your overall point? What do you want to say?
To build a good team, you need to build a team where your superstar does not have to be Superman every day. Look at the Timberwolves, look at the Nuggets, look at Kawhi in that series where he got injured with the Utah Jazz, like you just mentioned. He had to go Superman, puts a lot of wear on his body. You know, in the Toronto team, he had guys like Fred VanVleet, OG Anunoby.
You're blaming the roster construction on him taking a bad step and Joe Ingles shoving him. Like, that's wild.
His body is worn out. His body is worn out at that point.
That wasn't how
bad coaching for.
That's not
longer than it should.
My
be.
friend, you are completely wrong in why he tore his ACL. That's not a wear and tear injury. That is a wrong step injury. The same thing just happened with Kyrie.
Dude,
you can actually talk to doctors about that. I'm sure you have some of those guys as friends too.
When you get tired and gassed, that's when you make the injury on the court. It's not like, oh, somebody punches you and you get injured or somebody does something dirty. When you're tired and fatigued, that's when you make a misstep. That's when you take a wrong step. That's when somebody
you are
hits
doing
you don't recover the
mental gymnastics up the ass to try to turn this into this is on Coach Lou. Like, that is a ridiculous thing to say.
If you don't think our underachieving is on Coach Lou or Lawrence Frank, you can teach me those mental gymnastics, man. You can be my instructor.
I wish I could, but I don't know. You're still down on the mat right now. Like, you're in a bad place in this argument.
You're strong as. I mean, what do you think I'm trying to say about 2021? Like, he got injured.
All of your points. All of your
those years. I'm talking about.
Oh, it is a fluke injury. It is a fluke. Wait, it is a fluke injury now because you were just trying to do mental gymnastics to make it seem like it wasn't. You just said that was him being tired. You made it because they're down 0-2 in the series.
So you don't think you can get a fluke injury while being tired? Really?
Sure. So which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? It's a fluke injury or it's because he was tired?
It could be both.
Yeah. Man, you're struggling. I don't know. Maybe get me on your firm, get me on retainer. I could help you guys out.
Hey, all love Adam. You know that. Sorry again if things got heated, man. Love you, man. Love Clipper Nation.
All right. Love you too.
What's best for it?
Oh, my goodness. Next caller. You're on Clipper Stock with Adam Osland. I can see we're going late tonight. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, me, right?
Yeah. What's your name?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Eli from Whittier. Sorry, that guy went on for a pretty damn long time.
I'm
and
sorry.
kinda
That's
pretty
really
tired
my
also,
fault.
but
Somebody who keeps deflecting and moving goalposts left and right. Like, oh, it can be both. No, it really can't be. You called them a joke, and then you also praised Steve Ballmer. It's like, my God.
yeah, like, did you ever take a debate class before that, or like
He's
actually like have some like
the
genuine
lawyer.
conversations? 'Cause, dude, that's like so exhausting.
I mean, the amount of argumentative fallacies that I just heard, I got to go back to college. That was rough. All right, what do you got, my friend? Cleanse the palate, please.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, I'll try to keep it simple, but first of all, I just want to say, yeah, bummer the way the season ended, but overall, I think the season was still pretty successful. But I'm curious on what your thought is on this. Like, do you think the season was successful considering the playoffs end? And would you want to go again with Kawhi, James, or do you want to change it in the future? Because I do remember in the middle of the season, around the trade deadline, you did say like, "Oh, this is the last time to try Kawhi," or something around that line. Like, what do you think we go from here? Sorry, that was a mouthful.
Was there a first question, or was that the main question?
That was it was two questions. If you thought this was successful, and do we go again with Kawhi
I
or
think,
James or whatever?
to answer your first part, I think it was a successful season, but it left a really bad taste in our mouth with the way they lost this series and the Game 7 loss in particular. It is a very difficult way to end the year, even though, again, the over-under was 37.5. The Clippers won 50 games. Where do they go this summer?
Yeah.
I think you explore pretty much all options. Where do they go and where do I think they should go, or kind of two different things? Are you asking me for my opinion on what I do?
Yeah, exactly. Your opinion, because I feel like you have a good say and good mindset.
I would probably try to find some young talent. I would want to play young talent more. Find a way to open up spots and open up minutes for young talent. And if that means you have to trade some of your vets or Kawhi, I think everything's got to be on the table. You got to explore everything, because I don't know if they're going to be in position to reload and have a team with a higher ceiling than this team, and their ceiling was at this season.
Exactly.
So,
I completely agree, honestly. Because I'm sorry to cut you off, but
no, go ahead.
I honestly think like to trade Kawhi or James, one of them, for like a genuinely rising young talent, not like not an uncatchable one like a Paulo Banchero, that's insane, but like maybe like a Trey Murphy the third, or like maybe even Jonathan Kuminga or something like that. But like something where he could get at least a bit of value in like future. Because from what I saw in the series, I think the biggest issue was like they were really damn tired. And I do think that criticism with Ty Lue makes sense, because he tried playing the long game in that first round series, which is really stupid. So I don't know why.
I think it's that fair criticism about game one, and not going for it and playing your stars heavier minutes in game one. I think that's fair criticism. I think that's something to go after.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this team did very well, but the Nuggets, I think, just are the more athletic, and their roster was kind of more built for it, and we just didn't extend our guys to that much extent. Or maybe Ty Lue was also kind of tired because he tried extending them, but they just gassed out. Like James, for example, with this last game, or many other games. I think it was like game 3, for example. Like, it was really disappointing, and I think just shows that we do have the right parts, and I think we also got to give them credit, because this is probably the second toughest team in the Western Conference that we face. So we did kind of like have a big challenge ready. But overall, I think you could go a bit younger with the off season. Maybe try getting like a young talent. Like I said, like I'm looking at a player like Trey Murphy the third. Damn, he's badass. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Like there's so many names you could put out there that I don't know if teams will bite. But Kawhi, I think, might have a bit more value since he was healthy. He played really damn well during this playoffs, and maybe even James Harden because he was extremely available. Maybe a little questionable his skill during this playoffs, but
He has a
he's gonna
player
be a
option.
target
James
on the
Harden
whole.
has a player option.
Exactly. So he's going to be more available.
Yeah, well, it's not up to the Clippers then, right? If he doesn't opt in, he could become a free agent. He could do that to then re-sign with the Clippers for another 1+1 deal. A lot could depend on that. I think that is kind of, I'm not sure the date on when that business has to be taken care of on the opt-in with James Harden and the player option. But that might be first order of business because we're talking about $35 million there. And then you can kind of know how to navigate the rest of the salary cap and who you could bring in.
Exactly. Like, what do you think is probably the best way? Do you think we should probably try James again? Or do you think this playoff is kind of like, not a good sign for like what's in the future? Because he was generally good during the season, I would say.
I don't know if they can construct a roster under the first apron and peak any higher than they did this season. Like, yeah, they could have won the first round. But Kawhi's not getting any younger. James not getting any younger. James is going to be 36, I think, by the end of next season. So it could be a youth movement year, or maybe they go over the first apron this time. I don't know. I think that's unlikely. I think they're going to try to put together a competitive team that, as long as they will make the team as competitive as possible, as long as it doesn't disrupt future plans to where it takes away the $70 million they could have in the summer of 2026 to use on guys when there's more free agents out there.
Yeah, exactly. I remember you like pointed out that they could get like a Trae Young or something like that. And ironically,
Trae Young could be available this summer, honestly.
Yeah, I think. Do you think he will probably be better than James Harden if you were to put him in like where James Harden's position was?
Well, he's younger. That's the thing, and he's more of a guy for the future, the present and the future. He helps in two ways.
Yeah, because I feel like he could do kind of what James did, which is elevate players on his roster, and also like there's the discourse of Trae kind of not having like the best team around him. But I think like him with like Zoo would be pretty cool, having like a generally good big and like good defenders around him. Like I know Dyson Daniels is a good one, but who else does he have really? Like he can have actually good ones like DJ and Dunn, which are players I hope that we keep. Those guys were genuinely solid.
Trae Young is a guy that has flaws because of his size that it could be tough to make up for the fact that teams are going to be hunting him a lot. Can you build a good defense around Trae Young? I haven't seen it yet. I'm not saying the Clippers couldn't do it. I like Trae Young. We'll see.
Yeah, it's true. Well, either way, I think we should get younger, and I agree with what you said in the middle of the season. Like this is the test to see if this was because Kawhi's last season to test out and see if we could go again. But I think Kawhi couldn't carry us all the way. I'm not saying it was his fault entirely. Like that, like, oh, he's not like, I don't know, that one guy said Goku or whatever. But I think this is kind of the point now where we got to change course. At least keep some of our assets that we currently have and probably let go Kawhi. Maybe even to Houston or something, because I don't know if they would even take him because they have some good young players over there.
They do.
And they are looking for a star.
They are.
And people are saying get Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant was also injury prone.
He's older,
like,
too.
I'm not saying exactly. So, like, I wouldn't even say, like, him and Kawhi are on the same level. So, maybe even look at them because they got some cool ones like Tari Eason. Oh, my God, I'm forgetting Jabari Smith. and it's Reed Shepherd. So if you want to really invest in the future, you could go all in like that. But sorry, I'm kind of spitballing right now because I'm getting excited, right? But
No, you're good.
either way, this season was good. This season was good, and I really had a lot of fun. And I'm just happy that we at least made it to the playoffs, and we did fight a hell of a tough team. I honestly think that it's funny that Golden State's struggling with Houston right now, but maybe you should give credit to Houston there. But either way, we did what we could, and I'm excited to see what this team has for the future because we do have some really cool players that I think could help us even more.
What was your name again?
Eli.
Eli. Was this your first time calling in?
I think I called before, like in the middle of the season. Like I think we're around that time where we had that bad losing streak. Like, oh, I hope things go better. But either way,
well, I appreciate it.
Very fun podcast, man.
I appreciate you. You did cleanse the palate. Too much debate, too much lawyering with the last call. I needed a break. Eli.
No, definitely.
I'm following the book of Eli from now on. Eli, be good, all right?
Thanks, you too. Take care. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Who do we got here? Welcome into Clippers Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Adam. This is John Rodriguez from Van Nuys.
Hey, John. How you doing?
Doing good. So I just wanted to shed some light to Clipper Nation. I know we're all down, depressed, sad, frustrated, and all that. I get it. But I've been a fan since 05-ish. So I've been through the ups and the downs. I've seen it all. The reason I'm calling is because I want everyone to be happy with the season. It was fun. It was exciting. Seeing Intuit Dome, the crowd every night during the playoffs was amazing. I was at the watch party today. Seeing everybody there was amazing. Never in my wildest dreams would I thought to see this day where we actually have our own home. We can call Intuit Dome our home. It was just amazing. I'm so thankful for Ballmer. Like I just can't even explain it right now. Like I know we should. I know we're all sad right now as Clipper Nation, but having Steve Ballmer as the owner, I'm just confident we're gonna get it right. Like he's not gonna let us down. I promise you guys this.
I love this phone call. I feel the same way. In Ballmer, we trust. Guys, we went from having the worst owner in sports to, I think, the best. And ownership is the biggest advantage.
Amazing.
And this was the first year of the Intuit Dome. And it was a real home court advantage. It all worked.
I never thought my wildest dreams, I never thought I would see it. I was just at the watch party and it was just amazing.
How can this season be a disappointment when it was the first year of actually having our own home and they won 50 games when people had them going under 37.5 wins in the over-under?
The wall itself is just amazing. The swell, everyone there is amazing.
What Ballmer did today was amazing. Bringing the swell to Denver, paying for the charter flight, like that's next level. God bless Steve Ballmer.
Exactly. I know we're in our lowest point right now, but we have things to be happy about. You know, like the future is bright. Like don't let them confuse you saying, "Oh, we don't have draft picks. Our stars are aging." It's okay. Steve Ballmer, and we trust.
Yeah. I didn't like that joke of a franchise caller guy, the lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you called in after that to help turn the tide and turn this show around a little bit because, you know, I think about Sacramento and the Kings and the spot they're in, and they really have no direction at this point. And they don't have the same hope we do with our owner. And that's no shade. It's just I believe in Steve Ballmer. Like, I believe he's going to find a way to get this team to a championship at some point.
Yeah, it could always be worse. It could always be worse.
I mean, I could play That is the old you know about that soundbite, right? I can play that right here. You called for it.
It can always be worse. It can always be worse.
And I don't know if it can be any better than Steve Ballmer. So that's where my hope lies. And that's what I'm sticking to. Thank you for this phone call.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Thank you for all the hard work you do.
Appreciate it. I'm trying to stay awake here. 877-520-1150. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on Clippers Talk with Adam Osland.
Hello. This is Max Vega.
Max Vega calling in. The man with the best name ever.
Adam. What a night, dude. What a night. I mean, the thing about it is you can blame anybody for what happened tonight. It's just, things like this happen and we're still in shock. I don't know about you guys, but I was excited, dude. I was nervous, excited. So it's just all these weird emotions happening at the same time. But if you look at things logically, it's hard. You're at the mercy of the Nuggets in Ball Arena, in elevation, and things happen. And
the Nuggets outclassed them. The Nuggets deserve all the praise. They outclassed them. They were mentally tougher. That's what's upsetting.
If there's one criticism, Adam, is I just wish they would have made it closer.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
They didn't compete.
To see them lose by 30.
They were uncompetitive in the must-win Game 7.
Yikes. But I mean, as far as this whole Ty Lue situation, I can't speak on it because I don't know the ins and outs of what the players talk about. What I do know, and this is really important, is Ty Lue has the locker room, and that's really important. People, the players still respect Ty Lue, and they're willing to go to battle with him. So it's weird. I don't know. It's really hard to wrap my head around what exactly happened because it was a bunch of little things that snowballed.
Snowballed is a good way to put it. To have a game where you just completely implode and unravel like this happen in a Game 7, it puts everything under a microscope, and there's going to be heavier criticism. This shouldn't happen in any playoff game in a 4-5 matchup. It did, and it happened in a win-or-go-home game for the Clippers. So I'm totally understanding to the criticism and people being in disbelief and embarrassed by what happened tonight. I am.
Yeah, and to prove my point, because I think Ty Lue is a great coach. He's a little stubborn, and I understand why he is.
Find me a coach that isn't. It's part of coaching. Right. You got to believe in what you're doing.
100%. And so putting Derrick Jones Jr. in the starting lineup was actually, I don't know about you, but I thought that was a great idea.
Oh, I loved it.
He did everything that he needed to do. He's like, okay, Chris Dunn isn't working. We're gonna put a really good defender with length in the starting lineup, and if that doesn't work, then Nico's gonna work. And none of those things worked. So how are we blaming Ty Lue? He did everything he needed to do.
Well, I love the DJ move. I don't know if I can blame him for this game. It's the same thing I said after Game 5. I wasn't so down on them for the way they lost Game 5 with Jamal Murray going off like that. That might have been one of those games in a 7-game series you're just not going to win. It's Game 1. It's Game 4. Those are the games that got away to me. Those are the games where you could scrutinize some of those moves. And I have. And that's where I'm disappointed.
You have, and you've said it on air. I've heard you criticize. You're valid. You criticize what you need to criticize, but you also give props. So it's like this. It's a balance. Really, what pisses me off is that dunk, right? With Aaron Gordon that made that dunk with less than a half a second to go. That crushed.
Well,
Clipper Nation.
And that's what's going to define this series in a lot of ways for people. For the Denver Nuggets, they'll always remember this series, winning it, and that play. And unfortunately, Clipper Nation's going to remember it just like the Valley Oop. going against them. Just a crazy play that happened against them that turned a series. But they were down 22 early in the fourth quarter. They never should have gotten out to such a slow start in that game. And sense of urgency and a lack thereof is the operative word that I'm going to be thinking of throughout this offseason.
And one more thing, Adam, really quick, because to your point, I think that is our Achilles heel, and it has been for years, is urgency. Even my girlfriend never watches basketball, and she's like, oh, they get, for lack of better terms, cocky when they're up, and then they start to, there's this sense of confidence, but it's like to their detriment in this weird way. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I have said at times they act like they're a team that's already won the championship, and they think they have a switch they can flip and that they can coast at times and always be able to find that switch and turn it on when they need to. I do think that has been a bad habit in the Kawhi Leonard era, Kawhi Paul George era, and that has continued, unfortunately. So I think that's fair.
Yeah, and also go Zubac. Can we talk about Zubac for just a second? He's a beast. What a beast. What a beast. Dude, he went from being like hesitant down low to becoming one of the best in the league, dude, in just one season. So if anything, I realize Zubac is him, and if we could build around him, that would be incredible. And once he gets a jump shot in, dude, he's going to be unstoppable.
See, I don't think you can build around him until he gets a jump shot. I don't think you can build around a player like that. But I also think he might be the one guy that's untouchable this summer because of his contract, because of how good he was this year, because he proved that if you give him the opportunity, he'll take advantage of it. He's a top 5 center. Yeah.
He's been him. I remember you telling me, I've listened to you throughout the whole season. He's been him. I remember you yelling, why are we not giving Zoo the ball? Run offense through him. He's proven you right. This whole, like, he's probably in the best in this series besides Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, no, completely. I've been a Zoo advocate for years. Max Vega, I'm a fan of yours too. Thanks for calling in.
Appreciate you, man. Of course. I'll see you later. Thank you.
Be good.
I don't really care. You can't tell me something and it don't make sense. Okay, explain it then, nigga. Okay, so 1 + 1 all my life makes 2. Why is it 3? I think we got to. Why is it 3? That's a great point, because I had that thought earlier, because it's like this, right? Situational.
I don't know what I just stumbled into, but I punched up this call, and is somebody else debating something? You're on Clippers Talk with Adam Moslin. What's your name?
Hey. Hi.
Hi, what's your name? You're calling into Clippers Talk.
Hi, this is I'm my bad, bro. My bad, Adam. You're
No. Bring me in. What was that conversation? 1 + 1 is 3?
My bad, Adam. Adam, I will.
Wasn't gonna get on. Oh my God!
Adam,
I want in.
Adam,
I want in.
You want in? Adam. I love you. I love your podcast. I love it. I love it.
Day one.
My name is
Day
Baruch.
one listener. Long time listener.
Long time.
What's your
My
name?
name is Baruch. My name is Baruch. You know that long name that shows up on your new YouTube? Baruch. It's a long name. My name is Patrick Baruch. I love the Clippers. I love the Clippers. And it's a weird saying. I've been a Clipper fan since like 2002. So I love the Clippers. So it doesn't matter the team that we have. It doesn't matter the players. Clippers.
James
Harden.
+1 = 3. Bring it up with him.
The problem that we were talking about 1 + 1 = 3 is James Harden. We thought 1 + 1, him and Kawhi would make 3. What is 3? What is 3? Efficiency is the 3. That's what the 3 is. Efficiency. I'm not going to bring up the 3.
Are you saying they'd elevate each other to where it's not just they equal 2, they'd equal 3?
Exactly. It should have been a third person. It should have been 3 people, but we ended up being 1.5 people.
I know you're disappointed. Not quite. Maybe you could explain it to me. It's I've been on for almost 5 hours.
So I'm sorry. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, man. Let me help you out with it, man.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Hey, perfect. So we was talking about a 5-year-old. We were talking about 1 + 1 = 3. That we were lying to ourselves about James Harden, that he wouldn't have a Game 7 game that he produced over his whole career. We thought he was going to give us something that was false. We thought he was going to give us something that was predict what he did 2 games ago when he's talking about, oh, yeah, that's what they called me for, to play 47 minutes and produce. That's what we were talking about, how we were drunk off the sauce. How dare James Harden only give us 7 points? I don't give a fuck about the 14 shots. I asked my friend here. I'm so sorry, yeah. I asked my friend, he's a Clipper fan. He doesn't know how to speak right now. It's his first time talking. I'm a diehard Kings fan, but I love my Clippers because he's a Clipper. He said this: I would have been okay with James Harden going 14 for 30 with 30 points.
Yeah.
How dare you only have 7 shots? I mean, 7 attempts. 8 attempts with 7 shots. Who are you? Bogan Bogdanovic? Who are you? Bogey? Bogey came out there and did better than what he was bet to do. We bet the over on Bogey because we know he was going to show up. 12 plus points. That's better than the 6.5 that they gave him. So when we say 1 + 1 = 3, that was us all drinking the juice and thinking that James Harden would not be who he always has been. And that's why we're all disappointed, because we all knew the facts and truth that James Harden is who he was, and we all as Clipper fans thought he would be something different. Is he lying?
I was hoping he'd switch up the narrative. Unfortunately, he did not beat the allegations tonight in an elimination game. He didn't. 2 of 8, 7 points. And I'm with you. It's not even the 7 that bothers me as much as the 8. It's like, if he took 15 shots and only scored 7, I at least know he was putting them up. It'd be rough, but I at least knew he was trying.
Keep preaching, because is that not what we were complaining about Paul George last year?
Yep.
He needs to shoot at least 16 plus, 16, 19. James didn't even get 10 shots. 10?
Now, I will give him credit because he had 13 assists. And 13.
Adam, don't do that. Adam, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You as all of us fans know, don't do that right now. He should have at least 10. If he was 2 for 10, maybe I get you. Even 2 for 10, I'm not tripping. He didn't even shoot 10 shots. So 10 shots is 20 points if they're all 2-pointers. He didn't even give us 20 points possibility. He gave us max, 24 if they're all 3s. But he maximus gave us 16 if they're all 2s.
He way underperformed.
Listen, Adam. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm taking back the shoes that James was handing out.
Oh, come on.
Adam, I'm hurt.
At least give them to me.
I'm hurt. What size do you wear?
10.5, 11.
Damn it, I'm a 12. Damn it.
I can make that work. I'll triple up my socks. I won't cut my toenails.
Adam, be real. What did you really expect? Like, be real.
No, I was concerned. I was concerned going in. I knew this could happen with James. Unfortunately,
you did call that a couple of days ago. You did.
I said I hoped he would buck the trend. He would do away with the stereotype and the narrative. And Game 6 was great, but this was the game, and everybody was watching, and they were expecting this from James, and unfortunately, he gave it to him. And he's not going to be able to get rid of this narrative.
Adam, be real with me right now. Next year, what do you think? Are we keeping both of them? Are we? I mean, it's day 1, so none of us know.
It ain't even day 1. Oh, I guess it's night 1.
It's night 1. No, it's night 1. It's hour 8. I'm gonna say hour 8. I don't even care the hour. We lost when we lost. I'm gonna keep it real with all you Clipper fans. I cried. I don't care. I cried.
Damn.
I'm a real fan. I cried. I punched the wall 2 times. I'm hurt. I'm really hurt. I told family members James Harden is gonna get us his ring finally.
I mean,
he's gonna change his.
I ain't gonna make fun of you. You're riding and dying with this team. I get it. It takes a real man to be vulnerable like that.
Adam, that's not vulnerability. That's pain. I know all of us fans. I mean, some of us fans definitely must have hit something. Maybe not punch, but you slapped something. And
I may
What
have
is next year?
I may have dropped my fist on the table at some
I
point.
did on accident, on purpose. But what do you be real with me? We're gonna do all perspective trade for Giannis, trade for this, trade for that.
Come on, how are they
Who
going to
do you
get
really think we
Giannis?
need? I don't know. It's a miracle. I don't.
It would take one.
I told my boy, if we win a championship, we can get anybody. But we got out in first round. We'll take anybody. It's a big difference. That's a big difference. Yeah, we have the wall, we have the swell, we have all that stuff. But what makes people want to be a Clipper?
I don't think it's an issue of trying to convince Giannis or anybody to want to be a Clipper. It's just financially, they don't have the draft capital because Milwaukee, if they really do dangle Giannis, they're not going to do what Dallas did with Luka Doncic. They're going to say the market is open and they're going to drive up the price, and the Clippers, they're not going to be able to hang with some of the teams and what they're able to offer. That, I think people want to be a Clipper. I don't think that is a problem, especially with the new arena now. Like, guys have said they want to be Clippers, so I'm not worried about that.
True. That's what I had to tell my bro. I had to tell him that. I'm like, people want to be Clippers. So in a want scenario, who do you want?
Oh, I would like Giannis, but that's not going to happen. What I want and what's reasonable. You're asking for what's realistic?
Right? Because everybody's saying trade Kawhi, trade James. For who? Who wants Kawhi? Who wants James on those possibilities?
Well, James has a player opt-in again, so it's really his decision. First of all, is he going to opt into $35 million? Is he going to opt out and become a free agent?
No, he's opting in for that 35. Let's not do that. So James is on our team next year. What are we going to do?
I mean, I think he'll opt out and get a 1+1. But okay, in your scenario, I don't know what's going on with Trae Young. They did just make a deal with Atlanta. But the problem is then they fired their front office. So those ties that they had to the Atlanta Hawks and their front office are now gone. Partially maybe because of how good Bogey looked at times and them giving up 3 second-round picks for Terrence Mann and giving up Bogey. But I think Trae Young is going to get moved. I don't know if the Clippers are going to be in the running for him or if they could bring him in. But that's the guy I think of when you talk about if James Harden's gone, do you replace him with Trae Young somehow?
So we get Trae Young. Let's say Kawhi's still there. Trae Young, Kawhi. Are we keeping Norm? Are we getting rid of Norm?
Norm is on I think a $19 million expiring after so I think he's an expiring contract for $19 million. I could see Norm getting moved. Norm had a rough game in this one. I could see that. I could definitely see that. I'm not saying I want it, but I could see it. I think you could maybe get a first for Norm, but it's expiring, so that's interesting. Because Norm, even some people at the trade deadline were like, maybe they should sell high on Norman Powell now because this was the best season he's had.
We should have got Levine. Let's be real.
No. Levine puts you in salary cap hell.
Give me salary cap hell for a second round. I need it.
They don't want to be in a position where their ceiling is the second round, though, at best. I mean, this team should have been in the second round, in my opinion. They should have won this series. Like, this team could have
agree
made
with
the
that.
second round.
I agree with that. I had Clippers in 6.
Same.
That putback dunk by Aaron Gordon, that's a miracle. So I got Denver fans right now talking to me, and I'm just on edge right now.
I'm sorry. What are they saying?
Not arrogantly. They're not rude. Denver fans, they're polite. They are polite.
Okay.
But
you're not getting like
painful.
Yeah. Oh, it's painful. It's a rough night. It's an awful night. That's why we got to be together and talk through it. Like, that's the only way I can get through this.
I know. And you've been working hard. You've been going for hours. That's why I thank you for your podcast every day, 211 days. I'm sitting here like, ooh, I love these podcasts. I love that. I'm more hurt that I don't get to hear you. Adam, you're a great, you do very well announcing stuff to people. You do very well with that.
Thanks. It's Patrick, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate the compliment. You got any other Anything else you need to get off your chest?
I can't get much off my chest right now. We're eliminated. I thought my friends, we thought we were gonna win, but I feel energy was fake towards us. All those announcers, Stephen A, Jack, when they started cheering for us, that threw off a lot of energy towards us. Energy matters. Energy does matter.
Well, so after they were up 2-1 and Charles Barkley said this series is over, I posted that and I said, this is the biggest thing I'm worried about right now.
Yes, you did. I follow you on Twitter. Yeah, you did. That's why it's painful, because it's like when people start cheering for us, I don't know why we buckled. I do not get it.
I don't know if they started reading their own headlines and getting overly confident. But honestly, I think this was just once they got punched in the face, they had nothing left for Denver. And that is what pains me the most. They couldn't play through the adversity. They couldn't battle back once Denver got them. I hate that.
That's the problem. Okay, I'll say this. We can take the first punch. Once that second punch comes in, you know how a regular person fights. We'll throw one punch and two punches. I'm not throwing one punch in a fight. I'm throwing two. We took the first punch, and then we didn't react to the second.
Well, what do you look at in this game as the first punch? The start of the second quarter?
It was the first quarter when we were up, and then we started to miss. Even though we won that first quarter, we weren't comfortable. We were complacent in a weird way. We were trying to win instead of trying to play the game. And if we played the game, we would have won. Of course, we would have.
That's some 1 + 1 = 3 shit. They weren't trying to win. They were trying to win instead of trying to play the game. I don't know if I comprehend what you mean there.
No, I like that. Because that's exactly what I mean. That's great. That's why you're one of the best podcasters, Adam. That's why I'm more sad for you than even Clipper fans right now. I'm more sad for you than Clipper fans. I told my boy, I said, you know who I listen to? Get my boy Adam on. I need Adam to talk about stuff. He keeps it real. I don't even get to hear you. I'm low-key sad.
I'm sad too.
211 days is not enough.
Look, if I could get paid to do this every day, I would do this every day. I legit would. I would do it every day.
You're working your butt off. Don't play with yourself. You're working your butt off.
Problem is, if I could make enough money to do this every day, I would do it every day. But unfortunately,
YouTube don't give enough love. Even if you got 500 people, 1,000, they ain't giving you love like that. But you are working your butt off. I do not. You are working your butt off. Because all of us fans are listening to it because we're fans, but we're not in it like you are.
I mean, we're all in it together. One hand washes the other or whatever. You guys fuel me. I fuel you. It works both ways. We make each other better.
True. Okay. So then are you firing Ty Lue for Jeff?
Nah, he just got the new contract. But I will be watching him more closely after this series and wondering, look, what do I know? Coach Lue he's forgotten more basketball than I'll ever know. I feel weird criticizing a head coach. I can't draw up the stuff that he does. I just think this was a bad series for him. And that's disappointing.
We did. You're right. We did get the toughest guys in the West. Based on a first round appearance, we got Denver champs who do not want to lose a game 7. They lost to Minnesota last year, so they're already focused on not losing again.
Yep.
We have Russell Westbrook, who we all know, whoever played with him or was on his team, he wants to beat you.
But usually it works against him. I always say Russ is competitive to a fault at times. Look at last year at the Clippers. 8 of 42 the last 5 games.
I cried. I tell my boy all the time, I said, so Russ couldn't give us 5 more buckets? I don't want to say we're cursed, but we have a lot of conspiracies against us for some reason. Okay?
It feels like some bad juju right now. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong against the Clippers, it feels like right now. I don't like that. I don't like that feeling.
I don't like it either.
Russ
You're
having this
preaching.
good of a series is rough.
It's an amazing series. What did he average, like 12 points or 10 points? That's a lot
He
for
was
a
a
bench
star
player.
role player in this series.
Thank you, role player. Let me not call him bench. It's a role. We can't put 10 people on the court. As the role he played, he did his thing. I wish Chris Dunn and DJJ would have done a little bit more, just a little bit.
Yeah.
But we got what we got. So I don't know. Do you want Coach Lou there again? Do you want a new coach? What are you feeling?
I like Coach Lou.
You don't want no, you don't. No, you don't.
No,
Adam,
I do.
Adam, don't do that.
I do. It's the truth because I keep bringing up his logic. If not Coach Lou, who? The grass is always greener. This whole, go to Brian Shaw. It's like Brian Shaw's, he got a year and a half as a head coach. It didn't go great. Now, I'm not going to hold that against him forever and say that he couldn't have grown from that. I like Brian Shaw, but I'm not giving up on Coach Lou because of this series. I'm not. He's young enough also still. He just turned 48 today that I think Coach Lou will still evolve and grow and is good now as a head coach. He's a top 5 coach every single year. He gets voted on that GM poll by the best in-game adjuster every year. That has to mean something. That has to mean something.
So be real with me. Were these games, with this game 7 on the line, did he make good adjustments?
I don't think. Yes, I think starting DJ was a good adjustment and was smart based upon the analytics. I wanted DJ starting over Dunn earlier in the season. I talked about lineups. This game wasn't the one that I'm putting on Coach Lou and frustrated about. This game was just Clippers were almost DOA. And because the players were so bad in this game outside of Kawhi.
Adam, you're on Arrival? We were that dead on Arrival? Are you serious?
After the first quarter, they were. I'm
gonna keep it real with you. We should have the problem with us where Ty Lue got caught up for the past 3 years. We kept Norm in as a starter. Norm should have came off the bench. I don't care. I'm a real Clipper fan. I'm a Clipper fan. I'm a Raider fan. So I've been with teams that are terrible. 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 When Max Crosby said he was a fan of James Harden, I almost cried. You know what I'm saying? But even though Norm doesn't do his thing, you know he's always going to shoot or go for a layup. The starting lineup, it is what it is. We're talking about what if. It should have been Dunn, James, Kawhi, DJJ, or Norm. I mean, not Norm. Forgive me. Batum, and Zubac. That's just me.
I wouldn't hate that, but Norm just had 24 and huge shots the very last game. How do you not start him in this?
Why are we doing that? Why? Wait. That's our problem. That's Clippers' problem. We dwell too much on the last game.
Well,
things change. I need more because Norm. Let's be real. Norm is very scary when he comes off the bench because he's upset that I was on the bench. He's a semi-Russell Westbrook type, but not Russell Westbrook.
No, Norm was scary in the starting lineup all season this year. He had a great year.
That injury, that hamstring got him.
But
I'm not putting
Norm
him in right
coming
away.
into tonight's game in this series, over the last 4 games, he was averaging 20 points on 50% shooting, 51% or something, and 38% from 3. The last 4 games. And they need offense. And they need floor spacing. That's how they won game 6.
Let Norm beat the second team.
I just don't think that was the difference. That's just not the difference to me. The difference was game 1.
Don't do game 1. We ruined game 1. Game 1 we ruined game 1. We were complacent. I feel like we were going out there low-key scared game 1.
They didn't look scared when they were up 15.
Complacency comes in a weird form.
Well,
you can be scared of something and not show that you're scared. You could be scared and not show that you're scared. But the results show that you were scared.
The results were, to me, Denver went for game one and played their stars heavy minutes, and the Clippers didn't. And that was the difference.
That's what you brought up. You've brought that up in a lot of your podcasts. If everything ends up bad, it's because of game one. Game one was crucial.
I said after game one, if they lose this series, this is the game I'm going to be thinking about.
You called that. You called that 6 games ago.
They should not have lost that game.
Not at all. We should have low-key won by 10. But
all they had to do to me was play their star minutes in an overtime game. 41 minutes for Kawhi in a playoff game that goes to overtime isn't enough to me. Now, maybe he was tired. It looked like it at times. First game at altitude. I don't know. But I'm just saying this started off on the wrong foot in game one.
Tired, and you're in the NBA. You're one of the best 450 people on the planet.
They're not robots.
No. True.
It happens.
Extremely true. That's right. We're not robots, but it's game one.
Look, I would have said, even if he's tired.
You just beat Golden State. You just beat Golden State to get to this position, and you're not trying to keep your position. I'm going to be real. Like I told you earlier, I'm going to give you my James Harden shoes that he was giving out to everybody.
Don't do that.
I don't want your shoes.
Don't do that.
It hurts. It hurts.
Have your feet been in them already?
No.
All right. I'll take them.
You're funny, Adam. You're. That's why I enjoy your podcast. You're one of the realest. You keep it real all the time, good or bad. You keep it real. Like if we did bad, you tell us. Let the next man go, okay. But Adam, this is a great talk. I appreciate that.
Hey. How come this is the first time you called in, Patrick?
Adam, I'm lazy. That's one of my.
Hey, Adam, hold on, Adam. I've been telling this motherfucker to call into somebody for like the last 3 years.
Forgive his language.
I'm sorry. I'm a Kings fan, right? And
no, it's fine. Clippers talk after dark. You can swear all you want right now. Go for it.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Listen, I told this dude to call in for the last like 3+ years when you guys started, like even from what's it called, Locked In Clippers, right? Like I told him to call in just to talk to somebody. You're the only Clipper fan I know out here that can speak the truth.
Wait, who's this?
I'm his Kings fan. I'm a Sacramento Kings fan.
What's your name?
Told him to call in. You pronounce my name as Rabani.
Rabani, tell your boy Carmichael Dave to get off the Clippers tonight, because that guy trying to dunk on the Clippers when they didn't even make the playoffs, and with the season the Sacramento Kings had, they got no business coming after the Clippers tonight.
How? I can't even say nothing. Carmichael Dave is my guy, Dave. Dave
He's
is the
always
same guy
wrong.
like you, right?
Dave is
always.
He does not know, but he does not know ball. He has made so many strategic. Like I told him about Sabonis when they signed him to that contract. I said, my guy. Progress is not linear. What happened in 2023 with them making the first round did not mean the next year they're making the second round. The year after that, they're making the conference finals. I said from day one, they should not have done that trade with Halliburton, who would have been under team control for a much cheaper price tag than Sabonis. And Carmichael Dave gets caught up in it, and he always thinks, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. And now he's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have done it.
Delusional Kings fan, just like me. And that's why I changed my tune to listening to Grant Napier, the old Kings announcer who got listen, I don't care. Boogie baited him. I'm a black man, and I will say that. Boogie baited him. True or false? True or false?
I don't know.
Grant didn't have to respond. Grant did not have to respond. That's what I'm like. Grant did not have to respond. Hey, Grant. How do you feel about Black Lives Matter?
Yeah. Let me tell you something. I'm from Sacramento, right? I'm from Sacktown.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Bro,
I didn't know that.
2002 took years off my life. That Kings Lakers series. Oh
God, listen. And who you guys lose to? It was good for you then. At least you felt kind of good about seeing Rick Alleman, right, son, to get the win.
No,
the only
I
bright spot.
honestly,
True or false?
no, it
True or
is
false?
it is false right now.
Oh wow, right now, yes.
After what he said about the wall, he was taking shots
yeah.
at the Clippers.
Yeah.
I respect David Alman's got the job, and he did a good job in this series. But I don't go, oh, it's nice because I liked Rick Adelman growing up. I could care less. That was a long time ago. That nostalgia has faded. I needed the Clippers to win this.
Wow, that you learned from your dad. But hold on. You know what you just said? That nostalgia left you at a mature age. Us Kings fans, we're still living on it.
You know,
that's why we got Doug Christie.
You
That's
know,
why we rehired Doug Christie.
I have the GOAT of jerseys. It's a Lakers jersey with a 6 on it that says Bavetta on the back for Game 6, 2002, and him helping the Lakers. It's a legit jersey from NBA.com that I had done back in like 07.
And you pay $120 for it, right? Because that's how much it costs to get the custom jersey. $120 or $130?
It was expensive. It was somewhere around there, but it was worth it. It's the best. It's
is.
the only jersey I'll wear.
But no, listen. Patrick is going to call in now all the time. Now, I just want to ask you. This is what I told Patrick, right? Do you know who Bill Belichick is, right? And you know who is Greg Popovich, right? They said one thing that I always told him. You always do it a year early, never a year late. Now, in your eyes, when would you have got rid of Kawhi and moved on? From your point of view.
Come
on now. Sick in the head.
This is the first time that I would entertain trading Kawhi. Only because
that's a year too late.
Well, I don't know. Because what does this year and who do you get for him? What does this year become if they had traded him earlier? What does that mean? What's the hypothetical?
You start them now. This is what I say now because I talk to him as the outside fan, right? You guys right now think with your emotions. I told him 3 years ago, Paul George, James Harden, the same person. I said it's time to rebuild now. But this year you guys rebuild around Zubac.
Rebuild with what?
Zubac, and you try to get LaMelo home. That's it.
They don't have to trade him. They don't have the draft capital to get LaMelo back to LA, I don't think.
Okay, then what about LaVine?
No.
I'm talking about a bridge player to get you guys.
This is why you're a Kings fan.
Oh wow. I said this though. LaVine, listen, I said this though. You guys need a bridge player right now.
No,
I don't like LaVine.
Kawhi is the bridge player. Kawhi is the bridge player.
Bridge players, you expect championship or bust?
No, like
okay, but with Kawhi you did though, so that's not a bridge player.
No, but why isn't that better than LaVine? Like, why have those low? Oh, it's better to have LaVine and no expectations.
With the fans are set. When I bring a two-time champion over here, I expect championships. If I bring LaVine over here, I expect second round. At least.
LaVine's never won a playoff series. Are you kidding me? Look at his numbers in the playoffs.
If LaVine lost tonight, the same that Kawhi did, you'd be in a better position than if Kawhi did.
If LaVine is on this team, they don't have 50 wins and they're not the 5 seed. So,
yikes! Yes, sir. I agree. That was very valid on your part, right there. Way to counteract.
Your Kings got nothing for the future for De'Aaron Fox.
Why are you talking?
I'm sorry. I wanted the Kings to do better than they did.
Now, listen. Now, I don't want to go on a tangent because all these Clipper fans do not want to hear me talk about the Kings. But I will say this: we lost because of what's his name that owns LeBron? What's his name, TK?
Rich Paul.
Rich Paul is the same agent for De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine, so that was easy for him to. But back to the Clippers, I say that you guys are drinking the Kool-Aid. You guys are Jim Jones.
What Kool-Aid?
Last 3 years. I told my boy this. If old boy was still alive, would you guys still be here? What's his name, Shige? The logo? Jerry West. Would you guys be in this position if Jerry West alive? Jerry West would have cut ties sooner than later. True or false?
I don't want to talk about Jerry. He just passed this past year. I'm still like in shock whenever I even think about Jerry West being gone.
We just said the same thing, Chike, because he is the best GM that was out there, other than the guy that's for Utah right now. What's his name? That's about to get the Celtics guy. Yeah, that's cheating. But here you go, Chike. Here you go. Hey, I appreciate you. I'm gonna make sure he calls on even more. I'm just sad that he just picked the fucking last game of fucking call. I hate this guy. That's my best friend, though, man.
I love you guys.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. No. He does call me out all the time to call in and chat with you because you, Adam, I enjoy your podcast. You got one of the best podcasts. Clipper fans.
Wait for you to get on NBA radio, bro.
Clipper fans need to wake up. Adam doesn't play. All you Clipper fans that are listening right now, you know Adam doesn't play.
Adam, one question, Adam. What would be the next step for you? Would it be NBA radio, Sirius XM, ESPN? Where do you want to go next? Let us know what's your goals, Adam.
I don't know. I'll do any broadcasting job as long as it doesn't take away from being able to still do the Clippers. As long as I can still do this, which I love more than anything. If I could have something else on the side, that would be nice because I could use something right now during this off season. So I'm on the hunt, but I am loyal to the Clippers and I love being able to do this for even nights like this. You guys are trying to turn things around for me. It was so negative early on, but I've had so many good phone calls here. This is what I love. This is what I love.
All right, help him get him out of here so somebody else can get on.
I know, Adam. I'm thank you for taking the time out of the night.
I appreciate
I know
it.
all of us Clipper fans did not want to talk about this tonight.
Oh God.
No,
Not at all. None of us wanted to.
This is the therapy
None of
we
us
needed.
wanted to.
This is the therapy we needed. We're all in it together.
What? Denver to win?
Let's be real. So right now we're in that weird spot. Like we want Denver to win, right? It's weird. I know you go ahead.
I don't look. SGA and the OKC Thunder winning the championship just adds more pain to Clipper Nation, I'm sure. But I also, unless it's the Lakers, I don't like rooting against teams or against players. It's unnatural for me unless it's going up against the Lakers. I have an easy time rooting against them, but I don't know. I'm just going to watch ball. I love watching ball, and that's what I'm going to do in the second round and see what happens. I don't want to commit. I'm not there yet. I don't want to think about it, Patrick.
I just wanted to hear you because you're like I said. I take my opinion over a lot of things, but Adam, you have one of the best opinions out there most of the time. Like at least 98% of the time, it's up there.
I'll take 98.
You're a real fan.
I'm going down with the ship like everybody else here.
You're a real captain. I will give you that. You are a captain when it comes to the Clipper ship. And you know what a Clipper is. It's a small boat. And we need to become a big boat next year.
But you know what a Clipper ship can do. You know what it can do, right?
It can cut through things. If a Clipper cuts through things, it can cut through.
And we're going to cut their ass in half like a wave because that's what happens when a Clipper hits you. You dig? Hey, Clip is 6.
I forgot Clavon said that.
Clavon always said, Clavon calls in with some of the best. Clavon calls in with some of the best quick little quips.
Here.
You don't want to get hit by no.
I got one.
You don't want to get hit by no Clipper because it's gonna cut your ass in half.
Exactly. You know, I love your like when you add Clavon. Clavon, I hope you're listening. If you're not, oh well. But you're one of the best call-ins too. Shout out to Clavon for that stuff too as well.
Patrick,
gives Adam.
Hey, I need you to be one of the best now. I need you to call in frequently. I like this. Plus, we got a Kings fan in here too. Well, how did you pronounce your friend's name?
Rabani
and Patrick.
Hey, listen, we're going to subscribe. We're going to hit the bell, and we're going to be on every time. I'm going to make sure he calls. Oh my God, he just anointed you. Bro.
I'm a bad fan because I'm already subscribed. I told him earlier.
Listen, this dude has been a Clipper fan since I known him since high school. We're in our 30s. I met this man in high school back when we were 15 playing sophomore of high school football together. He's the only Clipper fan that I posted on and care about. He just underplays it because he feels like you guys are larger in life. I'm like, bro, you better let these people know because he sees me. I'm a Chiefs and a Kings fan. I hopped on the bandwagon on one. I got a real Chiefs fan. I got my rings. I looked at him like this was his year.
Oh, you jumped on with Trent Green and Priest Holmes?
How you know? Tony Gonzalez, Dante Hall, Eddie Kennison, Matt Castle, Dwayne Bowe, Jamal Charles, Dave. Like, come on, Derek Johnson. Been a fan.
All right.
And I looked at him like, hey, hold on. And our other best friend's the LSU fan. He got his ring. So I'm like, PK, these last 3 years been all you. Everybody got a ring. LSU football, Chiefs got ours. We lost in the Super Bowl this year. It's all you. My fucking God. So disappointed in y'all, man. I hate you guys so much. I don't want to watch basketball no more. I feel like the same one like you. And then now, what sucks the most for you guys, Monday, they're not even going to talk about you guys. They're going to talk about Game 7 tomorrow, and they're going to talk about what LeBron's talking about. Bullshit.
I'm actually okay with them not talking about what happened tonight.
Facts. Facts. That's the scary part. That's the part I told them. I'm like, at least they're not going to talk about our unfortunate demise. Because if we won, of course, we're all talking about it. They wouldn't be able to stop talking about us.
Yeah.
But since
no, it's pain. Patrick, appreciate you. You better subscribe and hit that bell because I need you calling in now.
Adam, I love you. I'm already subscribed when I hit that bell. I just be listening. Since we lost,
why?
I wasn't gonna call.
Become part of the show.
I know I need to. Adam, I love your post. I do love your post. I do.
Interact.
You keep it real. You keep it real.
I try. Hopefully not too real. I like this
job.
No,
you keep it real. No, you do well. You do well. Like if you do extremely well. That's why I'm assuming most of us Clipper fans love you.
Most.
We enjoy you.
I'll take most. I appreciate you, Patrick. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you for the talk. Thank you.
There goes Patrick, first-time caller. We got another caller here, 877-520-1150. You're on Clipper Stock with Adam Moslin as we're about to hit Sunday night or Sunday morning. Sunday morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
It's Jason from the Cayman
Islands. Jason from the Cayman Islands?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
What is this, 2 calls in a week?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Back at it.
Oh, as the news reached you guys out there, the Clippers lost, unfortunately, in miserable fashion, or are you still living right over there? Because have any Clippers showed up yet?
Yeah,
I hope that's not the case. Is Paul George still vacationing?
Live, man. I was watching it live, man. I saw the unfortunate game still, so it was tough still, No,
I just meant because it's so beautiful there, probably, and people are vacationing. Maybe you didn't hear the news about the Clippers. Maybe you were busy. That's my hope.
Nah, man, I was locked in, fam. I was locked in. I watched every quarter, every second. Yes, sir.
What'd you think?
Yeah, man, it was rough, man. We had a challenging game still. I feel, to be honest, I'll say this. I know everybody feel a way about how the team performing thing, which is fair, because I think we really had that opportunity and we literally let it slip away.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we've been doing it throughout the season, because if you go back and watch some of the games that we had, it was similar situations like that, just a turnover here, a bad shot there that cost us a game. So it just came right back to bite us in the ass. You see what I'm saying? So pause. So I feel going into the off season, I'll be optimistic and say, I think we should bring back the team. I think there's just 1 or 2 little adjustments we need to make to help the team to propel to another level. And I would say we need a point guard, a backup point guard that would be able to facilitate like James Harden and be able to hit a shot and play defense at the same time. Because we tend to use, like I said the last time, James Harden is pretty much the driver for the bus. You see what I'm saying? So if he not facilitating, it makes it more challenging for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we tend to use him more, and he got to be playing a lot more. So, and eventually he ran out of gas. You get what I'm saying? The last game, I felt when in the interview when he's like, "Man, I'm tired. Yeah, I was tired. Like I felt that that was a secret he shouldn't let them know, because he made them pressure him more, and it showed even in the first quarter. Like I said the last time, you can tell when James Harden gonna have a rough game. Just that first 5 minutes of the game, if you see if he's aggressive or not, then you know, like if he not gonna have turnovers, simple little plays like that, you'll know. So I feel if we get a backup point guard, to give him more, of a rest and still be able to keep the offense going, then yeah, I think that would be a great addition to the team. And also, we need a backup center. Honestly, Ben Simmons would be good enough. But I feel we need to have a conversation with him. Like, fam, you have 4 attempts to the rim. If you don't put up 4 shots, you're going to sit your ass on the bench, old boy. So I'm saying, put 4 shots up. Be effective, because the defense is looking at you like, oh, he's not going to shoot. If they know that they're going to always play off you.
Yep.
So I'm saying, even if you're 2 feet away from the rim. So if he put up, at least show that he's willing to make a shot, that would make the defense respect him more, because the only thing missing is him shooting the ball. He's what Ty Lue wants. Pause. So I'm saying,
I don't think you need to do a pause there. That was an unnecessary.
That's cool.
You can't say he wants someone, really. Keep going, Jason.
I got, what I mean, keep it politically correct still. You know what I'm saying? So I got pause it still. But
pause the pause.
Like,
what's the problem?
No, I'm just saying. But I feel Ty Lue. This is the thing about Ty Lue. Ty Lue, he likes interchangeable players.
Yes.
Because that's where his adjustment skills comes in so great. He have players that he can just, take out and just put in pause. So I'm saying? So that way he'll be able to manipulate and see how the game is going. But if you don't have the players on the bench that he can, be allowed to coach, it'd be challenging for him, because we came out great. That first 5 minutes of the game, that's how we had to play. But like I mentioned, if James Harden just became a little bit more aggressive, even putting up or just going to the foul, getting fouled, because there was something to that throughout the interview that the coach, Dave Adelman, sorry if I'm messing up his name, but Nuggets coach.
David Alvin.
He set the tone already.
Pause. That's sexual somehow. Pause. You set the tone. That's sexual. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Big pause. Yeah, big pause.
No, that's no pause.
My bad. Yeah, but he pretty much put the referees on guard, because he was like, okay, we've been fouling in their eyes and all that, and we're not getting the calls. So next game we're going to be physical. So to me, if I'm looking at that, I'm going to be like, all right, cool. He's going to be more physical. So guys, we have to be smart how we play. Don't let them get in our mentals when it comes down to the game. So I'm saying, just play smart. And what if you notice, Joker has a simple tactics about him that makes him so great. What he'll do, he'll give you a hit. Pause. He will, you know what I mean? And he you see on the second one, he'll probably try again. But you see on the third now, he already know. Like, you're supposed to know he's going to use his force. That's where you have to understand Joker. He just using his tactics to, you know what I mean? Like Zoo would probably he's posting up, right? And he'll post spot one time. Zoo would hit him one time, right? That second time, you're supposed to just ease off him to let him. You see what I'm saying? Because all he's trying to do is bait to get a simple foul. And then you got to think about it. Jokic is big, bro. Pause. You know what I mean? And dude, he get touched and he's flopping on the ground. Like, come on, bro.
He got touched. Pause. He got touched. Pause.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I feel that's where we lack as a team, where we need a backup point guard and a center. And I feel with a good training camp, I think we really have a good chance, because Bogey, he wasn't on point this season this series because his role changed. He was actually was a point guard. He became a facilitator, right? And that's what Ty Lue had him doing. So he wasn't thinking actually shooting and being more aggressive on the offensive end. He's thinking now to be that backup point guard and get everybody open, right? And be what Ty Lue wanted him to be. But that's not his true position. And another thing, someone mentioned early on that Norman should have come off the bench. I feel that Ty Lue, granted they were going to look away because Norman had a great season, right? But just based on how the team were functioning, especially in the second quarter, I feel he should make Bogey start and make Norm come off the bench to keep the score going. Because, like I say, Bogey was struggling with scoring. But if you have him being a shooting guard in the starting lineup, that would get him kind of, in a rhythm. You see what I'm saying? And then Norm would come off the bench and do his thing. Because
wait, do his thing. What are you talking about there? Pause?
I mean, pause, big pause. But just be able to score, because Norm liked to drive to the hoop, right? But what also something I noticed, and I know you noticed it too, because you spoke about it many times. When Norm struggled, his time was after that injury, the hamstring, right? But that was almost the same time that Kawhi started to play, right? So they played together back in Toronto, but I felt the chemistry between them wasn't really clicking. Like how Norm had it in the first half of the season where Kawhi wasn't there. So he was more a vocal point with the scoring. But now that Kawhi came back, that's why you hear Kawhi say, I'm just trying to fit in. You see what I'm saying? Because the team were playing a certain way, but we eventually started to lean more on Kawhi. So that took away from how Norman was really playing throughout the whole year. And then, like I say, with him coming back, he wasn't getting that rhythm. So that's why he struggled. Pretty much he struggled since the injury coming all the way to the playoff. You see what I'm saying?
But he had some good games in the playoffs. His last 4 games heading into Game 7, he was good.
No, for sure he was. However, to me, he wasn't flowing like how he was flowing in the first part of the season. That was saying, just go back and watch the tape.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying they weren't going to get far unless Norman Powell stepped up. So you had to give him opportunities.
Right.
They needed Norm.
And to me, the opportunities would have been more if he came off the bench. Because there wasn't nobody on the second line. There wasn't nobody on the second line that were actually producing with scoring. You see what I'm saying? That's where we struggle. So
but they're staggering the bench, though, with Kawhi. I mean, it's not like he still would have been playing with Kawhi. Kawhi starts second quarters. Like, I don't know.
True.
I see what you're saying. Look, I wouldn't have been against trying something else with Norm in this series, but I don't think that's why they lost. I don't know. Jason, you got anything else?
I felt we run Harden down too much. We relied on him too much, and he eventually ran out of gas from. I know the Game 7 thing about that they talk about him all the time, but I feel because there's certain things about him that you know as a player that you can do to kind of get him off his game. All you gotta do is just pressure him real, you know what I mean? Pressure him, and eventually he'll make more mistakes and things like that. So what Clippers need or should do for next year, like I say, if we get a backup point guard, that would limit him have to facilitate
I
more
agree.
or more.
I think that's a great call. I think somebody like a Malcolm Brogdon or a Tyus Jones,
Right.
that type of guy.
Tyson, right. Even a Karis LeVert, I feel because Karis LeVert, he's more offensive, and Ty Lue like players like that. So I'm saying he like players that are offensive but can still play defense. Right?
You're not wrong. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, appreciate that. And another thing, it may sound away. I love Derek Jones Jr. How he played this season was great, but the inconsistency sometimes made it more challenging, right? I feel if we had or we can get a player, and I would say we can work with Jones. He just need another season. I feel because the coaching staff is doing a phenomenal job. If you watch how the players tend to their game tend to rise once they become a Clipper, it shows. That's why you hear me saying like Ben Simmons. I feel a good fresh preseason run would at least get him acquainted with the team, and he'll be able to be more effective because him off the bench and playing small ball center, he is great. The only thing, he just not looking to score. And that's the only thing we all notice about him. That's the thing that's holding him back. So if he can get in the mind frame like, yo, I only putting up 4 shots, and whether they go in yes or no, at least I attempt, that would make the defense be more honest with him.
I agree, but DJ also had a career. This was a career year from 3 for Derek Jones Jr. It was. This is the best he's ever shot in a regular season. He made progress. I think he had a great year.
What I think also messed him up, and it's like I say, I feel when Kawhi came back, it kind of changed his role. The whole team changed, which Ty Lue to me did a great job just inserting Kawhi and everybody playing. But yeah, I feel it still threw the team off a little bit here and there. And some of the comments that Kawhi kind of said kind of show like, yeah, like he realized the team playing, but he don't want to mess up how he actually play. Because we already know Kawhi, how he been with the team and how he orchestrated the offense. We were doing less of that in a sense this time around when he came back. So I felt that kind of threw off the offense throughout the year. But the system that Harden have, because everybody talking about want him gone and all that, but that don't make no sense, like honestly. Because if you think about it, since James Harden came on the team, Zubac stepped up big time. So I'm saying, so he's a part of what Zubac is doing now. So if we get rid of James, I mean, what we gonna get? We've been struggling for years.
I agree. It's hard to lose James and upgrade at the position. It's going to be really hard. The only thing I can think is if somehow they lost him and got Trae Young, but I don't know if that's realistic.
Honestly, because he's gonna be liable on defense. Honestly,
well, so is James
Harden. No, but the thing about it, I would prefer the way how James plays defense. I would prefer that because he's a bigger guard.
He is. He can guard in the post a little bit, but here's the difference. If you get Trae Young, you're building towards something still. Like he's a piece for the next era of Clippers basketball because he's only 27, 28. That's the difference.
Yeah, but the thing is, we right now, how the team set up, we gotta give Kawhi as much opportunity. Granted, we've been having some challenging times with Kawhi in his health, and glad to see that he back playing. But I feel if we just give the team a good run, how they to me this was a load management with him this year, and I honestly kind of prefer that still. Why I say that was if you look at the games that he played this year, if he decided to go game 7 throughout this whole 4 rounds, right? Kawhi would have still played less games under the 68 that he played last year, right? Because you gotta remember, Kawhi was good for 68 games last year, and then unfortunately he went down with his injury. So I felt that they looked at that as a threshold to say like, yo, he can't play more than 68 games and be healthy for the playoff. So let's put the playoff run in those games that he's going to play, and hopefully he'll have a good run for the whole playoff. That's why I felt that he done, which to me almost worked. But like I mentioned to you, since he arrived, it kind of threw the team a little off. To me, granted, they went on a run. Hear me out. They went on a run. However, once the preseason, if you realize the year that we had Kawhi, and last year, the 68, he went through the preseason and throughout the whole year. So I'm saying? So the team already had a gel, you know what I mean, with playing.
Yeah.
Because if you look, huh? Sorry?
No, I get it, Jason. Just wrap up your thoughts. I got 2 more phone calls. I got to get out of here.
Okay.
I love you, and
Yeah,
I can
no
listen
problem.
to you. I can
understand.
listen to you all night with that accent. Say Norman again for me. It's so beautiful. I love it.
Sorry? Say Norman?
Yeah, I just love your accent. It's beautiful. But wrap up your phone call, Jason. Give us some hope. Give us some hope.
Yeah, man. What I would say, like I say, big up all the Clipper Nation still, you know what I mean? Hold your heads up, you know what I mean? And not feel no way. We got another season, another year. We just got no say, boy, we going to make things happen this year, and we going to win our first championship in the Intuit Dome. So, yo, just keep your heads up and just not feel no way. We overachieved. They already tell us that we wasn't going to make it, and we already done show them. It's just little tweaks that we have to do to the team to, you know what I mean, ultimately get that championship. So big up in yourself and not feel no way. You know what I mean? Big up all the Clipper Nation. Adam, big up yourself. Steve Bombers, the whole Clipper Nation. You don't know. Big up. Have a great night still. You see? Much love.
Oh, I love you, Jason. You got to be a regular on here. Such a good call. Such a good call. Was there a pause at the end? Final call of the night. Mystery caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on Clipper Stock.
Hey, is this Adam?
Yes, it is. I think.
Oh my goodness. I am so excited to talk to you, man.
Well,
I'm Elijah. I'm calling from the Valley.
All right, Elijah, you a Clippers fan? How you feeling?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've been watching your videos for on Locked On Clips for a minute, so I'm excited to talk to you.
I mean, I'm not the Locked On Clips guy. That would be Darian Vaziri, but
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Clips and Dip. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm tired. I've been up since 6.
No, understandable. You're a warrior. What do you want to say, Elijah?
I am. I just want to say thank you for the season, man. Thank you for everything. Thank you for like all the content that you've been giving the Clipper Nation. I know they love you. At first, your realism affected me hard. Like I didn't like that you were so negative on the Clippers team, but you grew on me a lot. Like just having you every single day.
Wait, what did I say that was so negative?
I think you were more realistic. I'm gonna be honest with you. It wasn't that you were like you were negative. It was more so that you're realistic on the team. Like especially during the time when we had Kawhi and PG, like you were like, we cannot compete for a championship at that time. And you were right.
I didn't say that. I don't think I said that.
I
said
think
I was of the belief if they're healthy, they can do anything.
Yeah, but I think at times like you've questioned they're the gears. You talk about them turning it on at different points. And like for me, I was like, no, they could still win. Like my Clipper mental illness was like, oh yeah, they could still win.
It's not a mental illness. There are dozens of us.
We're all suffering. No, but I appreciate you. I want to say thank you so much for the content. Like I saw so many like Knicks channels where they would have callers call in, and like you would see them throughout the course of the season, and we'd have stuff every single day. And it's cool that we actually have this on the Clippers end. So like we love you.
Thanks, Elijah. This is a good way to end the night with this phone call, my guy. I appreciate the love. It's a labor of love, being able to do this. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to be sad. And some people said they cried about the game tonight. I may cry not being able to do this the entire summer. Just the fact that the season's over, because I love doing Clippers talk and I love getting to interact with you guys. And I just hate that this journey for this season is over. It's going to be shocking. It's going to hit me tomorrow. I'm going to be down about it. Plus there's always the Sunday blues. Every day feels like Sunday. Is that what the Morrissey song means? Is that what that Smith song is about? Like every day feels sad like Sundays do? Because I've always had that where you feel, I don't know what that illness is, but Sunday, the world is ending, the week starts over, whatever that is. Anyways, it's going to hit me hard tomorrow because this compounds things, not being able to do this all the time anymore. But we'll have off-season editions. We will talk. We'll keep in touch all summer. Maybe I'll do it once a week. I don't know what's going to happen, but I got to find an off-season summer job here. So we'll see what happens. But Elijah, you want to say anything about the game tonight?
Yeah, I want to say a couple of things. First off, I think we should be really happy that we have Ballmer as an owner. Like the fact that he got Clippers fans over there buying like 150 tickets was insane, and it had me so hyped. And makes me think.
That was so cool.
Yeah, we have one of the best owners.
I think it is the best. I think he proved it again tonight. Just creating a wall atmosphere on the road was just so next level. That was so awesome. I had so much FOMO. I was like, all of a sudden, I was like, I need to be there. I want to be there.
Yeah, I was for sure envious. I was like, damn, I wish I would have been hyped.
But thank you. God bless Steve Ballmer. I've said it already. I think that was the third time now tonight. Just seeing that is so cool.
Yeah, I think I have like a lot of faith in our team. I think Lawrence Frank, I know he's going to make some moves to make this team even better and just competitive, which I like. I think having Zoo have such an incredible season was amazing. We knew it was going to happen, especially with like a point guard like Harden. But even I think he impressed some of the numbers that we thought he was going to do.
Oh, yeah. Harden exceeded my expectations this season. He kept their floor high enough so they could get to 50 wins, even only having 37 games from Kawhi. If you told me coming into this season they're only getting 37 games from Kawhi, I'm like, so are they going to win 37 games total? Because I don't know how this is going to go. I was banking on 50 plus games, and they only got 37 and won 50 games. Just incredible.
Well, the delusional fan in me thought we were going to get the 4th seed anyways, but that's
Well, you're a wiser man than me. Then sometimes the delusion serves you well.
Sometimes. So other times you're just sad, like right now.
We're all going through it, but I don't know. Misery loves company. I always say, because we're competing in LA and it's tough, and Clipper Nation is still building, and the fan base is growing rapidly. But I said this before, a small town's like a big family. A smaller fan base feels like a big family right now, but it ain't going to last for much longer because Clipper Nation is growing so quickly. And now with our own home finally just in year 1 and everybody coming from around the world to see it, like I hope you guys are getting in on the ground floor here with the Clippers, because the best is still yet to come. And it is really cool having this close-knit group right now, but just be ready. You're forming these lifelong relationships with Clipper Nation. And this journey, it is just underway. Like this is going to be Steve Ballmer is going to get us there. I have full belief in that. As tired as I am right now and I can't find the words, I at least know this. Steve Ballmer is going to get us there, our fearless leader to the top of the mountain at some point.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's amazing that we have like such good players and such players like in their prime, which is going to be really sick. Like having Zoo, Jones. I'm excited to see Miller grow. I think a lot of Clipper Nation is. So I think the future looks bright for us. I think it's tough to take a loss like this, but it's fun to be on the competitive team where you at least make the playoffs and at least push a Game 7.
Elijah, the perfect call to end the night, to end the regular season edition of Clippers Talk. Biblical name. Elijah was a prophet. You're preaching, you're speaking. I hope you're speaking some of these things into existence because I feel the same way about those players. But Elijah, thank you for calling in tonight. This did my heart good.
I'm a huge fan. I love you, Adam. I'm gonna keep commenting, donating. I love you, brother.
Love you too, Elijah. Love Clipper Nation. I'm so glad that I stayed on with you guys for this long. No regrets ever. I'm so glad we did 211 days straight. Make it 212. This is a new day. It's Sunday morning. We got to 212 straight days of Clippers talk. This was a wild ride. Friends we made along the way, right? This was a season I'll never forget. I know it didn't end the way we wanted it to, but I still had a blast, man. We'll talk during the off season. Whenever there's relevant news, maybe I'll do a once a week thing. I don't know. We'll see. But damn it, proud to be a part of Clipper Nation. Love y'all, whether we're in agreement or not, and arguing with lawyers on here. It's all good. It's all about Clipper Nation. Clipper Nation versus everybody. We're in it together. The fact that we've gone through so much will make it that much sweeter when they finally get to the top. There's no sweet without the sour. I know. We've had a lot of warheads. Had a lot of sour candy. Waiting to get to the sweet. We'll get there. We'll get there together. Appreciate you guys and Steve Ballmer, we trust. I'm Adam Moslin, signing off for the final time this regular season here on Clippers Talk. Talk to you for some off-season editions. Be good, Clipper Nation. Take care of each other.
Off the air.